Cyrus is just your average dude who's just awakened his incredible system abilities. Now, this guy's system has a unique target, and anyone under its powerful influence will crumble under the overwhelming weight of their feelings for him. Right now, though, he's staring down an absolutely intimidating demonic woman whose mere sight alone is enough to send the rest of his comrades scared absolutely senseless. Facing off against these so-called heroes of humanity, she finds herself rather bored by their utterly helpless state. This stunning demonic baddie is actually Princess Yug, the Demon King's own daughter, and she's just toying with the humans upon the king's direct orders. The D-class hero, Bella, finds herself utterly exhausted and defenseless, advising Cyrus to escape without her, because Princess Yug is simply way out of their league, especially since our boy Cyrus is a total trash F-grade hero. Though he may be at the absolute bottom rank, Bro has some serious, undeniable guts, and he stands his ground firmly against the demonic threat, genuinely believing that he can handle her. His words, by the way, not ours. The demon baddie is out here provocatively stretching her body, which I'm pretty sure made some of you guys instantly smile, like you just got free candy. But really it's because she's utterly fed up with how weak humanity truly is. Cyrus finds himself having a nosebleed against her. Well, irresistible charms. Even Bella is utterly shocked that this man is out here, simping against a threat that could literally end their lives. She urgently recommends they prioritize escaping from the battlefield as quickly as humanly possible. Princess Yug is so incredibly carefree about the fight that one of her orcs actually had to remind her that one. Lowly dude was still standing, switching instantly from sexy to complete psycho. She stampedes forward along with the rest of her crew, hungry for the kill. Meanwhile, our boy is out here literally T-posing like a true Chad, even though Princess Yug has gruesome plans to make a wine glass out his head. Logging into the system, he swiftly sets the incoming Princess Yug as his target, while a monstrous demon is just about to end his life. With a single, devastating swing, the system's effects fully kick in. Instead of beheading him, she gently cradles the back of his head and goes in for a passionate, lingering kiss. And believe it or not, this bizarre system actually grants him attack points, all for successfully completing that kiss. Talk about a strange bonus. Sung Jinwoo's system might have finally met its match. Anyway, back to the action. Bella is absolutely losing her mind over this audacity. Even a random orc warrior nearby is visibly questioning what on earth she's doing, right in the middle of their intense battle. Armed with his newly acquired power boost, Sirius swiftly knocks down 3 monsters with a single devastating swing of his sword, utterly shocking Princess Yug, who rapidly pulls back with intense speed. Our hero is keeping a poker face, but I'm willing to bet he secretly loved every second of it. Princess Yug, however, is utterly bewildered by the situation. Her obvious intention was to brutally kill the guy, but instead, she found herself passionately kissing him. Instead, Sirius stands tall and proud, like a true warrior, boldly proclaiming he'll sacrifice his own body, all for the protection and safety of the city. Honestly, that's probably the most audacious sacrifice I've ever seen in the entire history of manhwa stories. Yug's underlings are utterly dumbfounded right now, since they definitely heard the rumors about the demonic princess keeping a secret lover, but they're shocked to turn out to be a human. Of all people, no less. One warrior immediately snaps at his ignorant comrades for disrespecting their very own princess by tarnishing her reputation with a mere human. As for Princess Yug herself, she desperately doesn't want the Demon King to ever discover this scandalous incident, even though her own heart is still pounding wildly. After that incredibly intense interaction, Yug, however, wants to finish this debacle here and now, so she promptly sends her warriors to finish him off. Conveniently, our hero doesn't employ his special locking ability on these foes, and actually chooses to take them on head-on, expertly deflecting a fierce swing from one of the orcs Unfortunately, while his attack ability certainly increased, the same cannot be said for his current equipment. Because it shatters in a single blow, the rest of the warriors are ready to obliterate him. One of them goes for a wide, horizontal swing, forcing Cyrus to duck and quickly evade, to prevent himself from becoming a Kit Kat. Unfortunately, his defensive stats are low, but then he counters, making use of his offensive power boost, managing to slice his opponent's weapon. But another orc dives at him from behind, like Cyrus owes him rent or something, forcing Cyrus to maneuver all the way back and retaliating with a critical blow. Witnessing the battle unfold, Bella is completely at a loss for words. This is clearly not the series she's accustomed to. Meanwhile, Cyrus regrets being unable to do anything more than just pierce the monster's skin. But right after that attack, things get even worse for him, as Princess Yug literally comes flying from above to stomp this dude into the ground. Cyrus is caught right in the attack, resulting in a massive shockwave, sending Bella flying back and captivating the demons. Yug had finally restrained Cyrus to the ground, and it was about time to end his life. Not even our boy can find a way out of this one, as one of her underlings is about to slice his head off. But unexpectedly, the demon princess whips him flying with her tail, stopping him from ending this shitty human's life. The rest of her men are utterly confused, as Princess Yug lays down a strict order for them not to move a single inch. After all, she's in a mood to finish this human off, all by herself. Once again, guys, it's her words, not mine. The orc warriors all celebrate, in utter entertainment and glee, supporting her decision. And it genuinely looks frightening as fuck, because she's basically about to chop his damn head off with a bite. But to his surprise, Yug basically nibbles and pulls his ear, not doing anything more, as her saliva drips down on his face. Our boy is genuinely annoyed that he has to endure such treatment, because he believes he's a man of character. Well, that annoyance fades when he thinks it's once again a noble sacrifice for his people. As for Yug, she's acting weird, questioning why she's become fond of such interactions with a human girl. Is down bad for this man, and though he's suffering lots, the system is paying him greatly by buffing his stats. In return, even the orcs are flustered, seeing this explicit scene going on before their eyes. While some of them think this is just one of her methods of torture, to make the humans suffer before death. After enduring enough of whatever this is, Cyrus thinks his stat points have reached a level that should be enough to take her on. So he retaliates with his broken blade, aiming to plunge it into her upper back. But the demon princess is cautious, even when she's enjoying herself, quickly grabbing his arm, preventing the attack, and then grabbing him by the neck. Yug smashes him into the nearest wall, causing her minions to believe that she's finally getting serious about her plans of killing him. And having him pinned to the wall, she finds herself in a state of contemplation, believing she should have held back a little. Yug tells Cyrus that insignificant humans are so confident in taking on the demons, and unveils her intentions of toying with him. She destroys his armor to prove the point, that humans are nothing without their equipment. But in reality, she's out here gunning to Cyrus's body. All the while, her minions are hoping that she kills him soon. Our boy, on the other hand, observes that he's basically defenseless if she attacks. Now he spots her hand reaching for his face, knowing that it's going to be dangerous if she lands an attack. Bro is out here begging for endurance, because she's about to drain his life, literally. She pins him down and has her way with the guy, while he's starting to realize he genuinely doesn't have the strength to beat these monsters at all. As for Bella, the chick is out here confused as heck. She can barely even call this a battle. Meanwhile, our boy is just out here, acting like he's making some huge sacrifice, all for the greater good. Our boy gets a little too confident and goes on the offensive, believing it's time to max out his stats to the fullest. And well, what happens next can only be described solely by the reactions of the monsters themselves. I'll give you just one hint. The system didn't just give him one, but dozens of power boosts in a single moment. And to make it even funnier, the demon king himself shows up and literally drops his sword in shock. He just stole his concubine right before his eyes. Even Princess Yug is stunned to find the demon lord standing right here. While this ugly-looking bastard is completely speechless, this is the demon Lord Bartley, and because of his presence during the lovemaking process, the system awards our boy by doubling every single stat. I guess that cooking does have its benefits, after all. Bartley unleashes exactly the same amount of rage as any guy would finding his girl cheating on him. Yug is desperately trying to explain, while our boy is already prepared to throw hands with the Demon King. Bartley needs a Snickers with the way he's molding. He lunges forward incredibly fast to prevent this human bastard from playing with his concubine. The first hit alone knocks our boy crashing to the ground. Next, our boy quickly gets up and boldly claims he can still fight. But assessing the situation, he realizes the Demon King's attack potency is way too high for him to handle. Bartley then turns his attention to Princess Yug, questioning why she's having fun with other people. Again, the Demon Lord is furious that she's still the same. He really implies she's for the streets. Princess Yug naturally erupts in outrage, pointing all of the blame right back at him, questioning why he'd come so late. Even the Demon Lord himself, along with his servants, is stunned by her words. Princess Yug doubles down, unwavering in her speech, stating she only went too far because Bartley arrived way too late. She claims he's the one responsible for letting matters escalate to this extent. She's absolutely fuming that he took so long to find her. The funniest part, despite the fact she was the one cheating on him, Bartley is the one feeling guilty. He actually begins apologizing for taking his time, slaughtering humans on his way here. The rest of the warriors are utterly shocked by the Demon Lord's generosity toward his lover. It's a display of affection they've never seen before. Anyway, while they're out here having their lovers quarrel, Cyrus thinks this is a golden chance for them to skedaddle the heck away from this whole mess. So he grabs Bella and helps her along. As her legs are already out of commission, she definitely needs care and attention right now. Meanwhile, Yug pulls out her ultimate victim card and starts sobbing, crying that their beloved relationship has been tainted because of one man's interference. Realizing that the scumbag human caused all of this, Bartley's expression turns deadly serious, and he declares he will end Cyrus's life. However, Yug stops him right there, tugging his leg, and tearfully declaring he's the only one she truly loves. Bartley then shouts at his idiotic servants, who are just watching the drama unfold, instead of actively catching the humans. One of the warriors shares that Yug strictly ordered them not to interfere. This causes the Demon Lord to get so annoyed that he uses his godly speed to head straight towards Cyrus and Bella. The ceiling shatters open as the Demon Lord descends to kill the imbecile of a human who dared to seduce his concubine. Bartley sends our boy flying with another powerful swing, launching him into the ground in pain. Meanwhile, Yug is watching the fight. Currently, even Cyrus believes he's completely outmatched. Not to mention, his body is practically out of commission, up against Bartley's ridiculously overpowered attacks, no less. Without a doubt, he's absolutely no match for this guy. But here's the worst part. The Demon Lord is charging in, determined to finish the job, aiming to slice our boy clean in half. After all, it's a fitting punishment for committing the most heinous act imaginable. Realizing there's no escape from this dire situation, Cyrus desperately begs for the system to intervene. This finally causes Yug to intervene on his behalf, slapping the living daylights out of the Demon Lord and completely misdirecting his attack. Bartley is utterly speechless once again, and while he's momentarily stunned in place, Cyrus makes it his life's mission to run. Faster than the Flash, he makes a mad dash to escape. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord is over here, whining like a literal baby, because his concubine actually intervened, on a human's behalf. The system recognizes this as a critical hit on the Demon Lord, to the point it awards him with a free level up. But Cyrus thinks it's still no time to fight, and just keeps on running. Meanwhile, this demon baddie is going absolutely batshit crazy for the human, outright stating that she wants his body. Bartley tries to stop her, but she frees herself instantly, and then launches herself to have some fun with the human. The demon concubine hurls herself at him, believing it's her time to truly embrace freedom. She actually manages to pin Cyrus down, with a heavy bone-jarring crash, which probably broke any remaining intact ribs he had. With the act of this bizarre lovemaking, Cyrus gains stat points, on top of the fact that it's all happening right before the Demon Lord's eyes. Bartley fully accepts blame for his shortcomings and urges the concubine to take care of the human immediately on his behalf, but she's extremely hostile and straight up curses him, telling him not to dare disturb her fun time. And well, that's probably the most damage Cyrus that has ever dealt to the Demon Lord, because the dude crumbles to his knees in utter despair. Bella swoops in to free her friend from the embrace of the utterly shameless demon, despite our boy's urgent pleas for her to stay out, as the situation is far too dangerous. The D-rank girl gets ensnared by its menacing tail, pinned against the wall. Meanwhile, Yug revels in having Cyrus's body all to herself. She questions what's causing her to behave in such an erratic manner. But yet instead of that, her thoughts are replaced by an overwhelming ecstasy, compelling her to satiate her thirst through the human. Bartley struggles to his feet, his sadness now ablaze with pure rage and denial, to the point he hurls himself forward at hyperspeed once more, determined to kill her. But just as his blade is about to slice her in half, the Demon Lord halts his attack, roaring that he still loves her fiercely and simply can't muster the courage to deal the final blow. He crashes down, as his deteriorating mental state is even acknowledged by the system. The self-destruction process is now underway, triggered by a demon's unstable state, causing Princess Yug immense concern, while the rest of their minions scramble to save their own lives. Bartley's condition descends into a full meltdown, just as the system awards Sears with a new skill for reaching level 10, executing a clean and decisive strike across the Demon Lord's neck. Sears secures the kill with his special skill, known as the Swift Body Slash. Bartley's massive body topples to the ground, effectively preventing the self-destruction sequence and averting total destruction. Even with a shattered blade, our boy managed to deal a lethal blow, all thanks to his incredible skill. Princess Yug, on the other hand, is quite disappointed that the Demon Lord reacted in such a manner, still clueless as to why things had to end this way. Speaking of the Demon Lord, it seems even after his neck was sliced, this dude still lunged towards her. Even in death, he collapses on top of Yug's body, causing her to wail in agony. This unexpected move also frees Bella from the tail's grip. The Demon Lord then requests his concubine to make good on her earlier promise, vowing they'd both die together right here. But here's the kicker. This guy is still in self-destruct mode. Meanwhile, Yug is practically begging for freedom because, she doesn't want to die. Our girl is totally playing the damsel in distress. Just as her hero, Cyrus, swoops in, he cleaves off the Demon Lord's arm, then quickly snatches her away. The beheaded Demon Lord is somehow still capable of talking, but he swiftly meets his end as the self-destruct sequence reaches its fiery conclusion, utterly destroying the entire area. It's only thanks to Cyrus grabbing both Bella and Yug at the final moment that they manage to survive and reach a lower level of the dungeon. Resting at the bottom, Cyrus catches his breath, wondering if he's just landed at rock bottom. But here's what's truly surprising. The gigantic Yug has been replaced by a tiny, little salamander. Her magic value has been utterly reduced to nothing. And this chick doesn't even have 10 HP. Our boy is utterly baffled. As a salamander, Yug quickly scurries into his pockets. Meanwhile, Bella gets up in a rather questionable pose and asks about Cyrus's condition. The system fully confirms the Demon Lord's defeat, allowing our boy to gain access to the Nia dungeon map. As his reward, Bro is out here, questioning if he should inspect it or not, all while simultaneously having a massive nosebleed, because Bella is giving him quite the view. She quickly hops off of him and sulks in embarrassment, while Cyrus activates the map window and learns a ton of things from it. The map highlights marked features to show where he can collect resources and even pinpoint target bosses. With this, Cyrus won't ever have trouble getting lost in dungeons ever again. Even Bella is surprised by what he's saying, because she can't see the system window anyway. He helps her get up, and they're about to leave when suddenly, our dude experiences a sudden ache in his body, causing him to cough out a gush of purple liquid. His body appears to be affected by some sort of demonic magic. His hand trembles, racked with excruciating pain, Sirius fights desperately to suppress the agony. It's utterly unbearable, pushing even a seasoned warrior like him to writhe on the floor, like a helpless, weeping child. Suddenly, cuts erupt all over his body, prompting Bella to pull him into a tight embrace. She realizes she must help him endure this torment. She senses his very body is ablaze from within, which tragically causes his pinky finger to melt away from the sheer pain. And that's the horrific end of Sirius's painful ordeal, leaving him numb as he takes a moment to collect himself. He finally declares that he's all right now, while Bella is utterly aghast at what just happened to his body, or why his pinky finger just vanished into thin air. The warrior then reveals that it's all due to the insidious effects of poisoning. Let's rewind 6 months and witness what transpired. During a devastating monster raid on a city, he witnessed a horde of monsters clashing with a lone hero in battle. The intense fight seemed to center around a mysterious special box. Coincidentally, the box was slashed open by a monster, unleashing violent, thunderous shockwaves. Unfortunately, Sirius was caught near the blast zone when it happened, and was violently thrown into the ruins. The now shattered box began to leak a strange, special liquid. Suddenly, the sky turned a horrifying crimson red, and a rain of blood began to fall upon the ground. The vile smell alone was enough to make Sirius gag, not to mention the hero, who was horrifically affected by the rain, to the point his very body melted away. The same fate befell the monsters. All of them experienced an unending amount of agony. Sirius had been the lucky one, who didn't come into direct contact with the rain. Yet, despite waking up later, seemingly untouched, he was struck with a condition of lethal poisoning. The doctors grimly concluded he had only 1 year left to live, until, out of the blue, a system window popped up, revealing that only the blood of the demon god was capable of healing his lethal condition. The system requested his permission for a full binding from that moment on, and well, Cyrus readily accepted, while also learning the demon god was lurking in the current dungeon right now. He also uncovered that an antidote for the poison exists, somewhere within this very dungeon. But for now, he just wants to retreat to a room, change his clothes, and recover before tackling another fight. The scene then cuts to some random adventurers approaching a new dungeon room, when suddenly, their party's tank senses something. A laser beam shoots out, and somehow, they all manage to avoid being shish kebabbed by it. Well, except for the tank, who is also the vice captain of the squad. He urges his men to stay right where they are, to prevent any other deadly mechanisms or booby traps from springing out of nowhere. So, they're all just standing there, all stunned silent, not knowing what to do. Their best defender, the party's tank, was demolished by a single trap, so they have to be extremely careful. Unfortunately, they can't even use anyone as bait to test for any more hidden traps. But that doesn't mean the group should retreat. All of a sudden, the captain of the crusade, Cyrus, declares they should follow the traditional rules and use the weakest soldier among them as bait. The poor guy is unceremoniously flung ahead and ordered to pay with his life by finding the correct route forward. The soldier can't even do anything in this situation, as Cyrus is ready to kill him anyway if he disobeys orders, leaving him in utter despair. Luckily, Claude steps forward to suggest a different solution. He has a special arrow that allows for safer exploration and greatly increases their chances of survival. But to his absolute shock, Cyrus literally slices the equipment in half, which is just plain stupid, as the D-rank warrior sinks into even further despair. Cyrus is absolutely pissed off by these little toys of the vice captain and states that he's going to kill the vice captain if he fools around any longer. The scumbag then orders the D-rank of the party to get up and start exploring. Our poor guy, shaking in his boots, takes a hesitant step. Luckily, he hasn't triggered any traps yet, but the next step proves to be the trickiest. He has absolutely no idea where to go. While he's debating his options, the team leader doesn't even give him a chance to think. He just barks at him to get moving. Quivering, he lifts his leg. The decoy takes another successful step forward. I don't know about you all, but this feeling right here is probably something akin to a game of Russian roulette. Each instance is essentially the deciding factor between life and death. This poor guy even knows. He's definitely going to get himself killed. At this rate, that is, the sheer fear of death completely overwhelms him. preventing him from taking another step. The immense weight of his fear makes him turn tail, flinging himself back, begging for a chance to return. Unfortunately, due to his carelessness, he steps on a specific point that activates the trap, a clean beam shooting right through his head. The remaining group members are absolutely terrified, because the beam's trajectory suggests they could be hit from just about any angle. As his body flops to the ground, their leader, Cyrus, commands the next lowest-ranked member to step out. But to their absolute surprise, the door opens on its own, stealing their attention. Our boy emerges from the door, and he certainly wasn't expecting to see these guys here. Also, remember guys, that decoy team they talked about earlier? Yeah, well, it turns out Bella and Cyrus were originally supposed to be the group's decoys. The shocking part for the team leader is how both of them managed to survive and escape these dangerous levels. It absolutely makes his blood boil to discover Cyrus's survival. Man, he can't even live in peace. Let's talk about the events that unfolded. Prior to their departure for the dungeon, Cyrus was apprehended for, and apparently knowing some special information about Cyrus's wife's underwear. Now, this is just absolutely hilarious. Apparently, our protagonists go to solution for literally every single problem is this: I'm going to sleep with your girlfriend, and you'll regret it either way. Cyrus tried his best to give a shoddy explanation, but you can only imagine Cyrus's reaction, who was on the verge of straight up murdering him for supposedly having an affair with his woman. As the man of character he is, Cyrus valiantly declared that he would never, ever do such a thing, and was only training his eyes for heightened perception. To their absolute astonishment, our boy then starts listing off all their underwear colors. But the absolute funniest part is how quickly the captain's underlings went for "No, sir, please don't kill him. To kill him now, sir. He's a national level threat." All because he revealed some very personal information. But Cyrus then had a suggestion to place him in the decoy group instead, believing it to be a perfectly fitting punishment. And well, that's how our boy ended up here of all places. And his luck is just so incredibly rotten. He encountered the same dude again. Cyrus demands he get over to his side pronto. But of course, even our boy understands that. It's a trick to make him trigger all the mechanisms. Then the vice captain swoops in with a suggestion, believing it would be wiser to follow the decoy group's trail instead of taking such reckless risks. But this boneheaded captain must have a boulder for a brain, with the way he rejects yet another sensible recommendation. He even guilt trips Claude, pointing out that his actions are solely for the sake of the team. Cyrus then turns his attention back to the annoying pest and orders him to just do his job. But our boy is smart and decides to quickly pop open the map function. As he starts a walk, afraid he'll get blasted out of God knows where. Bella tries to stop him, but our guy knows exactly what he's doing, and thanks to the map, he knows he's completely safe. Meanwhile, the rest of the assault squad, the team, is utterly shocked by Sirius's bravery and his unwavering devotion as he walks with such confidence. They simply can't believe he's relying on pure guesswork. To navigate this deadly puzzle, Sirius carefully takes each step, following system's precise instructions, steadily making his way across. The rest of the team is starting to think this guy has some god-tier luck on his side. Meanwhile, our boy just casually keeps moving, turning around, and taking even more steps forward. Not a single moment of hesitation mars his stride, making them wonder if he already knows the entire route. But then again, his crummy F rank nullifies the theory for them too, even though it's actually the correct one. Bro literally starts hopping all over the place, and he's still completely fine. Sirius finds himself wavering for a moment because he almost lost his balance and triggered the deadly mechanism. Meanwhile, the brain-dead team captain is questioning why the heck he hasn't blown up yet. Sirius is nearly there, and with just a few more steps, he walks past the corpse of the unfortunate bait and arrives directly in front of the captain. His valiant accomplishment of crossing over without triggering a single trap is held in high regard by the entire group. Sirius chalks it off as a result of his training and declares that they're all innocent. But Cyrus isn't quite done yet and nearly takes his neck off, questioning how the hell someone could pull off such crazy luck in a situation like this. At the same time, he makes our boy the trailblazer for the mission because of his unbelievable performance. Just now, the sudden appearance of the kale mushroom surprises our protagonist. These mushrooms are known to induce sickness in humans upon consumption, but for monsters, they're totally okay. Cyrus realizes that the tiny salamander inside of his armor must be hungry, so he carefully plucks a couple of them. Enchanted by the smell, Cyrus immediately notices his act and questions what the hell he's doing. He snatches the mushroom right out of his hand and casually pops it into his mouth, revealing they've been running on empty for quite a while now. As he scarfs it down, the arrogant leader reminds him he can't just do whatever he wants. Cyrus simply informs him there are no hidden traps behind the door, so they can advance without an issue. But the leader still wants him to do the dirty work of opening it, believing it'd be a huge risk if his team just waltzes in and something awful happens. In the end, our boy had no choice but to open the dungeon door, causing Cyrus to alert his party members to stay alert for anything incoming. But as he wields his sword, an uncomfortable, rumbling, gurgling sensation starts in his stomach. Yep, this guy's in trouble. Cyrus opens the door fully, and sure enough, there's nothing so far, but the party members are ready for anything, while Cyrus is out here making a truly awful face, releasing a deadly mustard gas from his you-know-where. Anyway, our boy marches forth, surprisingly not dead yet, so Cyrus questions what he's seeing ahead. At the same time, bro is clenching so hard and questioning why his stomach is betraying him at such a critical moment. Then the realization hits him. It's got to be those mushrooms that caused this internal chaos. Anyway, our boy declares that the place is crawling with traps and goes blitzing ahead, knowing the rest of them will have to keep up, and that will result in even greater torture for the poor clown who ate the mushrooms. The rest of the party starts running, but none of them really know why they're bolting. Cyrus is literally on the verge of exploding and releases yet another deadly gas. The hilarious part is, his group members all believe it's from a dungeon floor and that the horrid stench is going to kill them all. Embarrassed like hell, bro tells everyone to run for their lives, or else they're all going to perish. A while passes after their chaotic marathon. The team leader immediately confronts Cyrus. He's furious about the mushrooms, questioning if this is some elaborate scheme, especially from a D rank like him. But our boy is a master gaslighter, Pro Max Edition. He practically graduated from Manipulation University. Just look at how he's countering him. Poor Cyrus can't even explain the situation properly. One of his team members sets up a comfortable spot, a cozy place for the team captain to sit. But of course, he can't sit around, especially not under these circumstances. Bro is extra motivated and tells them to keep moving. Finally, he presses a blade against Cyrus's neck, declaring he'll personally execute him if he dares to run like that again. Regardless, their navigation through the dungeon continues as the group skillfully avoids each trap, all thanks to our boy's help. Unbeknownst to them, however, there's a colossal sleeping dragon who has no idea humans have invaded her domain. Cyrus keeps leading them deeper in, but there's more than just a few monsters lurking here, actively spying on these unsuspecting humans. Here's the thing, though. The team leader has been deadly observant this entire time, noticing they haven't run into a single monster or even a single trap so far. It's almost as if Cyrus knows this place from the inside out, even though it's wild to admit. But even the team leader knows that, as weak as our boy appears to be, he couldn't have made it here on his own. Anyway, Cyrus points to the boss's room just up ahead, which means his value as a guide has expired, because the team leader now sees him as nothing more than an obstacle. Noticing a large, jagged spike on the ceiling, dangling right over Cyrus's head, the sneaky team leader activates his sword skill, releasing a concentrated wave of mana, slicing the spike and causing it to plummet down, right where our boy is standing. The scumbag thinks he's some god-level genius with this little accident excuse of his. But to his shock, before the spike hits Cyrus, a scorpion's tail whips it away and then assaults the team leader directly. The armored monster makes its descent, coincidentally also causing the collapse of the place, an isolating series from the rest of the team. As for the scumbag leader, He lucked out, reacting swiftly to the assault, and managed to pull through. But our boy wasn't so fortunate, believing his life was over, and that he was utterly doomed. But then, a voice calls out, spotting a human. The monster appears to have a feminine form, but she quickly voices her disgust for humans. The woman, Sadiel by name, remarked how disgusting it was to see a human there. Near her, the monster, a level B+ puppet scorpion belonging to Sadiel, stood menacingly before Cyrus and his team. Tyre shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, while Bella grew tense, finding it difficult to even lift the sword they'd given her. Tyre ordered the tankers forward to block the monster's movements, not allowing it to break through. The tankers moved to the front, shields held high. Tyre then instructed the archers to swiftly shoot from behind, capitalizing on the distraction created by the tankers. The archers followed his order and unleashed a volley of arrows at the monster. The arrows found their mark, prompting Tyre to instruct the archers to keep firing. However, the monster roared deafeningly, exerting an immense force that repelled every arrow launched its way. Everyone struggled to even stand against that force, and Tyre was utterly shocked that the sheer force of the monster alone had repelled every single arrow, rendering their attacks utterly useless. Suddenly, Cyrus stood up, demanding why they were all standing still, like statues, and that they shouldn't be frightened by the monster's overwhelming aura. Cyrus tried to motivate them, declaring there was only one monster, and they could easily defeat it. Meanwhile, Cyrus also heard another voice, and wondered if the voice he'd heard belonged to another monster. Out of nowhere, a scorpion tail lashed out towards Cyrus to attack. Yet, Sirius somehow dodged it. He wondered what that was. The scorpion itself lunged, aiming for Sirius. But Sirius, once again, dodged with ease. Then he stood his ground and challenged the monster to taste his fist, boasting 3,190 attack power, with just a single punch from Sirius. The scorpion puppet's body instantly gained a gaping hole, and then, slowly, all its parts blasted apart, scattering everywhere. Sadiel was stunned to see that Cyrus had actually shattered one of her scorpion puppets with just a single punch. Cyrus realized the antidote to cure his poisoning was in the boss's room just ahead, so he couldn't afford to waste any more energy on these meaningless battles. He decided to use the map and escape immediately, sparing himself the trouble. Sadiel approached, stating it didn't matter, because she planned to discard anything that had been touched by disgusting humans. She then informed Cyrus that she originally intended for the monster to twist his face, but now she'd have to do it herself. Upon seeing Sadiel, he was stunned. Another female monster. Sirius retorted that his head wasn't a melon, or anything of the sort, for her to easily twist off with her bare hands. Upon hearing this, Sadiel replied that she wouldn't deign to touch his disgusting body with her hands. She then explained that, while he might handle mere humans outside, with just his hands, she was actually using her hand to control the scorpion puppets with the help of a hidden string. She then informed Cyrus that she would deal with him first, and then proceed outside to kill the other humans. Sirius furiously roared that he was a hero, and protecting humanity was his sworn duty, so he would stay and fight her. Even if it meant expending all his strength, he would stand there, blocking her path. Sadiel attacked Sirius, taunting, "Is that so?" She seized his head with just one leg and slammed him to the ground. Just then, Cyrus's system roared to life. And guess who the target was? Sadiel. Sadiel scoffed, declaring that a guy who overestimates his abilities is absolutely nothing to her. Meanwhile, the scorpion puppet abruptly ceased its attack. Seeing this, Tyre excitedly urged everyone to look. The monster's head was glowing a furious red, a clear sign their attacks were finally starting to take effect. Cyrus was genuinely surprised by Sadiel's incredible speed. Sadiel then revealed that the fact Cyrus managed to make it this far, considering mere human strength, was quite impressive. But that's where it ends. Lord Ney truly despises humans stepping foot into his domain. At that exact moment, she was pressing her second leg right onto his face. But Cyrus knew this monster was simply too powerful. He realized he absolutely couldn't let her escape outside. He had to stop her right here, right now. So he pulled his head back a fraction, and ferociously opened his mouth, ready to bite her foot. Cyrus's outrageous act left her completely mortified. She shrieked, exclaiming how utterly disgusting it was that Cyrus would dare do such a thing to her feet. Meanwhile, as the monster continued its struggle, Bella noticed something amiss. There hadn't been any movement from the rubble for too long. She worried that Cyrus hadn't just been knocked unconscious. Trapped under the stone, she had to get him out. She called out to Tyr, urging him to cover her. As she prepared to pull Cyrus from the wreckage, Tyr was stunned, frantically telling her to wait. But it was too late. She sprinted off before he could even respond. As she ran, she desperately hoped Cyrus was okay. However, the scorpion puppet spotted her and lunged to attack. But Tyr heroically jumped in the way, blocking the furious assault with his sword. Though it was incredibly difficult for him to hold that block for long. Meanwhile, Bella's thoughts were still consumed by Cyrus. He was a hero, after all, and it was just a pile of rocks, so he had to be okay. On the other side, Sadiel, repulsed, lost her grip on Cyrus, all because he had dared to lick her feet, a move that utterly disgusted her. Cyrus, meanwhile, felt a wave of relief. He was finally free from her headlock. Cyrus's system then informed him. He realized he couldn't use the instant kill skill without holding a weapon. Hearing this, Cyrus grew incredibly frustrated. If only he'd known this would happen, he would have brought a weapon. Now, Cyrus had no choice but to attack with his bare hands. He tried to punch Sadiel, but she expertly dodged and roundhouse kicked his face. As her foot connected, she noticed his face felt surprisingly soft. The force of that kick sent Cyrus flying, crashing into a nearby stone wall. Sadiel admitted, that felt incredibly satisfying. Cyrus was utterly speechless at her confession. But then, Sadiel herself tensed, wondering what was happening to her. She decided to swiftly defeat Cyrus, as it would be troublesome if outsiders stumbled into Lord Nace's room. She then grabbed the tail of the puppet monster Cyrus had severed and tried to attack with it, but Cyrus saw the attack coming and skillfully dodged it. Thanks to his impressive agility, he then focused magic energy into his hand and cleanly sliced the tail in half. However, that was just a distraction for him, because while he was busy slicing the tail, Sadiel attacked again with her leg and locked Cyrus's face in it. Her words and facial expression were completely at odds. She said she'd wipe him out, but her face looked like she wanted to do something entirely different. Sadiel declared she wouldn't let him go this time, vowing to strangle him with her feet. Cyrus was furious and moved to grab her legs with his hands, determined to make Sadiel feel the power of his grip. The moment Cyrus touched her legs, Sadiel felt strange and quickly jumped away, but she quickly stomped on his face with her leg, furiously demanding he not touch her legs with his dirty hands. She even used the cut pieces of the tail to hold his hands. Cyrus was stunned to see her wield the scorpion tail he'd just broken, and her suppression was so powerful that he couldn't evade her attacks at all. She then put her feet on his face once more, declaring she'd crush his face flat, all while she was, in fact, crushing his face. Cyrus's powers were surging. Meanwhile, Sadiel was reveling in pure bliss, her feet planted firmly on his face, until her agitation value hit 66%. She informed Cyrus that humans were simply born to be trampled beneath her. But she was trembling, and because of this, the puppet monster outside, clashing with Cyrus and the others, began to shake as well. And Tyr, brimming with delight, declared the monster was starting to lose its balance, so they needed to hold on tight. Their victory was almost in hand. On the other side, Sadiel was having the time of her life, feeling absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, Bella dashed towards the stone wall, just as the scorpion tail lunged to attack her. Tyr saw it, attempting to warn Bella, but it was already too late. The tail struck her, sending her flying, to crash against the rocks on the far side. Sadiel was touching Cyrus in rather inappropriate places, to which he was shouting, begging her not to touch him there, as she wasn't permitted near Cyrus. The tail was about to lash out at him, and Cyrus was poised to block it. He somehow dodged it, deflecting with his sword. But he noticed that even from this great distance, the tail could still pierce the wall, which meant the monster's rank had far surpassed that of an elite monster. There, Sadiel found it very fluffy and pulpy, and her agitation value had reached 95%. On the other hand, Cyrus was about to be attacked by by the scorpion puppet, and by the time Cyrus realized it was coming from behind, it was already too late. He saw the scorpion princess approaching, but too late he couldn't block them. However, to his immense relief, on the other side, Sadiel became fully agitated and started acting very strangely, as if she were being utterly seduced. And because of this, the scorpion monster twitched and stopped dead. Cyrus was utterly surprised to find he'd blocked the attack, but then he noticed the monster was howling, and acting incredibly strange, restless, and agitated. Cyrus realized this was his perfect opportunity. So, he unleashed his roaring tiger severing strike attack on the scorpion puppet. The puppet went flying, crashing hard to the ground. Seeing this, everyone cheered in delight. They immediately began praising Cyrus for his incredible power, amazed that with just a single strike, he had so easily wiped out the monster. Meanwhile, back with Sadiel, her agitation value was skyrocketing to 98. This was why she was acting so strangely. Suddenly, the monster started vomiting. Seeing this, everyone believed Cyrus's attack was so potent. It had made the creature howl in agony. They showered Cyrus with praise, acknowledging that with him around, they wouldn't have to worry about any magical beasts coming their way. Even Cyrus himself was wondering if the scorpion puppet wasn't actually that strong, given how easily he defeated it. On the other side, something happened to Sadiel, and the monster started moving once more. Everyone tensed up. It wasn't fully wiped out, so Cyrus told everyone to step aside and let him handle the scorpion puppet alone. He wanted them to witness the true power of their captain. Sadiel was incredibly tense, wondering what on earth had happened to her. Why was she doing something like this? With a human body? She decided she had to stay calm. Meanwhile, Sirius was panicking, wondering what to do. Her body was so incredibly resilient, especially her legs. If this continued, she would completely drain him. So, Sirius shouted that he would never submit to her, but she shoved her leg into his mouth to silence him, yelling for him to shut up, because she didn't want to hear his voice. Siri was getting a very similar feeling to what he experienced with Yug. He felt like he was being played by the girls again, but back then his powers were increasing rapidly, gaining over 2,000 points each time. On the other side, the scorpion puppet was battling Cyrus, but due to Sadiel being seduced and losing her temper, the monster wasn't even fighting at its full strength. Cyrus noticed the monster was rapidly losing its energy, so he unleashed his sacred whirlwind slash attack, and with that, the monster went down. Everyone cheered, thrilled Cyrus had used his signature attack to finally defeat the beast. But then, a chilling realization hit them. The monster was still roaring nonstop. They whispered amongst themselves, convinced Cyrus was so strong. He'd beaten the creature into unconsciousness, causing it to roar uncontrollably. Cyrus then confidently stated the monster was nothing but a mere punching bag in front of him. Even Tyre praised Cyrus, exclaiming he was so powerful. He defeated the beast with a single decisive strike. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Cyrus's defense soared by 3,304 points. His agility also shot up by 4,210 points, making him immensely more powerful. Sadia was basking in the glory of the moment, but suddenly she heard the chilling voice of her Lord Nay, demanding to know why it was so noisy outside. The instant she heard that voice, she tensed up and instantly leaped off Cyrus's body. She quickly stumbled back, frantically wondering if her game was truly over. Just for a moment, she had completely forgotten Lord Nay's strict command. She must quickly wipe out these filthy humans and swiftly make amends for her monumental mistake. Finally, to top it all off, Cyrus's attack power surged by a colossal 10,000 points. He became so overwhelmingly powerful that he exuded a palpable killing aura. Then chillingly asked Sadiel, "Do you still want to continue playing games with me?" Sadiel instantly tensed, seeing his entire demeanor was completely transformed from before. Cyrus's chilling, oppressive presence was eerily like Naysamas. She wondered if she truly had to fight against someone like him. Confronted by his overwhelming, killing intent, she promptly turned tail and fled. Cyrus was utterly bewildered why she had run away, and if he should even bother chasing her. However, he decided to simply dismiss it, as his true goal was to obtain the demon god's blood. Deep within the boss room, conserving his physical strength was crucial. Sadiel had already utterly drained his energy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, as everyone lauded Cyrus for his bravery, Bella anxiously sprinted towards the rock walls, desperate to find Cyrus. But before she could reach them, she saw someone shattering it with their legs. As Sirius emerged, he was surprised to see Bella. Bella immediately asked if he was all right, asking if he'd gotten hurt at all. Sirius confidently responded he was completely fine. But Bella, ever observant, noticed he was covered in dust and expressed her concern that, while it might not show on the surface, there could be internal injuries. She even suggested he let the medical team take a look. Cyrus laughed, responding that he was truly fine. So Bella told him that if he felt unwell, he should let her know immediately. Cyrus responded with a simple okay. Meanwhile, Tyr was trembling with fury, seemingly harboring deep feelings for Bella. Cyrus asked everyone to listen, stating that from that moment on, they were going to follow behind him, as he wanted them to witness his true strength, for he was going to defeat the boss alone. Hearing this, everyone was amazed and started praising their captain's mightiness. Cyrus was absolutely elated, thinking that the dungeon's danger level was certainly not C rank. It was probably pushing D rank at best. So, when he returned to the guild and shared his achievements, it would surely lead to a promotion, which was a significant gain for him. The scene then shifted to Lord Nay's room, where Sadiel shared with Nay that a very powerful human was outside. She didn't know what method he used, but his initially feeble strength skyrocketed to an unimaginable extent. In an instant, she asked Nay to be more careful when facing the human. In a weird voice, Nay tensely asked Sadiel what she had commanded her. Sadiel responded that she had commanded her to guard the door and not let a single creature enter his room. Upon hearing this, Nay furiously asked if she even knew that. Then, what the heck was she doing out there with that human? Sadiel tensed up, about to respond, but before she could, Nay attacked her. A powerful blast erupted behind her, but the ray of light passed right through her. Instantly defeating her, Nay shouted that she didn't want to hear her lame excuses. After that, Nay picked her up with magic and threw her onto the corpses of countless monsters and humans, saying she should just become firewood. At that moment, Sadiel was murmuring that she didn't want to die yet. As Sadiel was thrown onto the corpses, a pond emerged, filled with a mysterious green liquid. Nay shared that after waiting so long, she had almost finished, using thousands of humans and monsters as firewood. The demon god's blood had finally begun to boil. Suddenly, someone barged into Nay's room, breaking down the door. Hearing the door shatter, Nay turned back and asked who was so brave and dared to set foot in her room. Cyrus responded, "It's me, her daddy, who came to beat the hell out of her." Cyrus saw the demon god's blood in his system and told him that the demon god's blood could eliminate toxins from his body. After consuming it, Nay asks if Cyrus was the powerful human that Sadiel mentioned. Cyrus also wonders if the green blood was the one that could detoxify him. Cyrus then asks everyone to listen to him, stating no one was allowed to take action without his command, as he wanted to take on the boss of the C-rank dungeon. By himself, everyone starts cheering for Cyrus to go and defeat the boss, showing the power of humans and what they could do. Cyrus was amazed to see that the item placed on that platform was actually the demon god's blood. Meanwhile, Cyrus was running towards Nay to defeat him, and everyone else was cheering for Cyrus. As he drew close, Cyrus leaped into the air, commanding Nay to feel his terror. However, Nay simply used her thumb to launch a counterattack. From that attack, a fierce yellow light ray erupted. It incinerated all the armor Cyrus was wearing. Cyrus himself was sent flying into the air too, then crashed hard against the wall. Witnessing this, everyone was utterly shocked. They rushed to Cyrus, asking if he was all right. Nay then scoffed, asking if Cyrus was truly their only hope, as their most powerful human being, concluding that Sadiel was utterly useless. Meanwhile, Cyrus was utterly stunned on his side, and wondered incredulously. That monster's attack, it makes no sense. It shattered his A-rank armor with just one strike. Fortunately, he was wearing the S-level, soft dragon scale armor his brother gave him underneath. Otherwise, he would have surely bid his life goodbye. His teammates asked if he was all right, but Cyrus was still lost deep in thought, wondering to himself, what in the world is going on with this underground dungeon, and why is there such a massive difference? in strength between these monsters? He mused that it wasn't a good idea to fight those monsters head on. So, it'd be better to use his team members to exhaust the monster's strength first. Then he would take action when a monster didn't have much strength left. In this way, his chances of winning would be a bit greater. Cyrus stood up, commanding everyone to follow his orders, to charge forward and showcase their expertise. However, Tyr immediately interrupted him, suggesting that a full charge assault without proper formation could result in many unnecessary casualties. He recommended sticking to their previous formation, with tankers using their large shields up front. Cyrus furiously glared at Tyr, demanding, "Are you questioning my judgment, or trying to defy my commands?" Tyr tensely responded that he wouldn't dare to do so. Cyrus then sharply told Tyr to stop talking and do whatever I'm ordering. Cyrus then commanded everyone to pick up your weapons and charge forward, assuring them he was their unwavering support and that there was absolutely nothing to fear. Everyone nodded in agreement and charged furiously towards the dungeon boss. Meanwhile, Ne was also primed to retaliate, declaring, "Here comes a bunch of humans who clearly have a death wish. Why, their very flesh and blood don't even qualify as kindling for my altar." Ne then roared that she would show them the true difference between mere humans and a true monster, and unleashed her devastating despair, inducing disparity attack across a massive area. Most of them were instantly incinerated by that attack. Cyrus quickly grabbed Bella and Mark, pulling them out of the attack's devastating range. While many were burned to ashes, others were gravely injured. Even Cyrus barely managed to escape the attack's direct hit, but his cherished sword was utterly incinerated. Cyrus was utterly aghast to see his precious sword gone. Ne then ascended triumphantly into the air and taunted Cyrus, asking if he hadn't boasted he'd make her feel true terror. Cyrus realized the battle was unwinnable, so he quickly plotted his escape from the scene. Tyr was horrified by the sight of his teammates' burned bodies, but to his utter disbelief, he saw Cyrus attempting to flee, shouting for everyone to retreat. The few who were still alive obeyed his desperate command and fled the boss room in terror. Tyr seethed with fury at Cyrus's words, but to Cyrus's shock, a hand suddenly seized his own. When Cyrus looked back, it was none other than Tyr. Tyr held his hand, reminding Cyrus that he had just declared he was the team's unwavering support, and his battle against the boss was far from over, so Cyrus couldn't just abandon them. Cyrus struggled, attempting to shake off Tyr's hand, to free himself from Tyr's iron grip, but it was useless. He couldn't loosen Tyr's hold. Cyrus snapped at Tyr, reminding him that he was the team captain, and his words were law. If Tyr wanted to stay and die, then he was welcome to it, but he wouldn't drag Tyr into his demise. Meanwhile, Ne furiously demanded how Cyrus dared to trespass into her sacred domain and wreak such havoc in her sanctuary. Yet, he still desperately yearned to escape. Ne then lunged forward, launching another fierce attack. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Cyrus panicked, nervously yelling at Cyrus, calling him a fool for not watching his back. The dungeon boss was about to unleash that devastating light beam once more. Cyrus even tried to flee, tugging at his own hand, but he was stunned to find he couldn't pull his hand free. He wondered why Cyrus had such an iron grip. Cyrus again pleaded for Cyrus to let go, as the boss was clearly aiming right at them. But Cyrus stood still, enraging Cyrus, who believed he could take down the boss himself. He also couldn't yank his hand away from Cyrus. In a burst of fury, Cyrus tried to lunge at Cyrus, but Cyrus seized his hand and twisted it. The searing pain made Cyrus howl in agony. Cyrus then yanked Cyrus towards him, picking him up, ready to hurl him at Ne. He roared that as captain, Cyrus must stick to his words. The instant Ne unleashed her attack, Cyrus hurled Cyrus straight into the beam. He declared that Cyrus needed to be a solid support for their teammates. He instructed Cyrus to block the boss's attack with his body and cover his teammates during their retreat. Cyrus barged directly into the beam of light, buying everyone else crucial time to retreat. They fled outside, leaving Cyrus to be injured by the beam. One teammate was utterly stunned by the sight. After that, Saris furiously glared at Nay, shouting that it was his turn now. Bella states that she wants to stay behind. Tyr also agrees with Bella, declaring that he too wants to stay and confront the monster. Bella responds that he doesn't need to stay, as she is staying specifically for Saris. Tyr shared that he understood, but as the top-ranked B-class hero, and someone who came to eliminate monsters, he would never run away. He also expressed that he didn't want to take orders from that idiot, Cyrus. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nia asked Saris why he didn't escape. Even after witnessing her immense power, implies Sirius was looking down on her. Nay then unleashes the beam once more, but Sirius counters with a swift body slash, causing Nay to tense up and pull her hand back. Nay became furious. Sirius was just too fast, but to her surprise, Sirius started running towards the altar of the demon. That god's blood. Nay began to wonder, why was the human running towards the altar? Soon, she wondered if it could be possible that his goal wasn't to kill her, but rather to obtain the blood of the demon god. Sirius was continuously running towards the altar, as he was just a few meters away from it. They tried to shout, asking Sirius to stay away from her altar, but at that very moment, Bella and Tyr attacked Nay from behind, saying it was the best opportunity for them. Surprisingly, Nay easily holds both of their swords, and then aims towards Sirius, calling Sirius a real bastard, who had speed like a cockroach. Bella shouts at Nay, and asks her not to dare attack Sirius. Both Tyr and Bella try to push Nay back, and just as Nay unleashes her attack, her foot slips a bit, causing her aim to go off. Sirius is also able to dodge the attack, due to the botched aim. Sirius then happily jumps towards the altar, thinking he almost got what he wanted. But the moment he got close to the altar, he saw a magic array. He tensed up immediately, and just as he touched the array, a blast occurred, deflecting him from the altar. Nay shares, that magic array was personally created by me, and as long as I'm alive, no living creature can cross it. Sirius also agrees with her, realizing that charging straight ahead and forcibly drinking the demon god's blood to detoxify wasn't feasible. They must defeat the boss to proceed. Suddenly, Sirius spotted something in the gaps of the walls. On the other hand, Nay threw Bella and Mark aside, declaring them both arrogant fools, who underestimated their abilities. Both Bella and Tyr plummeted to the ground, with a devastating impact, getting slightly injured in the process. Meanwhile, Cyrus was stunned to realize it was the very same female monster who had just slipped through his grasp. He wondered how she possibly ended up here. At that moment, Nia was trembling, urgently telling Cyrus not to make a sound, and not to let Nay know she was present. Nay chillingly declared that his ritual demanded a calm, peaceful demeanor. Therefore, after wiping them out, he would quell his anger. Seeing this, Cyrus's tension spiked, realizing Bella was in grave danger. So before rushing off, Cyrus placed the kale mushroom in front of Sadiel. Sadiel, seeing this, wondered about the kale mushroom and its incredible power recovery abilities. Cyrus sprinted towards Bella, shouting that he was coming. On the other side, Sadiel grabbed the mushroom and began to eat it. Afterward, tears of pure happiness welled in her eyes. Cyrus's system revealed that the female monster, Sadiel, had developed feelings for the host. This caused the host to fulfill the weapon unlocking requirements, thus unlocking his weapon options. Suddenly, numerous anonymous cards with question mark signs appear before him. The system then shared that. First, he needed to see the detailed explanation of the weapon introduction rules. Meanwhile, Tyr stepped in front of Bella to shield her, declaring he would hold them back. You have to escape quickly, he urged. Bella responded that her leg bone had cracked again, so he had to escape without her. Here, Cyrus furiously shouted at the system to skip the rule explanation. He was going to rescue people now, and didn't have time for such nonsense. So, the system skipped it, asking Cyrus to choose a card. Cyrus randomly picked a card and received a sword with a furious red aura radiating around it. The system announced he had obtained the weapon. Exploding garment, divine sword, fury. Cyrus lunges at Nay, shouting. He demands she try his new weapon's power and perish. He then unleashes an attack, but with just one hand, she effortlessly grips his sword. A laugh escapes her lips as she declares Cyrus fell right into it. Both Bella and Tyr were merely bait. Her true target was none other than him all along. She then unleashes her devastating light beam attack. How will you escape this close-range assault? She taunts. He roars back, telling her not to underestimate him. I never said I was going to dodge, he exclaims. He slashes his sword with every ounce of his power. Yet, it only manages to leave a mere scratch on Nei's hand. She lets out another mocking laugh, pointing out that despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he had only managed to graze her skin, and not a single drop of blood had been shed. She then calmly explains, that's the fundamental difference between monsters and humans. But at that very moment, her dress rips right from above. Stunned by this, she freezes. Embarrassed, she questions, where did my dress go? Even Bella and Tyler were mortified by the sight. As Nei was stripped, Sirius was also tense, knowing this monster was truly powerful. His system screen reveals his skill, Exploding Garment. The divine sword, when striking with it, would cause enemies' clothes to explode. Once the enemy is completely naked, it triggers the ultimate move, Divine Sword Descent. Nei was absolutely furious with Sirius for what she considered a truly despicable move. And for that, she was determined to wipe him out no matter what. Sirius tried slashing at her again, but this time she swiftly dodged. Sirius thought to himself, his previous attack hit her palm once, causing her top clothes to burst open. In other words, he just needs to do it one more time, and he could knock off the robe underneath by attacking her legs afterward. He would then knock off her face mask, triggering the ultimate move. So all he needs to do is get close to the boss and keep using his skill, Swift Body Slash. Sirius was certain Nei wouldn't escape. He was confident he could land another attack. Suddenly, Sirius's system displays that his current magic power was only enough to use Swift Body Slash. The skill could be used 6 times with a 10-second cooldown. Targeting a new enemy, however, would allow for an instant skill activation. Hearing this, Cyrus was utterly disappointed. He immediately deemed the skill completely ineffective. The system then asked if Sirius wanted to deactivate the skill, but Sirius responded with a resounding no. Sirius then thought, if that's the situation, he would grudgingly give this technique a try. He furiously charged towards Nei, ready to attack, executing a Swift Body Slash. But Nei elegantly leaped into the air and dodged the attack. Sirius tensed up, frustrated that he had missed his attack yet again. Meanwhile, Nei was wondering why Sirius kept targeting her legs, when her upper clothes had already been torn open. Was Sirius trying to strip away her entire robe now, too? Just then, Sirius lunged forward again for another attack. But this time, Nei furiously lashed out, kicking him in the face. Sirius's face took a massive impact, sending him soaring through the air from the sheer force of the blow. Somehow, using his sword for leverage, he managed to stop his flight and land on the ground. However, he was in excruciating pain. His nasal bone felt almost shattered, causing him significant, throbbing discomfort. Yet he then remembered the excruciating pain of his body melting after the toxin had broken out, and he instantly realized that the pain from his broken nasal bone was absolutely nothing compared to that horror. Sirius became even more furious and charged relentlessly towards Nei to attack, shouting that this little pain was nothing at all for him. For him, every second slowly, every passing second felt like an eternity. As Sirius neared Nei, and as he finally reached her, the skill's cooldown also hit 1. He knew he could attack now, while he was still running. They tried to counter with her laser beam attack, but Cyrus skillfully managed to dodge the laser beam. Nei's tension mounted as she witnessed this. So Cyrus lunged in, going for a Swift Body Slash, straight out of their ongoing clash. Wondering how Nei would possibly dodge this attack from such close proximity, Sirius finally hit her, feeling utterly confident he had finally landed the blow. But in reality, he had actually only attacked her tail, and she was still gracefully flying through the air. Nei declares that she never said she was running away. She then screams that if it weren't for her fear of exposing herself, she could be making much bigger moves. And with his mere speed, she could have annihilated him ages ago. Cyrus instantly tensed up as Nei blasted him with a laser beam. He tried to dodge it using a skill and attempted to counterattack, but the screen showed his skill was on cooldown. Cyrus grew frustrated, wondering why 10 seconds felt like an eternity. He had no choice but to face her head on. Cyrus then slashed directly with his sword, without using any skill, pouring his full power into it. Somehow, he managed to deflect the laser beam, a massive blast erupted from the collision of the beam and his sword slash. Even Tyr was stunned, wondering how Cyrus actually blocked the boss's attack head-on. It seemed utterly impossible, as his overall combat level was assessed as only F rank. Before the expedition, even with combat of that caliber, as a B rank fighter, he was completely unable to intervene. On the other side, Cyrus felt elated, realizing the true attributes of the sword. They were truly amazing. He laughed and told Nay that now he could counter and easily avoid her attacks, rendering her attacks useless against him. Nay responded that Cyrus was right. It's indeed difficult for her to kill him. She then aimed towards Bella, confusing Cyrus as she explained that it would be easy for her to wipe out the woman. With the injured foot, she then unleashed the beam. So Cyrus hastily used the swift body slash and attacked the nail of the finger she was attacking with. He succeeded in breaking that nail, but he was too late as she unleashed her attack. By that time, Cyrus initially felt happy, but upon realizing Bella was now in danger, he tensed up and ran towards her to save her. Seeing this, Nay laughed, sharing that she knew stupid human beings always do those kinds of hero-saving things, which is why heroes always end up being killed by villains. From behind, she lastly told him that he had been fooled and attacked with her second hand. On the other hand, Cyrus realized that he had been too late to run towards them, and now he had only one choice left, knowing that the swift body slash would work. Immediately when he changed the target, he locked Bella as his target and used swift body slash. So with that, he was able to block the attack. But in the process, he breaks the armor of Bella and Mark. Even Tyr was stunned to see that. The aftermath shattered his armor. Now I was shocked to see that Sirius dodged it again. Suddenly she noticed that the altar was showing some weird actions, and she realized that she was so preoccupied with the battle that she forgot to add firewood to keep the demon god's blood warm. If she didn't immediately sustain the temperature of the altar, all the effort made up until now would be wasted, and she would have to wait another 100 years. On the other side, Bella starts acting as if she is getting seduced, and wonders why she is feeling so weird, and why her body feels so hot. His system shows that the agitation value had already reached 91%, indicating that she was already feeling something for Sirius, and now she was locked in. So she had even more attraction for him. Bella gets close to Sirius and holds his face, as if she was going to kiss him. Seeing this, Tyr was also stunned. While she was so close to kissing him, Cyrus remembers a past memory. When Bella was 8 years old, it shows that she looks really scary. She asks what he is looking at, if he's never seen a gorgeous woman before, or if he wants to kiss her. The scene returns to the present, where Cyrus tensely moves back, saying that he didn't want to kiss her. Tyr then asks Bella what's gotten into her, demanding if she was about to kiss Cyrus. Bella's mind immediately races, wondering if she just took the initiative to kiss Cyrus. Her body moved entirely on its own, and she even stuck out her tongue. All this while they were still in the midst of a fierce battle. Bella feels a rush of tension and immense embarrassment, her entire face turning a furious red. Tyr furiously demands why her face is still so red, and why she's sweating bullets. He questions if she's been poisoned, or if she's just hallucinating, and her body's gone totally out of control, right? He's absolutely convinced she must be hallucinating. Otherwise, she never would have done something like that. On the other hand, Nai's focus remains solely on the altar, because once the demon god's blood chills, it would take another 100 years to boil up again. She then pulls the corpses of both monsters and humans, sharing that she doesn't want to wait that long ever again. So this time, she must completely burn the demon god's blood dry. Hearing this, Cyrus immediately tenses up and asks whether Nai really intends to burn the demon god's blood dry. He then thinks that he must stop her quickly, but the boss is tremendously fast. He can hardly land a strike on them. Then, there's only one thing left, to let his strength increase, to the point where the boss can't dodge his strikes anymore. On the other side, Nai is putting all the corpses into the altar, using them as firewood, wondering if it'll be enough to raise the altar's temperature to the absolute maximum, Cyrus wants to instantly trigger the ultimate move of his explosive garment, his divine sword, and wipe out Nye. So, Cyrus goes towards Bella and tells her that he's figured out a way to defeat the boss, but he needs her cooperation for a bit. Bella asks what. Cyrus responds that as long as she and he do some romantic things, like kissing, cuddling, and so on, to power up and take down the boss. Hearing this, both Bella and Tyr are utterly mortified. Tyr even wonders how Sirius could utter such crude things. With a completely serious expression, Sirius takes Bella's hand and says he knows it will be difficult for her, but he practically begs her. Bella is so flustered, she doesn't know how to respond. But Tyr immediately cuts them off by yanking Sirius's hand away from Bella's. Tyr furiously declares that he thinks it all sounds like pure bullshit. He believes Sirius clearly just wants to take advantage of Bella, and they're in the middle of a battle, yet Sirius is thinking about vulgar things. What a pervert Sirius is. Tyr then turns to Bella to tell her not to trust Sirius. But to his absolute shock, Bella tells Sirius that she trusts his words. Tyr is completely dumbfounded, and here, Bella places her hands on Sirius's shoulder, telling him it was embarrassing for her too, so not to take it the wrong way. She only agreed because she wants the monster boss defeated, and she actually had no desire to do any of those things with him. As Bella was holding Sirius's face, Sirius again remembers that childhood moment when Bella was about to kiss him, and he was terrified to see her face and hear her talk. At that time, he'd shouted that he didn't want to play the game anymore. But remembering that in the present, he gets tense, shouting in his mind at Bella not to do that thing with him. So, just as in childhood, he pushes her away. Sirius shoves her in the present and says it was a close call. He almost got killed in the process. His system shows that Tyr took a critical hit. At that moment, Bella was left wondering why Sirius pushed her away. Sirius then gets a notification that his level increased by 1, and all his stats have been increased by 5,000 points. Seeing this, Sirius is absolutely amazed and realized it was definitely because of Mark. He was thrilled that now he wouldn't have to touch Bella's body and relive that terrible memory. Sirius told Bella that if it was too difficult for her, then they shouldn't do it, and he would just defeat the boss himself. Hearing this, Bella grew sad and asked Sirius to wait, suggesting, what if he still couldn't defeat the boss and actually needed her help? Meanwhile, Bella's agitation value had now reached 99%. Sirius responded with a mocking expression, saying he didn't want her help, and then he dashed towards Nia. Hearing his refusal, Bella felt hurt and asked why. She even wondered why Sirius had no interest in her whatsoever. Tyr then interrupted her, saying he understood. Sirius is stronger than him. That's why she has a crush on Sirius. But he still wanted to ask her. Bella asked if it could possibly be that again. The scene shifted to Sirius, where he was contemplating that. To activate his finishing move, he had to hit both the head and the leg simultaneously. Earlier, he had almost hit the boss's leg, but now all his stats have been boosted by 5,000 points. So, if he could just find the perfect opportunity, using Swift Body Slash, he could surely achieve it. Over on Nia's side, she was confused because the altar still wasn't connected, wondering why the temperature remained so low. If she didn't fix it soon, the temperature would plummet rapidly. So she thought of using the filthy humans to make up for a bit of warmth. Nia flies towards Sirius and tells him to be proud, as they were about to become the firewood for her sacrifice, which was the highest praise she could offer them. She then declared that it was time for her to unleash her full power now. So she began collecting her full power in the center to attack all at once. Sirius was also stunned to see it, as the power ball forming was absolutely massive. When Nia furiously attacked towards him, he attempts to block it with his sword, but as he was blocking, he received a notification. His magic points were rapidly plummeting. Slowly but surely, his magic points dwindled to almost nothing. Finally, he somehow manages to deflect the attack, but his total magic power plummets to near zero. Now, he only has 11 magic points left, and he can't use any skills because of this low magic value. Cyrus grew tense, realizing he had no power left, and he was completely at a loss. Nay looked thrilled and told him she knew his magic power had been depleted, and the battle was over. Cyrus now wondered what to do, but to his surprise, Bella came and held his face, saying he clearly needed her help. She then gently pressed his face to her chest, which shocked and heartbroken Mark. Cyrus also thought that Tyr was a good man. Bella also thought that she had already told Tyr a long time ago that she already had someone in her heart, and from childhood to the present moment, it had never changed. Due to her and Tyr's heartbreak, Cyrus gained a 5-level increase in his power, and a powerful glow emanated from his body. Cyrus realized a surge of power was rising within him. He received a notification that all his stats had increased by 27,500 points. Seeing this, Ney was utterly shocked, thinking it was impossible. Cyrus should have no way to fight back against her now. Cyrus was now glowing intensely, as if he had gained a superior power. Ney declared that no matter how much strength he increased, he was still just a mere human being, and in front of monsters, he was nothing but an ant. But while she was talking, Cyrus ran towards her and attacked with full power, stating that she could always dodge such attacks. However, Cyrus swiftly slashed at her body. Ney didn't realize at the time of Cyrus's attack, but when her mask and robe got torn off, she was stunned to see he had truly shattered her mask. With that devastating attack, Cyrus's system then revealed that the ultimate move, Holy Sword Descent, had been unlocked. Ney furiously shouts, "How dare you ruin my face?" She then gathers all her power and infuses it into a beam the size of a giant ball. Cyrus attacks Ney as well, and she tries to counterattack. A massive blast erupts in the room. The beam also strikes her, and the entire ground is destroyed within seconds, leaving only the line of ground on which Cyrus was standing. Even Bella and Tyr are greatly impacted by the blast. After the fog dissipates, Cyrus sees that Ney is lying unconscious on the ground. Believing he has won, Cyrus's system shows a cooldown of 20 seconds for the Holy Sword Descent. He then runs towards the altar, but is shocked to see that the magic altar is still active. He wonders why the magic altar hasn't been deactivated. Suddenly, he hears Ney's voice, asking if he thought he had already won, as she would never allow filthy humans to touch the demon. God's blood. Cyrus notices that there are still 9 seconds left on the cooldown. He shouts back at Ney that he will end her in 9 seconds, but then Cyrus looks towards Bella and sees that her health is dangerously low. On the brink of death, Ney stands up, shouting that she won't let him have his way. As long as she's still breathing, she challenges Cyrus to come forward and see who will emerge victorious, humans or monsters. Cyrus finds himself in a critical situation, torn between rescuing Bella and Tyr, and continuing the fight for the demon god's blood. He prioritizes Bella and Tyr, neglecting Ney. Cyrus swiftly flies towards the entrance to leave the room. Ney is momentarily relieved as they depart, thinking that humans are indeed foolish. On the other hand, Cyrus shouts at the map to open and needs to find the quickest route to the exit. He urgently needs to reach the hospital as fast as humanly possible, but just as he steps out of the room, he's immediately ambushed by monsters. Sirius swiftly prepares himself for battle. Meanwhile, Bella remains deeply unconscious, lost in her childhood memories. She vividly recalls everyone laughing at her, mercilessly mocking her appearance, and questioning who would ever want to kiss her. Bella still yearns to play house, but the others sarcastically suggest she play a gorilla instead. Right at that moment, Sirius was approaching her. Some children try to warn him away, claiming he'd get infected and turn into an ugly freak himself. To their absolute shock, Sirius slaps one of the boys. The scene now shifts to the present. Sirius effortlessly defeats the monster with a swift body slash attack. Meanwhile, back in Bella's dream, the child Sirius slapped is crying. Sirius tells Bella the game isn't over yet, explaining that since he's a boy and she's a girl, he should play the dad and she should play the mom. He promises to take full responsibility for her. In the present, after defeating the monster, Sirius reassures Bella that she'll be okay. Meanwhile, over on Ney's side, she's looking at the altar, realizing she needs to add more firewood to maintain the critical temperature. It simply cannot be allowed to decrease. So, with no other options left, Ney decides to sacrifice herself for the cause. On the other side, Sirius was battling monsters that stood in his way, trying to stop him. Meanwhile, in the boss room, Nay shatters into pieces as she throws herself onto the altar as firewood. Before completely dying, she shouts to the holy demon god that she can no longer serve him personally. Meanwhile, Sirius battles the dragon monster, relentlessly attacking with his sword. But as soon as he defeats the dragon monster, his exploding garment, divine sword, vanishes. Cyrus's system chimed in, announcing the enemy's defeat, and the weapons returned to his system. It showed the weapon would be available again in 12 hours, but Cyrus figured it wouldn't matter anymore, since they were almost at the exit. The scene shifts outside the dungeon exit, showing Sirius and some of his teammates. Everyone is overjoyed, having made it out of the dungeon alive. Meanwhile, Cyrus was fixated on how close he came to dying in that treacherous underground dungeon. He reflects that even his dragon scale armor was shattered, all because of that damned Sirius. Sirius, for his part, speculates that Cyrus should have been defeated by the dungeon boss by now. Suddenly, someone spots Cyrus returning, with Bella and Tyre in tow. They shout, "Cyrus is alive," to Sirius. Sirius is utterly stunned by this news, and Cyrus looks incredibly serious himself. Sirius snatches a sword from one of his teammates and shouts, questioning how Cyrus dared to follow them secretly. An attempt to escape. He demands an explanation from Cyrus, asking how he could defy his orders and try to run away. As the captain, Sirius declares that Cyrus has lost his qualifications to be part of the expedition team. He states he won't even consider using the guild's medical resources to prolong Cyrus's life any longer. Sirius then shouts he's going to make sure of it. Right then and there, preparing to attack. However, to everyone's utter surprise, Cyrus kicks Sirius square in the face and uses him as a stepping stone to launch forward, stating he doesn't have time to waste on him. Sirius appeared to be unconscious, while the others were shocked and shouting at Cyrus, questioning how he dared to attack their captain. One member shouted, "This is serious." He informed everyone because Cyrus kicked the captain and caused him to faint. "We need to hurry and get the captain to the hospital." The scene then shifts to the guild hospital, where ward boys are seen frantically running, with Bella and Tyr on stretchers. They're shouting about an emergency case. Cyrus feels relieved after ensuring Bella and Tyr were safely delivered to the hospital. He decides to quickly return to the dungeon, because he's just one step away from obtaining the demon, God's blood, to cure the poison. The scene shifts back to the dungeon, where a red-colored substance emanates from the altar. Gradually it rises up, beginning to take the shape of a humanoid figure. Sadiel observes everything, wondering what kind of entity boss Nay had summoned when sacrificing herself. As he gazes upon his transformed appearance, it seems like Nia was living under the identity of Bio in front of everyone, and they didn't even know she was actually a girl. The red-colored substance forms into a dress-like shape, and a hand emerges from inside. As the hand emerges, the atmosphere grows intensely chilling. Feeling this sensation, Sadiel becomes tense, describing it as a chilling feeling, as if countless needles are stabbing her into her bones. A monster with a human appearance emerges from the red substance and remarks that the scene feels very familiar, as if it were truly her own domain. When she first appeared, Azathoth had a boyish body but long hair like a girl. Sadiel, feeling the intense sensation, tensely tries to run away from there, thinking that the place is becoming too dangerous. Azathoth feels Sadiel's presence and approaches the wall, pushing it with a finger. With her touch, the entire wall starts collapsing. This startles the monsters standing on the floor above, as they wonder why their floor is exploding. Azathoth had caused this to reveal the person she sensed. After falling, every monster is hurt, and speculates whether Boss Nay had caused the collapse. However, one of them shouts for everyone to look up, pointing out that the underground dungeon had collapsed, revealing the open sky above them. They wondered if Boss Nay caused the collapse, but quickly dismissed the notion. They knew such destruction needed far greater power than Boss Nay could ever wield. As they debated, Azathoth suddenly interjected, announcing that Nay was dead, and she now required a new servant. Hearing this, the monsters grew tense, debating whether to flee or remain. One monster even approached Azathoth, declaring their lineage had endured for ages, thanks to their immense power. and they were ready to follow someone, even mightier than Boss Nay. Everyone else then began clamoring, eager to offer their service too, but Azathoth roared that they were all too ugly, and proceeded to obliterate them. Azathoth declared she wanted no ugly minions. She then gracefully walked towards Sadiel, complimenting her appearance. She instructed Sadiel to look up and open her mouth. With tears welling in her eyes, Sadiel complied, and Azathoth poured her blood into it, commanding her to drink. After swallowing, Sadiel felt a sudden transformation within her body, sensing an unfamiliar sensation, as if her very being was mending itself. Azathoth approached Sadiel again and explained that Sadiel's body should now feel incredibly comfortable. Her blood possessed the power to repair all damage, fortify the immune system, and dramatically enhance strength. Azathoth added that during the digestion process, it could bring Sadiel immense pleasure. Azathoth then told Sadiel it was getting dark, advising her to find a clean room. Awaiting her, Sadiel, unsure how to respond, simply nodded her head. The scene then shifts to the guild's headquarters, where Darren is seen holding Cyrus's head. Darren, visibly furious, demanded to know what Cyrus had said about the mission's failure. Cyrus apologized to Darren, explaining that if he lost his captain's position, Darren would be forced to take over and audit the remaining, the guild's investigation team's valuable assets. He pressures Darren to come up with a solution to this dire situation. Cyrus also attempts to explain that if their secret is discovered, they've been secretly selling off the guild's resources. It would lead to serious trouble. However, Darren shoves Cyrus back and yells at him to keep quiet, stating that he already knows that. Darren then asks Cyrus if he just said someone on his team defied his orders. Cyrus confirms this and mentions the culprit's name is Cyrus. Darren checks the document and sees that Cyrus is an F-rank hero. He instructs Cyrus to pin all responsibility for the failure on Cyrus and orders him sentenced to death for desertion. The scene shifts to the dungeon, where Cyrus is bewildered by its collapsed state. He rushes towards the altar to check if his antidote is still intact, but he's shocked to find it completely empty. Meanwhile, Sadiel quietly waits for Azathoth, sitting patiently. Suddenly, Azathoth places her hands on Sadiel's shoulders, prompting Sadiel to beg Azathoth not to do it. Surprisingly, Azathoth hugs Sadiel from behind, and Sadiel is utterly stunned. She feels something incredibly soft touching her back. Sadiel, who initially thought Azathoth was a boy, becomes utterly confused as she tries to reconcile this perception with the soft sensation she's feeling. Out of nowhere, Azathoth whispers something in Sadiel's ear, causing her to be utterly captivated and move aside from the hug. Embarrassed, Sadiel turns back, stunned to see Azathoth, whose appearance has suddenly changed to that of a proper girl. Azathoth, confused, asks Sadiel if she doesn't like hugs. Sadiel demands how Azathoth could change like that. Azathoth explains that there's nothing surprising about it, as at night she loses all her strength and reverts to her true self. A girl Azathoth also explains that during the night, Sadiel must protect her and eliminate anyone with ill intentions towards her. She warns Sadiel not to attempt to harm her or escape, as consuming her blood during the day allows Azathoth to resonate with Sadiel's blood, potentially causing Sadiel's body to dissolve instantly. Even at night, Sadiel is compelled to obediently listen to her instructions. On the other hand, Sirius is tense as he searches everywhere in the dungeon for the blood of the demon god, but can't find it. He wonders if the blood of the demon god must be hidden somewhere in the dungeon. Holding on to hope, Sirius asks the system to open the map so he can scout every corner of the dungeon thoroughly. Here, Azathoth explains to Sadiel that she doesn't want things to end up like this, but her heart is sealed within the Heroes Guild, preventing her from being in her complete form. As a result, at night, she transforms into a weak human, but as long as she waits until daytime and restores the power of the demon god, they will head to the Heroes Guild headquarters to retrieve her heart. When that happens, every monster in the world, whether it's day or night, will once again bow to the might of her power. Suddenly, Sadiel hears footsteps approaching, so she moves to go and investigate. Azathoth stops Sadiel and instructs her that during any fights, she must stay within a 5-kilometer radius. Azathoth warns that if Sadiel exceeds this range, she will consider it an attempt to escape and threaten to dissolve her body. Azathoth asks Sadiel again if she understands, and Sadiel responds with a yes. On the other side, Cyrus's system informs him that the blood of the demon god is in Nea's underground dungeon. Cyrus is happy to learn that it's indeed in the dungeon. Cyrus runs towards a room where Azathoth and Sadiel are staying, thinking it's the last room of the dungeon. He hasn't checked yet before he reaches the room. Sadiel hides beside the door, ready to attack him. When Sadiel lashes out at Sirius with a fierce kick, he effortlessly evades it. Sadiel is stunned, realizing it's the very same human she encountered earlier that morning. Meanwhile, Azathoth begins to feel incredibly strange and wonders what in the world is happening as her body twitches unexpectedly. This sensation usually only occurs when she's near her heart. Sadiel demands to know why Sirius returned when Nea was already dead. She urges him to leave the dungeon before daylight. Sirius is stunned to see Sadiel's body, which has already regained enough strength to fight. He then asks Sadiel if she enjoyed the mushroom-flavored treat he gave her. Hearing this, she gets flustered and embarrassed, responding that it wasn't tasty at all. It was the most disgusting mushroom she had ever eaten in her entire life. She furiously tells him to get lost, but Cyrus's system shows that Sadiel's favorability rating is at 70%. Cyrus is delighted to see this and comments that she's blushing and her favorability towards him is higher than he expected. Before he can finish speaking, she kicks towards him, yelling he's talking nonsense and that she doesn't like him at all. She kicks again, this time hitting her own face, and she crushes it. She declares that her feelings towards humans are just plain disgusting. But suddenly, to her utter surprise, his body disappears from beneath her leg. She's completely stunned, and when she turns around, she sees him sprinting towards the room. Sadiel wonders how he managed to escape after she clearly stepped on his face. Sirius explains that he has urgent matters to deal with, so they can play later. As he reaches the door, as he senses the blood of the demon god behind it, before he can even open the door, Azathoth opens it herself, and accidentally, Cyrus puts his hand right on her chest. He's shocked to see a human girl there in the dungeon, and realizing his hand is on her chest, he quickly retracts it. Sadiel asks Azathoth why she came out, enraged by Sirius placing his hand on her chest. She furiously grabs his hand and squeezes it. Suddenly, a spark of light bursts forth from that very spot. She's utterly stunned to realize it's her own heart. She then wonders why her heart was even in that part a human. Sirius shoves Azathoth back, tensely demanding she let him go immediately. He questions what she's even doing with him. Sirius's system then reveals that this human girl, that is the blood of the demon god he seeks. Sirius is absolutely flabbergasted. He wonders how his antidote could have turned into a human. Without a second thought, he grabs her hand and cuts her palm, intent on drinking her blood. He then proceeds to drink her blood, hoping against hope it might be his antidote. As Sirius performs this act, Azathoth feels a strange sensation and twitches. After he's finished drinking, Sirius's system reports his poison still hasn't been cured. His remaining lifespan, a mere 101 days. Sirius demands, wondering aloud how her blood could possibly be ineffective. Azathoth smirks, thinking that since she's transformed into a human, her blood would, of course, be useless now. Just then, Sadiel interrupts them by fiercely kicking Sirius's hand, demanding he release Azathoth at once. But Sirius easily dodges the kick, taking a swift step back. Azathoth then wonders how her very heart was absorbed by a mere human and transformed into an essence, stored within his filthy, disgusting body. So now, if she wants to regain her true power, she must forcibly absorb that part back in her own body from him. After doing so, his body would dissolve into a mere pool of blood, as fitting punishment for using her power. Without her permission, Sirius then wonders if other liquids from her body might actually possess the antidote effect. he decides he must first take her away, and then consider it further in private. As he slowly moves towards Azathoth, to his utter surprise, something emerges from underground. It's actually a monstrous creature named Ghana, a boss-level threat. Ghana happily shouts and joyfully shares with Azathoth that even from thousands of miles away, she could sense her powerful presence, and the sensation utterly bewildered her senses. Stirring inside her, Ghana also revealed that she had never removed the bell Azathoth had bestowed upon her, proving her unwavering love for him. Ghana then asked Azathoth if she could devour her right now, stating that after that, Azathoth would belong only to her. Sadiel was stunned by this, while Azathoth looked tense. But suddenly, to her surprise, Cyrus scooped her up in his arms and started running towards a hole in the wall. Leaping outside, as he jumped, he wondered how a boss-ranked monster could suddenly appear in the dungeon like this. So, he knew he had to take Azathoth to a safe place. First, Ghana also leaped through the hole, following Cyrus, shouting at him to give Azathoth back to her, and not to run away. The scene then shifted to a few seconds later, at the Heroes Guild, where Cyrus had taken Azathoth, thinking it was a safe place. He was relieved that he had finally managed to lose Ghana, who had been hot on his heels in the hall. Cyrus was sitting beside Azathoth. Azathoth tensely asked where he had brought her. Cyrus responded that it was the Heroes Guild in Zone Z, his home. Hearing this, she became happy, thinking that if it were true, her plans would become much easier. After retrieving her power into her body, she could go on a wiping spree, and they all would pay the price for messing with her heart. So Azathoth stood up, held Cyrus's face, and with a helpless expression, told him that she had been cursed by a terrifying monster, and if she didn't find a human to mate with soon, she would die. So please save her. Cyrus responded that he was a noble and upright hero, and he would never exploit someone's vulnerability. But still, Azathoth jumped onto Cyrus and with a sad face, shared that she was in deep pain at that moment, pleading with him to save her. Hearing this, Cyrus became tense and wondered how he could have encountered what an utterly shameful situation this was. His inner voice strongly warned him never to exploit the vulnerabilities of others. If he did, his righteous soul would surely suffer unbearable anguish. But then he quickly realized that as a hero, it was his sworn duty to help those in pain. He couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Sirius then reached out to Azathoth, believing he was ready to sacrifice himself, all to save her, and bear the pain deep within his heart alone. Meanwhile, as Azathoth leaned in for a kiss, she secretly planned that once she extracted his essence and fully regained her power, she would wipe out every single one of them. But just as she drew incredibly close, Sirius noticed something between her legs and, confused, asked if it was a tail and how she even had one. Sirius then suddenly remembered that tails were typically supposed to be in the back, and Azathoth's tail was very much in the front, meaning it was a male private part. Upon this shocking realization, Sirius was utterly stunned and tensely pushed Azathoth back. He was so utterly terrified that he stumbled backward, and in the process, Yug fell right out of his pocket. Sirius tensely demanded of Azathoth why she had a sword between her legs. Azathoth then moved even closer to Sirius and seductively whispered that he had already agreed to save her. Right then and there, Azathoth was keenly aware that daybreak was fast approaching, and her body was already beginning to change. This meant Azathoth possessed a unique dual personality. During the day, her body transformed into that of a boy, while at night, she'd return to her pure girl human form. So, she once again placed her hand on his leg and moved in for another kiss, insisting Sirius couldn't go back on his word now. Sirius was incredibly tense and utterly clueless about what to do. But to his immense relief, an unexpected scene suddenly occurred. As Yug suddenly began to transform, Azathoth even asked, utterly confused, what in the world was happening with his pet. Within mere seconds, Yug completely reverted back to her monstrous form and loudly declared that she was so incredibly hungry. She was absolutely starving. Yug once again cried out for Sirius's help. Addressing him as her master, Sirius spotted an opening and informed Azathoth, claiming Yug needed his help more desperately. So he'd assist Yug first, and then it would be Azathoth's turn. Azathoth was utterly speechless, unsure how to even respond. Yug, meanwhile, wondered if Circe's pocket was so small that she couldn't even fully stretch out. Meanwhile, Ceres was already rushing towards the kitchen, declaring that if Yug was hungry, he'd whip something up for her to eat. Once in the kitchen, he began to cook, all the while wondering how he had managed to buy himself some time under the guise of cooking. But then he pondered his next move. If he didn't save Azathoth, she would truly perish, and he had no means to defend himself either. So, he questioned himself. Did he really have to mate with Azathoth? He soon began to get frustrated, unable to decide while he was cooking. Azathoth, meanwhile, approached from behind, thinking she could wait until morning to regain her powers. Ceres noticed her, but pretended he hadn't seen her at all. Seeing this, Azathoth quickly realized that he didn't want to do what she had in mind. She thought if Ceres wouldn't cooperate, that she'd have to resort to forcing him into doing strange things. Out of nowhere, Azathoth moved closer to Ceres and was about to place her hand on that part, but Ceres quickly snatched the food off the plate, and bolted outside, heading straight for Yug. He declared he had finished preparing the food, and needed to go outside to help Yug first. Azathoth became absolutely furious, because her human body was too weak to overpower Ceres. As Ceres exited the kitchen, he noticed Yug's tail emerging from the bathroom, prompting him to investigate. When he peered inside, he was utterly shocked to see Yug drinking toilet cleaner. He wondered if she'd be okay after consuming that. To his utter surprise, Yug was actually happy and smiling, claiming it was delicious. In the next scene, as Yug ate her food, Azathoth returned to Ceres, and insisted he had already prepared food for Yug, and now it was her turn with Ceres. He asked Azathoth to calm down and just listen to him first. To his utter surprise, Azathoth went wild. She screamed that she didn't want to hear any excuses. She wanted to do it right now. Just then, his system flashed a new message. The time limit for returning his weapons had arrived while Azathoth was still going wild. She forcefully tore off Cyrus's clothes, shredding them to pieces. This left him absolutely stunned, with only a tiny scrap of cloth remaining. Azathoth, blushing furiously, slowly approached Cyrus. Meanwhile, Cyrus's system urgently alerted him that he had to complete a new mission. It involved running through the streets, waving to 33 random people. Seeing this, he became absolutely furious. He shouted that he would never do such a humiliating thing. Suddenly, his system gravely warned him that if the host couldn't complete the mission, he would be pulled back into the advanced paradise. But in reverse, a mysterious door appeared behind Cyrus and slowly began to open. Cyrus waited anxiously, desperate to see what was behind the door. When it finally swung open, he was absolutely shocked to see many boy dummies, asking him to come and play with them. Cyrus shouted that this seemed even more terrifying than running through the streets without any clothes. Cyrus started to think about how such a ridiculously small piece of cloth could possibly provide him any cover. Horizontally, it wasn't long enough to properly cover his waist. Everything behind him would be exposed, and standing up, with both hands pressing the front and back, there was no way he could wave to passersby. Cyrus got utterly frustrated and started to cry, realizing that the tiny cloth simply wouldn't cover him properly, and no matter what, he'd still be exposed. Without another thought, he sprinted towards the door. He told Yug to take care of Azathoth, explaining he was just going outside for a few minutes. Seeing Cyrus run outside completely naked, Yug was utterly amazed, wondering if that's truly how humans go out. Azathoth also felt a pang of sadness, realizing she'd have to wait until morning. Yug then asked Azathoth. She asked if Azathoth wanted a sip of the toilet cleaner, claiming it actually tasted quite good. But Azathoth quickly shot down the idea with a firm no. Meanwhile, outside the room, Cyrus covered his face with a cloth, believing it was the best way to avoid showing his face to anyone. He then bolted towards the barbecue plaza, knowing it would be swarming with people at this hour. And as if Cyrus's troubles weren't enough, the moment he arrived at the barbecue plaza, the monster gunna also sensed his presence in the area. She quickly arrived, utterly frustrated that Sirius had managed to escape her so quickly. Sirius, upon reaching the location, started frantically waving his hands to attract everyone's attention. A young girl was the first to notice him and began shouting that there was a pervert, calling for someone to come and help. More people came out upon hearing the scream, but Sirius managed to slowly accomplish his task amidst the commotion. Now that he had completed 1/3 of his mission, with only 7.5 seconds left, Sirius started getting chased by some furious men because he was running naked through the city and heading towards an even more crowded area. The scene then shifted to Cyrus's home, where Sadiel suddenly appeared at the window. Yug immediately tensed upon seeing someone at the window. Sadiel was relieved, however, upon seeing Azathoth, and quickly warned them that they were in the city of the Brave Heroes Guild. Getting caught here could be extremely dangerous. Sadiel urged them to hurry up and leave. Azathoth responded that since it was almost morning, there was no need for them to hide anymore. She then ordered Sadiel to go and find Cyrus. Azathoth instructed Sadiel that when the sun rose, he should let her blood fall on the ground, and she would find her way to him. Sadiel responded with a firm yes, and immediately started running to find Cyrus. As she ran, she wondered about what would happen to Cyrus. After reclaiming the essence, would humans turn to blood? This thought made her incredibly tense. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted around her. Looking down from her vantage point, she was utterly shocked to see Cyrus streaking naked. A crowd of people chased him down the street. Cyrus, unfazed, kept waving at passersby, which completely flummoxed his pursuers. He was still greeting people, even while being chased. His system chimed, showing he'd completed 2/3 of his mission, making him ecstatic. Only a few more people to greet. Then, out of nowhere, a massive spider monster materialized, attacking the very people. Chasing Cyrus, Cyrus heard the sounds of destruction and spun around to see what was happening. He was absolutely stunned by the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Other people, seeing the monstrous threat, immediately urged everyone to evacuate and called for backup. Meanwhile, Cyrus was baffled. How could a monster appear at such a critical moment? Despite his confusion, he resolved to confront and fight the beast. Cyrus asked his system to open up, but informed him that during the weapon return mission, he couldn't use the system because everything had been reset to initial rank F. Hearing this, Cyrus was utterly shocked, wondering what in the world was happening in the city. An announcement blared, confirming a monster sighting, urging everyone to evacuate immediately. At the same time, we saw a boy named Sam had bravely captured a piercing spider by its leg, frantically asking for a weapon. To his utter surprise, Cyrus walked up, shook Sam's hand, and congratulated him. Sam furiously asked if Cyrus had lost his mind, greeting people in the middle of a battle. And seriously, had the monster knocked his pants off? Thanks to Cyrus's antics, Sam lost his grip, and the piercing spider lunged to attack. Luckily, an A-rank hero named Kai Jack arrived, swiftly dispatching the monster. Saving some, Kai Jack then asked Sam if it was really so hard for C-rank heroes to defeat such tiny spiders. Charlton stood right beside Kajik. This was Charlton, the Heroes Guild's vice president. He immediately lauded Kajik, impressed. Charlton acknowledged his actions were as good as being on the battlefield. He stressed the urgent need to escort Kajik back to safety now, but Kajik calmly told Charlton not to worry, claiming that with their elite security team, no monster could ever touch him. Suddenly, Ghana made her dramatic entrance. Sensing Cyrus's essence, tension immediately filled the air. Everyone instantly tensed up. Kajik immediately barked orders to ensure Mr. Charlton's absolute safety. Keag longed at Gina soul fleshing, but she effortlessly dodged his attack. Then, with a chilling smile, she touched her face to his hand, asking if that was all it took to get close to her. Suddenly, Kajik's hand began to melt. His entire body slowly ignited with agonizing pain. Kajik howled, realizing the poison's horrific effects, warning everyone to stay back and not touch Ghana. Ghana merely laughed, finding humans so fragile for being unable to withstand even the slightest amount of her poison. Another hero bravely told the others to take Mr. Charlton away, vowing to hold Ghana back himself. Ghana smiled, asking if he truly thought he could hold her, warning them they had massively underestimated her. Meanwhile, Cyrus was just one person away from completing his crucial mission. But then another hero screamed, screamed, burned by Ghana's searing poison. She mused that the noises humans made when poisoned were truly pleasurable for her. As the hero died and his scream faded, Ghana remarked she still hadn't heard enough screaming. She slowly advanced on Charlton, who began to shriek for help. Just then, Cyrus arrived. He demanded Ghana leave Charlton alone. He urged Charlton to look at him directly. The moment Charlton did, Cyrus's mission was complete. His original clothes instantly reappeared. Cyrus then prompted the system to open. It presented him with an urgent option: choose a card. Upon his selection, the system revealed Cyrus had acquired a powerful weapon called the Silent Divine Finger. The weapon appears to have a special ability where, when Cyrus touches surrounding objects, they transform into the enemy's body, and he can feel their sensations. When the enemy screams from the bottom of their heart, it triggers the activation of the silent force associated with the weapon. This ability suggests a powerful and potentially transformative aspect of the weapon in combat or strategic situations. Upon seeing Cyrus, Ghana became pleased, identifying him as the human associated with her lord, Azathoth. She ran towards him, demanding to know where he had hidden Azathoth. Sirius responded that he would hand Azathoth over to her. Ghana replied that if that was the case, she would eliminate Sirius first, and then locate Azathoth on her own. Sirius locked Ghana as his target, and when Ghana attacked him, he dodged and moved away, touching the ground in the process. The moment Sirius touched the ground, Ghana felt a strange sensation, feeling as though someone was touching her body. This sensation embarrassed her, causing her to wonder why she felt that way. She screamed in response to the touch, and her scream value reached 12%, triggering the silent force. The force inflicted significant pain on Ghana. Stunning her momentarily, she covered her chest and wondered if Cyrus had, indeed, touched her chest just moments ago. She interpreted the sudden impact after her scream as an invisible force, likely Sirius's ability, though not fatal. It caused her pain, confirming her suspicion of Sirius's capability. Ghana declared that her body and mind belonged solely to Lord Azathoth. She stated that anyone else who touched her, besides Lord Azathoth, would face death, and she vowed never to make such a betraying sound. Again, Ghana expelled all her toxins from her body and gathered them in her hand. She then informed Cyrus that she would present his charred corpse as an apology to Lord Azathoth. Cyrus tensed up as Ghana launched her attack, declaring Sirius would die in agony as punishment for daring to touch her body. Despite Sirius barely dodging the initial strike, Ghana relentlessly pursued him, trying to grab him right off the ground. At that very moment, Sirius placed his hand on the ground and gave it a rub. Ghana screamed yet again from the intense sensation she felt in her armpit, and this time, her scream value shot up to 43%. As a result, she was hit by a powerful force, causing her significant distress. Sirius even wondered if the sensation felt like he had just brushed against her armpit. Meanwhile, Ghana was writhing in pain and realized the sensation truly hurt, noting it was several times stronger than the previous one. She wondered how she ended up making a sound again when she had decided to hold back, but this time it was her armpit that got touched. It felt so incredibly itchy, and for a moment, it actually brought her joy, realizing that even Sirius was capable of triggering such sensations. Much like Lord Azathoth, Ghana clutched the bell Azathoth had bestowed upon her and sadly apologized, wondering what was happening to her. She questioned how Cyrus, a mere human, could dare to have thoughts similar to Azathoth. She found it utterly disgusting because lowly humans could never compare to the nobility of Azathoth. Ghana hid herself to snap back to her senses, and once composed, she smiled and asked if now Azathoth would forgive her. On the other side, Sirius was shocked to see Ghana hitting herself and interpreted it as a clear sign that she might have some mental issues. Ghana remarked to Cyrus that his attack moves were strange and declared that she would get serious now. She then drew her sword and prepared to attack. Seeing Ghana pull out her sword, Cyrus wondered if the location where she concealed her weapon was even more peculiar. He then mused on the situation, noting that the first time it was her chest. Her armpit slammed against the wall a second time, So logically, if he calculated the distance ratio correctly, her next move would surely be aimed at his back. Suddenly, Sirius started to flee. Gonna immediately gave chase, shouting, "Why are you running now?" Too late, she leaped at Cyrus to attack, but he skillfully dodged her assault. Cyrus yelled that his agility was superior to hers, and she wouldn't catch him off guard. Gonna acknowledged she already knew, then launched a sticky spiderweb at Sirius. He immediately became ensnared in the web and thrashed around trying to break free. Gonna declared he wouldn't be able to break free, and now he had to die. She lunged in for the attack, but just then, Cyrus managed to free his hand from the spiderweb and touch the ground. Wondering if his theory was correct, the sensation he was feeling, he noted, was akin to touching the inner part of her thigh. Gonna once again felt both intrigued and tense, due to Sirius's bizarre skill. This time, she clapped her hand over her mouth, absolutely determined not to scream. Sirius attempted to tickle her further, but she remained resolute, refusing to make a sound. Under any circumstances, she succeeded. The scream percentage only reached 1%, indicating the effect wasn't very strong. Gonna felt a wave of relief, happy she'd managed to hold back her scream, realizing that as long as she didn't scream, she wouldn't be vulnerable to further attacks. When gonna look back at Sirius, she was utterly surprised to see that he had escaped the spider web. He had completely slipped away. Sirius's voice came from behind her. "I never said I was going to slip away," he stated. Gonna just smiled, considering Sirius's decision not to run to be a truly foolish move. She then popped something into her mouth, while calmly explaining that she had figured out all his attack moves, and the chance he just had to escape was his one and only. Now, she was absolutely determined to dominate him by herself. When she removed her hand from her mouth, it was shockingly revealed she had covered her mouth with a thick spiderweb. Her brilliant idea was this: by sealing her mouth shut with the spiderweb, she wouldn't make any screaming sounds, rendering Sirius's sonic attacks completely useless against her. Sirius then asked Ghana if the spot she felt was on the inner part of her thigh, correct? Upon hearing this, she became incredibly embarrassed and frustrated, thinking Sirius was an utterly disgusting human for paying such close attention to her body. Sirius understood from her silence and explained that, after locking her up, he had arranged everything according to her exact body proportions. He then declared that next up was the true battle, where one side would completely overwhelm the other. He would launch a fierce attack on her body to find every sensitive spot, every point that would drive her absolutely wild. Ghana then thought to herself that she had already anticipated his attack, so no matter which part of her body was attacked, she simply wouldn't scream. Sirius rubbed his hands along the walls. Ghana knew what was coming, so she somehow endured it and didn't scream a single sound. Sirius was also surprised to see that there was absolutely no reaction from her. Meanwhile, Ghana was incredibly tense, realizing that this feeling was completely different from before and seemed to be coming from the depths of her very soul. But somehow she held back. Even so, she still held onto Lord Azathoth, as if this intense feeling stemmed from the deepest part of her heart. But she endured it and didn't betray Azathoth. This level of pleasure still couldn't compare to Lord Azathoth. Sirius again rubbed his hands on the walls, and then rubbed them together, asking Ghana to truly enjoy it. Ghana was visibly getting seduced, and wondered why this intense feeling rushed directly into her mind. On the other side, Charlton was noticing everything, and saw that the female monster had started to wriggle. Again, which he found simply amazing. Charlton wondered what kind of trick this was that pushed the female monsters to let out those moaning sounds, and he yearned to learn that technique himself. Meanwhile, Gunna was bewildered by how Sirius managed it, as the feelings surged from deep within her. So intense, a sensation she'd never felt before. Suddenly, she noticed that the image of Lord Azathoth was starting to blur in her mind. She was determined not to let this happen. She had to stop everything right there. These thoughts could not linger, because she belonged solely to Lord Azathoth. She had to regain her composure. Sirius, however, was shocked to see that Gunna still hadn't let out a single scream. It seemed the excitement wasn't quite enough yet. With renewed resolve, Gunna then channeled all the toxins from her body into her weapon and rushed towards Sirius, ready to strike. Gunna believed she wouldn't fall down easily. Seeing her approach, Cyrus moved closer to the wall and rubbed his hands together, inviting Gunna to appreciate his skills. This caused Gunna to tremble once more and wriggle on the ground in agony. As she endured it, she grew tense, feeling overwhelmed by the intense sensation, unable to move even a muscle. She knew she had to eliminate Cyrus quickly, or Lord Azathoth would vanish from her heart. With fierce determination, she flung her sword at Cyrus to strike him down, but Cyrus somehow dodged the attack. Gunna had already anticipated Cyrus would dodge it, so she released the toxins from her sword. Just as it neared Cyrus, she figured Cyrus couldn't dodge the toxin in such a cramped space, and when the toxins cleared from the space, Gunna realized that at such close range, Cyrus wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Now that his entire body was surely tainted with her potent toxins, there was no doubt he would perish. Then, to her utter shock, she heard Cyrus's voice say, just like the spider web trick you used on him earlier, deceive and strike. He wouldn't fall for that same trick twice. Peering upwards, Gunna was absolutely stunned to see that even in this predicament, Sirius had somehow managed to leap onto the rooftop. Sirius then roared, declaring it was his turn now, and with that, he launched himself off the rooftop, plummeting into the cramped space below. He's rubbing both his hands against the walls. As Sirius descended from above, Gunna felt an incredibly powerful sensation, intensifying with every passing moment. Gunna desperately tried to hold on, believing the sensation would end in mere seconds. But because of the towering walls, the sensation lingered far longer than anticipated. She tensed, realizing it still hadn't ended. She thought frantically, everything happened in a flash last time, so why isn't it ending this time? She yearned for it to end quickly, but her limit was rapidly approaching. Finally, just before she screamed, she whispered an apology to Lord Azathoth, as she simply couldn't hold on any longer. Then, with every ounce of her being, she shrieked. Sirius's system promptly displayed a scream value of 100%. This time, it wasn't just a scream. Even the locket bestowed upon her by Azathoth shattered, unleashing a powerful blast around Gunna. Within that devastating blast, the force slowly drained Gunna's magic energy until her magic value hit 0. She transformed, shrinking into a tiny spider. Cyrus's system then returned his weapon, indicating the enemy had been decisively defeated, so it was retrieved. Cyrus walked over to Gunna and gently picked her up in his hand. His system now displayed Gunna's favorability towards him was a perfect 100%. Cyrus's system also indicated that a new passive conquest had been unlocked. Furthermore, after defeating the boss, he would acquire the boss's exclusive skill. The skill Cyrus gained was Toxic Fusion, which allowed him to attach potent poisons to his weapons. Cyrus then pondered if he could also attach poisons from within his own body. The scene now shifts to Sadiel, and it's all about her weapons. She uses her own blood to summon forth Azathoth. As her blood drips to the ground, Azathoth vanishes from the room entirely, stunning Yug, who watches in utter shock. After being summoned, Azathoth appears in his striking human form. From this point forward, we'll simply refer to him as the Man. The Man tensely questions Sadiel, demanding to know where Sirius is. Sadiel responds with a regretful apology, admitting she's lost track of Cyrus completely. Upon hearing this, the Man is utterly stunned. He explains that this very human body he inhabits was originally her heart itself, and if he doesn't retrieve it soon, he'll become a powerless human once more by nightfall. Despite this shocking revelation, Sadiel confirms that she has indeed suddenly lost track of Sirius. The Man then hears distant sounds echoing from the city and senses it's the raw power of the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he flies towards that area. Sadiel watches tensely as he departs. The scene returns to Sirius, where his system reveals he's unlocked a brand new skill called Placement, allowing him to instantly teleport conquered monsters back to their original homes. As Sirius utters Placement, Gunna vanishes from his hand instantly, teleporting straight to Yug's room. Yug is confused when something bumps her head, and upon seeing it's a spider, she reacts with utter surprise. back with Sirius, the man suddenly grabs him, and before Sirius can react, the man captures him by locking his head in place. The man then glares at Cyrus, expressing deep disappointment that Cyrus promised to save him, but then fled midway, which utterly infuriated him. Seeing the man in his human form, Cyrus becomes certain that the man is indeed Azathoth, and the very entity who deceived him about the curse itself. The man responds affirmatively. Cyrus then asks the man what he wants now. The man asks Cyrus to continue, fulfilling his unfulfilled promise. Cyrus responds that he has no interest in men. The man then dramatically changes his appearance and asks Cyrus, "How about now?" Cyrus tensely turns his face back and is shocked to see the man has transformed into a completely different character. She looked like a girl in a cute cat-themed dress. Azathoth even purred meow and then asked if Cyrus was interested now. Cyrus vehemently denied it. He shouted that no matter what form Azathoth took, he still wouldn't be interested because he simply didn't like men. Cyrus tried to punch Azathoth, but Azathoth blocked it, catching his fist, then twisted it slightly, causing Cyrus intense pain. Azathoth, however, persisted, pointing out how humans were often interested in things like cat ears and black stockings, suggesting they could have some fun together. However, despite all his efforts, he faced rejection, which deeply saddened him. He hinted he might have to resort to more drastic measures. Azathoth then licked Cyrus's finger, which stunned Cyrus, making him tense up. Cyrus demanded, "Azathoth, are you serious?" telling him, "Don't lick." Azathoth, however, expressed pure happiness at the taste of Cyrus's finger. Cyrus then attempted to run away, but Azathoth stopped him cold with his immense power, asserting that Cyrus couldn't escape, no matter what he tried. Azathoth then flew into the air, mentioning that he had already surpassed the system's level long ago. So if Cyrus wanted to run away, Azathoth encouraged him to do so as much as he wanted, because in the end, it would only lead to the same outcome. Azathoth then asked Cyrus if he would try to lock him down and boost his own speed. Cyrus responded that he didn't want to use the system to target men, as that would cross a moral boundary for him as a human being. Soon after, Azathoth lifted Cyrus's body upwards and then jumped over him, stating that the blood in Cyrus's veins was his antidote and implying that Cyrus had always desired him. Azathoth also told Cyrus that if he behaved and followed his lead, he would cure him. Furious, Cyrus responded to Azathoth that if the only way to obtain the blood of the demon god for the antidote was to do it with him, then he would rather let his body melt and decay. He simply wouldn't engage in such acts with a man. Azathoth exploded in fury when Cyrus resisted him. He immediately prepared to attack, declaring Cyrus disobedient and unruly. He absolutely needed to be disciplined. He then threatened to force himself into Cyrus's body, claiming Cyrus would soon be begging for it. Azathoth reached out and touched Cyrus's back, intending to return Cyrus's power, system, and heart to their original master's body. But to his utter surprise, his magic didn't work and vanished instead. Confused, Azathoth wondered what had just happened and why his magic had utterly failed. Cyrus's system declared its outright refusal to return, rendering all of Azathoth's attacks against Cyrus utterly useless. Following this, Cyrus's system then asked him if he wanted to sacrifice 50% of his life for a chance to defeat Azathoth. Cyrus furiously responded, questioning if the system was truly that dense. Because in this dire situation, the answer was an undeniable yes. The system then explained that when Cyrus locked onto Azathoth as a target, it would trigger Azathoth's Spear of Oblivion. Afterward, Azathoth would be fully absorbed by Cyrus, and the poison could be completely detoxified. Cyrus's life countdown then reduced to only 50 days. On the other hand, Azathoth was stunned to see that the system had actually refused to return to his body, which was simply unbelievable for him. Cyrus also realized that as long as he could see Azathoth within 10 meters, he could lock onto him. But before Cyrus could lock on, Azathoth quickly used his power, and red smoke enveloped Cyrus's surroundings. Cyrus was stunned to see it, and wondered if the red smoke was Azathoth's doing. The smoke's thickness was so dense that Cyrus couldn't even open his eyes. At that moment, Azathoth cut a slice in his hand, causing an automatic cut to appear on Sadiel's hand. Seeing this, she became tense, wondering what was happening. Within seconds, Azathoth teleported to her location. Once there, Azathoth was sweating intense, realizing he had narrowly escaped and was now safe. He was absolutely furious the system refused to return him, feeling betrayed by Azathoth's current state. Sadiel was baffled, wondering what had transpired. Azathoth also realized his location was likely locked by the system. Meanwhile, Cyrus was surprised to see the system had locked Azathoth's location, but he was equally stunned to see Azathoth had moved so far. In an instant, Sadiel tensely asked Azathoth if he was sweating because he was injured. Azathoth replied that no one else in the city could harm him, and since she had drunk his blood, their bodies were now linked and resonating. He explained that if he were injured, the harm would transfer to her first. Upon hearing this, Sadiel became tense. However, she first asked about Sirius, inquiring if Azathoth had dealt with him. Azathoth responded with a no, indicating that now, all his attacks would be useless against Cyrus. Sadiel reacted differently, asking Azathoth if what he said was true. Azathoth, in turn, asked her if she was happy Cyrus was still alive. Sadiel responded with a firm no, expressing her intense dislike for Cyrus. She suggested that if Azathoth couldn't harm Cyrus, they should return to the dungeon. Azathoth responded with enthusiasm, saying no, as he'd been with the system for thousands of years. He knew it well. He acknowledged his attacks were rendered useless against Sirius, but he noted that pleasure didn't fall under the category of attacks. Therefore, he believed he could still bring Sirius pleasure until it led to his demise. Azathoth explained that the system had difficulty selecting a host with a compatible symbiotic body. So once Cyrus died, the system would only be able to choose him. He added that once he turned back into a human, the system wouldn't be able to locate him. Azathoth then ordered Sadiel to go find Cyrus again. Later that night, Azathoth asked Sadiel, "Have you learned the transformation magic yet?" Sadiel confidently responded with a yes. So Azathoth asked her to try it out on him. While Sadiel was performing her transformation magic on him, he revealed that he'd lose all his magic at night, so he had to rely on her to maintain his transformation. After the transformation was complete, Azathoth once again turned into a girl. Azathoth was pleased, finding it wasn't bad at all, and with this new transformation, Sirius wouldn't be able to recognize him. He also confidently assured her that humans always like to play out scenarios, like heroes saving beautiful maidens. So he'd let Sirius play the hero just once. Then he could make a reasonable move and find an opportunity to push Sirius over. Sadiel, bewildered, asked Azathoth, could he truly wipe out Sirius in such a pleasurable way? Azathoth responded with a simple yes, then asked her, "How do you think I died?" This implied that Azathoth himself had also died due to a girl giving him pleasure. And whenever Azathoth remembered that he was abandoned by the system, he would become absolutely furious, shouting and demanding, "Why did the system reject me?" He couldn't understand what was so good about Sirius. On the other side, Sirius was pondering that he only had 50 days left to live. As long as he found Azathoth within that time frame, he could cure himself and survive. Since time was truly of the essence, he urgently needed to hurry. His heart started acting abnormally again, and Cyrus agonizingly realized that the poison in his body was acting up. This time, it severely affected his feet, as he felt a burning sensation in his little toe. He instantly fell to the ground, howling in pain and slowly fainting. Seeing this, Charlton rushed towards Sirius, wondering what on earth had happened. The scene then shifted to some time later, when Sirius woke up, finding himself in a hospital. Even the ward boy, seeing him awake, grew visibly happy and yelled at his underling to inform Mr. Charlton about this. Sirius then asked the ward boy who had brought him to the hospital. The ward boy responded that it was Mr. Charlton, the guild's vice president, who brought him there. Hearing this, Cyrus was surprised. Just then, Charlton entered the room. Charlton then asked Cyrus if he remembered saving his life. The hefty guy surrounded by that massive piercing spider? Cyrus recalled the face and responded with a yes. Then Cyrus asked how long he had been unconscious. Charlton responded that he had been unconscious for 13 hours. Hearing this, Sirius was shocked, asking if it had really been that long. As it seemed, his body had been utterly drained from fighting for so long. Mr. Charlton apologized for his impatience and oversight, hoping he hadn't disturbed Cyrus further. Seeing Charlton's sincerity, Cyrus asked if there was something the vice president needed from him. Charlton responded that he had witnessed Sirius's battle with the female spider monster and was impressed by his exceptional magic. Sirius then asked what the vice president wanted. Charlton shared that as men grow older, some abilities tend to decline, and they lose interest in certain things. However, he saw Sirius's battle and found it very impressive and intriguing. He expressed that if he could learn Sirius's abilities, it would surely rejuvenate him and help him escape the suffering of the past 10 years. Sirius still didn't understand what the vice president actually wanted to say. Charlton pleaded with Sirius to teach him the magic and accept him as his disciple. Sirius was shocked to hear that the vice president of the Adventurers Guild wanted to be his disciple. Sirius thought that if he became Charlton's master, their relationship could leverage the heroes' guilds resources to locate Azathoth, which would certainly be helpful. However, he soon realized that it was a system ability, so he wondered how he could teach Charlton this skill. Sirius then asked Charlton if he could truly grasp that his magic was incredibly demanding. Charlton declared that no matter the hardship, he had to try, for as the old saying goes, a master can teach the path, but the effort rests solely with the student. He vowed to pour his entire being into learning it, even if it cost him his very life. Cyrus then instructed Charlton that the magic he'd witnessed required practice, starting right from the fingertips. Charlton, without warning, prostrated himself before Cyrus and earnestly begged him to accept him as a disciple. He also made sure to impress upon Cyrus that this news absolutely could not spread around. After all, he was still the esteemed vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Cyrus, accepting his new role, responded that as his master. He understood, but suddenly at the door, Charlton's secretary, Daisy, burst in, announcing she had urgent news to deliver. Charlton gestured for her to enter. She then dramatically presented a warrant, stating that Cyrus had been convicted of desertion and sentenced to death. Cyrus, utterly bewildered, could only stammer, "What? Why?" Daisy explained. The document clearly stated that Cyrus disobeyed the captain's direct orders, and in doing so, his squad ran away without permission, leading directly to the mission's catastrophic failure. Charlton, turning gravely to Cyrus, stated, "This matter is incredibly serious, but he would endeavor to handle it, for Cyrus was now his master." Cyrus quickly reassured Charlton that he hadn't run away at all. He had stayed behind to single-handedly take down the dungeon boss. Daisy, however, countered that she found information confirming the squad's retreat, and noted that he, an F rank, Bella, a C rank, and Mark, a B rank, had all somehow defeated an S rank monster. She found this alleged achievement absolutely unbelievable for their ranks. Cyrus demanded Daisy send someone immediately to confirm his statement. Daisy replied that the dungeon was already completely empty, as she had already sent someone to investigate. However, she added that during the investigation, he would need to be formally detained to prevent any potential flight risk issues. Charlton, cutting Daisy off sharply, declared there would be no need for detention. Trusting Cyrus's words, Daisy, however, firmly stated it was against the rules. Charlton then declared that if that were the case, he would personally take on the supervision of Cyrus throughout the investigation process. Daisy reminded Charlton that he needed to attend the guild's appreciation banquet that very evening. Charlton then asked if Cyrus could accompany him. Daisy once again urged Charlton to reconsider, stressing the banquet's immense importance. Charlton paused, thinking for a moment, then told Cyrus it's decided. "I won't disturb you for the rest of the day, but I'll come later tonight to pick you up for the banquet." Cyrus simply replied, "Okay." Once they both left, Cyrus felt a wave of relief. Then, Cyrus decided to check Azathoth's location. Once he was ready, he planned to set out and find Azathoth. But when Cyrus opened his system panel, he He was shocked to see Azathoth hadn't left the city. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned to realize Azathoth was incredibly close to him. As Cyrus pondered this seriously, a shocking realization hit him. Azathoth was none other than, right at his home. He tensely dashed back to his house, and upon entering, found no one in sight. As he went further inside, he discovered Gunna was still there, but Yug was nowhere to be found in the house. Cyrus thus realized Yug must have been captured by Azathoth. The scene shifted to Azathoth and Yug, where a confused Yug tensely asked where she was. Azathoth simply smiled and replied that they were at the auction venue for monsters and humans. Meanwhile, Cyrus was sprinting towards the location where Azathoth's signal was showing, noting that it had already been half an hour since it hadn't moved, indicating he was very close. Suddenly, the marker showing Azathoth's location vanished, and Cyrus realized tracking Azathoth at night would be impossible. As Cyrus ventured deeper, he was suddenly ambushed, but he effortlessly dodged the incoming blow and wondered who dared target him now. The attacker's name was Raka, and he wasted no time explaining that this was Star Cavalry territory. He sternly warned Cyrus that any intruders, be they heroes or monsters, would be dealt with mercilessly. Hearing the name Star Cavalry, Sirius wondered if these were the notorious bandits who notoriously thrived on kidnapping. They all prepared to confront Sirius. Raka added that the female monsters and women in their prison were likely just bait, released specifically to lure them out. He also cautioned that other heroes might be lurking nearby. They decided to capture Sirius and interrogate him. Sirius wondered if these female monsters they spoke of were actually Yug. He realized this was the perfect chance to ask them if they'd encountered a perverted male monster lurking in the area. Suddenly, his system flashed a critical reminder. The weapon return mission would commence in just 2 minutes. Sirius's tension spiked, because if he entered the weapon return mission, his stats would plummet back to their initial F rank. Therefore, he had to resolve this situation quickly. Within the mere 2 minutes he had left, the scene then shifted to Yug, who was desperately trying to free herself from her handcuffs, but couldn't due to restraining magic on them. She also revealed that without a male's nourishment, her body grew increasingly weak. She wondered if she should just return to where her master lived. Azathoth then asked Yug if, as a monster herself, she didn't want to go back to the dungeon. Yug replied that as a Ling-Lang lizard, she naturally relied on the essence of males. She always chose a stronger guy and preferred human dens over monster caves, and mentioned that the wine in the bottle was simply delicious. Suddenly, to both Yug and Azathoth's surprise, there was a blast in the wall, and a boy was thrown into the room. Ceres arrived there relieved that everything had ended within the 2-minute time frame he had. Ceres then said that if they had handed him the key, sooner they wouldn't have ended up getting a beating. Just then, his system showed him the weapon return mission, which required him to slap someone's buttocks 10 times until they made a sound. The countdown was set for 60 minutes. Hearing about the mission, Cyrus tensely approached the person he had beaten and asked if he could still scream. However, it was too late. The boy had already fainted. Cyrus realized that he shouldn't have hit so hard. Azathoth asked Cyrus to save them, but Cyrus hesitated, realizing they were in the outskirts, where monsters could appear at any time. Without the power of the system, it was very dangerous. He decided to focus on completing the mission first. He unlocks Yug's handcuffs and slaps her on the buttocks, causing her to scream seductively. She asks what he is doing. Ceres responds that, to ensure their safe departure from the place, he needs to spank her butt. So please don't resist. Azathoth smiles and thinks to himself that Ceres definitely wasn't a good guy dealing with this kind of person. All he needed to do was flirt with him a bit. Cyrus would fall for it. Azathoth couldn't believe Cyrus would come up with such an absurd excuse just to take advantage of her. Azathoth, now a girl in front of Cyrus, asks him to unlock her too. She assures him that as long as he saves her, she doesn't mind if he spanks her, and she is even willing to offer herself to him. So Cyrus agreed. But the moment he unlocked the handcuffs, Azathoth jumped towards him and hugged him crying. She told him that she had been violently kidnapped and brought there. She was so scared they'd threatened to sell her off to goblins. Azathoth then told Cyrus that, now that he'd rescued her, she would be entirely his. The moment she said that, Cyrus spanked Azathoth's buttocks, but she didn't scream. Seeing this, Sirius tensely asked why she wasn't making a sound. Azathoth got close to Sirius and strangely asked him to do it again. Sirius tensely considered denying her request, but before he could respond, his system showed that, because Azathoth didn't make a sound, he had been frozen for 5 minutes. When Sirius fell to the ground, frozen, Yug crawled towards him and held his head, expressing that she felt very uncomfortable and urgently needed his body essence and blood. Otherwise, she might collapse and die. But Sirius was fully frozen by then, and even his eyes were starting to close. Somehow, he managed to open his eyes and saw Yug kissing his neck. Seeing this, Azathoth got angry and shouted at Yug, calling her a shameless wizard for making a move while she wasn't looking. Azathoth moved to slap Yug, but before she could, Yug captured Azathoth in her tail. Yug responded that Sirius was her master, not Azathoth, and besides, she was the one who arrived first. Azathoth became furious, but was unable to do anything, and wondered that if it were daytime, he could have easily removed Yug. So Azathoth decided to forget about the situation, realizing that the priority was to reclaim the system. Rather than argue with Yug, Azathoth then suggested a 3-way romance and got very close to Sirius. Seeing this, Sirius wondered whether Azathoth was truly being held against her will, questioning why she felt compelled to engage in such actions with him. Meanwhile, Sadiel sat at the top of the room, observing everything and pondering whether Azathoth genuinely desired this interaction, with Sirius feeling the sensations in his body, as though they were shared with her own. Azathoth shared that it had been a very long time since she had played like that. The more Azathoth continued, Sadiel felt the same intense feelings and became increasingly seduced. Here Azathoth asked Cyrus to slowly bend his hand and apply a bit of pressure, which caused Sadiel to experience even more intense sensations. She noticed her body starting to feel numb and getting goosebumps all over. Azathoth then reaches for Sirius's main part, causing Sirius to tense up and hope she wouldn't touch that area. Meanwhile, Sadiel began to feel as though she was holding something in her hands, suddenly feeling the grip. Sirius recognizes it as familiar, and upon closer inspection, realizes it's none other than Sadiel. Seeing Cyrus furious, Azathoth wonders why. The look in Cyrus's eyes had changed. Azathoth realizes that it's the technique he used inadvertently, which means he has been exposed. Tensely, Azathoth calls out to Sadiel. Upon Sadiel's arrival, Yug senses danger and transforms into her small form, running towards Cyrus and asking for protection. Azathoth asks Sadiel to quickly take him away, since he has been exposed. Sadiel agrees and prepares to act. Cyrus was stunned to see that Azathoth had actually transformed into a girl to get close to him, and he realized he was lucky to have figured it out. However, since he couldn't use the system's abilities, there was no way for him to chase after Azathoth. By the time Cyrus recovered from being frozen, Azathoth had already run away far ahead. Cyrus decided to focus on completing his mission first, planning to pursue Azathoth once he regained access to the system. However, in the future, especially at nighttime, he resolved to be cautious of anyone of the opposite sex who approached him. The scene then shifted to AZ Security Gate, where Daisy, Cyrus, and his teammates were waiting for Cyrus. Upon seeing them, Sirius was baffled, wondering why they were even here. Cyrus approached Sirius, brandishing a warrant. It declared his arrest for desertion. He was to come with them. To Sirius's surprise, Daisy suddenly stepped in. She then explained that she was Vice President Charlton's secretary. She revealed that they had investigated the new dungeon and found it completely empty. This utterly contradicted the accusation against Sirius. She also shared that the revocation process had already begun, so they couldn't possibly arrest Sirius now. She clarified that Sirius was scheduled to attend the guild's appreciation banquet later. Meanwhile, Cyrus was counting the number of members he had with him, but suddenly, Cyrus furiously slapped Daisy, shouting that she was clearly lying, because only A-rank captains and above were allowed to attend the appreciation banquet he accused her of, falsely claiming to be the vice president's secretary. Cyrus also yelled that he was the president himself and ordered her to get lost. Cyrus then threatened Daisy, saying if she continued causing trouble, he'd throw her into the interrogation room. With Sirius, Cyrus told Daisy to go and ask the vice president for authorization and to bring the revocation notice to rescue him, as he believed Charlton would surely help. Sirius also asked if she could do it in 20 minutes. Daisy responded that 10 minutes would be enough. Sirius praised her for that and said he'd make them apologize by punishing them severely. The scene then shifted to the interrogation room, where everyone stood surrounding Sirius. An interrogator began, asking Sirius if he recalled how his right hand got injured. Sirius remained silent, offering no response. The interrogator reiterated that he had bravely led his team into battle against the monster Nay. However, Sirius had attacked him from behind to escape, which gave Nay an opportunity to attack, resulting in the deaths of most of his team members. Cyrus reveals he sacrificed his right hand, all to save his remaining teammates' lives. Furious, Cyrus then confronts Sirius, demanding to know if a coward like him deserves to live or die. Sirius fires back that a coward, who flees from the enemy, deserves nothing less than an animal's death. This enrages Cyrus, as he realizes Sirius is implying he is the true coward. Cyrus orders his teammates to bring the hammer to the table. Meanwhile, Sirius notes 10 minutes have already passed, meaning the secretary should arrive any moment. But the real problem? He still can't access the system. He'll just have to tough it out for now. Suddenly, to his shock, Yug calls out to Sirius, confused. Sirius asks what she means. Yug explains Cyrus can't harm him because she absorbed some of his blood essence, restoring a bit of her magic power. It's more than enough to endure human torture. She also makes a deal. Once they're home, he'll have to repay her twofold. Abruptly, Cyrus slams the hammer onto the table near Sirius's hand, making him tense. Cyrus demands Sirius pick a finger to start with, or if he prefers, Cyrus will choose one for him. Just as Cyrus is about to strike, a teammate interrupts, saying it's not a good time. The vice president's secretary has arrived, carrying a revocation notice for Sirius. Seeing the notice, everyone tenses, finding it hard to believe that this girl is truly the vice president's secretary. Even Cyrus is shocked, wondering how an F-rank hero could possibly have connections with someone at the vice president's level. One of the boys asks if they should release Sirius, since using torture after a revocation notice is illegal. Everyone prepares to release Sirius, but Cyrus tells them to stop. He demands they bring the notice back to him. After half an hour, claiming he hasn't received any revocation notice yet, Cyrus flat out denied knowing anything about it. Cyrus was absolutely enraged by Cyrus's actions. Meanwhile, Cyrus, with a look of fierce determination, bellowed that Cyrus must pay for his transgressions. Just outside the interrogation room, Cyrus's teammates were sharing their concerns. Their captain still hadn't emerged, and they weren't permitted to enter. Daisy imperiously told them to step aside, declaring she'd go in herself to present the revocation notice. The guard, however, pushed back at Daisy, stating it was an interrogation room, and she had no right to just waltz in and out as she pleased. Inside the room, Cyrus repeatedly struck Cyrus's hands with a hammer, but to his utter astonishment, Cyrus showed no injuries from the relentless blows. Cyrus was utterly bewildered, wondering what just happened. There were no broken bones, no bloodshed, not even a single scratch on Cyrus's skin. Outside, Daisy was still hotly arguing with the guard. Suddenly, as if from thin air, Charlton arrived. He calmly asked the guard if he had the right to enter the room. Upon seeing this, the guard immediately tensed up and moved away from the door. Charlton kicked the door open, and, as he stepped inside, he saw Cyrus poised to strike Cyrus with the hammer again. Cyrus froze, utterly stunned, and tensely demanded why the vice president was here. Charlton calmly displayed the notice, explaining it was the official revocation notice for Cyrus's arrest warrant. They were instructed to release Cyrus immediately. Cyrus tensely let the hammer clatter to the floor and grudgingly agreed to release Cyrus. Cyrus was then released, and Charlton explained that, as a captain, Cyrus had gravely abused his power by torturing a subordinate. Charlton warned that if this matter were to be investigated, Cyrus would almost certainly finally be stripped of his captaincy. At a minimum, Cyrus, visibly shaken, insisted he hadn't received the revocation notice, which was why he had taken such drastic action. Cyrus also claimed his teammates could testify on his behalf, but surprisingly, none dared to step forward. They certainly didn't want to offend the vice president. Charlton furiously asked what Cyrus had to say now, leaving Cyrus speechless. Cyrus was also wondering what to do next, considering he could only go and ask his brother for help. Siri stood up and said he could testify that Cyrus hadn't seen the revocation notice, and he wouldn't pursue the matter of Cyrus. Arresting him, Ceres then insisted that Cyrus and the others should bow and apologize to the secretary. Confused, the secretary wondered what Cyrus was doing. The scene then shifted to a few minutes later, where everyone from the Crusade squad was bowing down. In front of Daisy, Cyrus stood with a stick in his hand. Everyone apologized to Daisy, while Cyrus furiously remarked that they dared to treat such a beautiful secretary rudely, and then started hitting everyone in there, but with sticks. When everyone was screaming in pain, Daisy, seeing it, was blushing and smiling, thinking about Cyrus. They all shouted that they were wrong and wouldn't dare to do it again. With that, Cyrus's mission was complete, so he informed Cyrus that the issue between Cyrus and Daisy was resolved. Hearing this, Cyrus tensely asked what Cyrus meant. Cyrus furiously grabbed Cyrus's hand and demanded that they settle their matter now. Cyrus tensely asked Cyrus if he wasn't, saying that he wouldn't pursue the matter of the arrest. Ceres angrily replied that was about Cyrus hitting his hand with a hammer. And as he said this, he tightened his grip on Cyrus. Due to this, Cyrus starts howling in pain and was asking sorry from Cyrus if he wouldn't do it again. And forgive him, Ceres responds with an okay, and breaks Cyrus's hand by hitting it on the knee. With that, Cyrus's left hand also got broken from the middle. His teammates started getting scared and tensely asked whether he was okay. Cyrus also said that now he was forgiving Cyrus. Charlton informed Cyrus Daisy was set to take him to the banquet because Charlton, you see, had a prior meeting with an envoy from the Holy See. A confused Cyrus then asked, what exactly is the Holy See? Charlton explained they had established their church with a sacred mission to purge all evil thoughts from the world. They wield unparalleled purification magic, capable of cleansing any toxins from the body. The scene then shifted to an appreciation banquet hall, where the Saintess Mia of the Holy See arrived at the party alongside Charlton. Upon seeing Mia, two boys immediately started whispering about her because her dress was so incredibly revealing. They openly wondered if it was a bit inappropriate for a saintess to be dressed in such a manner. Suddenly, Mia stopped dead in her tracks and stared right at them. They were stunned, realizing Mia had definitely overheard them. Mia then calmly stated that their doctrine was to eradicate all evil thoughts in the world. She explained that to truly eliminate evil thoughts, one must fully understand them first, which is why people in the Holy See dress this way. She then sternly told the boys not to look at her with their filthy, impure eyes. Hearing this, Charlton immediately became absolutely furious and ordered a guard to slap them 10 times. Upon hearing this, they instantly started apologizing profusely. Mia quickly intervened, telling Charlton there was absolutely no need for that. She explained that if they punished those two young men, then everyone in the entire hall would need to be punished, except for the president. Charlton was utterly stunned and asked how he was any different from the others. Mia responded to Charlton, saying that while his mind was in turmoil, his body hadn't reacted much at all, unlike the others, who reacted strongly with a powerful surge of evil thoughts. Hearing this, Charlton got visibly embarrassed and declared he was a person of pure heart, which is why he had some self-control. Everyone in the hall started murmuring and openly discussing that they'd heard the vice president was impotent. The scene then shifted to outside of that very hall, where Daisy and Cyrus had finally arrived. Daisy shared with him, this is the exact venue we needed to come to, so they should just head inside. Cyrus then asked if the Holy See's purification magic was truly powerful. Daisy responded, affirming that was their unique magic. She explained that from lost limbs to grave illnesses to even severe poisoning, they could heal absolutely anything. She also mentioned that being a hero was a high-risk profession, and every region's hero guild wanted to join them, but they had all been rejected. Daisy shared that they didn't use their magic lightly, even when someone desperately needed help, all because of their evil thoughts. Cyrus wondered if they could possibly cure his own poison. So, he knew he had to go find them, and fast. Upon entering the massive hall, Cyrus saw many people gathered in a single spot, so he immediately asked Daisy what was going on. Daisy responded, admitting she had no idea what was happening. Charlton then arrived, stepping in to explain that the Saintess was currently testing their eligibility to collaborate with the Holy See. He also mentioned that if anyone passed the test, collaboration would finally be possible, and their hero guild from Zone Z would gain significant strength. The scene then shifted to Mia, who pointed towards something grand and explained that was the Holy See's most precious treasure, the sacred evil heart. Once someone was inside, the gemstones would reveal the level of evil thoughts in that person's heart. The possibility of collaborating with the Holy See depended solely on the purity of one's heart, and no one from any other region's hero guild had ever made it through. So, everyone started questioning what was actually inside, and how it could possibly measure that. Mia responded that if they wanted to find out for themselves, they should just step inside and give it a try. And suddenly, a confident boy named Logan, the captain of Team 7, stepped forward boldly and declared that he would give it a shot because he had a pure heart and had never done anything shameful. As he confidently walked towards the test, Mia smiled as she stepped inside. Logan was absolutely floored to see a Catwoman, and, oh boy, was she his ultimate weakness. He was mortified by his reaction to her magnificent features. Then, out of nowhere, she sidled up incredibly close. He tensed, his mind racing, wondering why she was getting so close to him. All she did was meow, and he was instantly smitten, declaring she was utterly magnificent, and that he simply had to pet her. The Catwoman asked what game he wanted to play. Logan shamelessly replied that he wanted to play with her magnificent features. She instantly told him to stop, called it disgusting, and promptly tossed him out of the tent. As he tumbled out, he howled in pain, clutching his chin. After hitting it on the gemstone blazed, displaying 88% evilness. Mia was utterly floored by this revelation, realizing Logan was undoubtedly a person, brimming with impure thoughts. Others also tensed up, seeing such a high percentage of evil thoughts. This clearly indicated something dangerous lurked inside the tent. Another boy named Owen, the captain of Team 6, stepped forward, declaring he'd go in and check it out himself, confident he could handle whatever lurked within. However, he too was swiftly booted out, and the gemstone revealed Owen harbored 92% evil thoughts. In a similar vein, many more stepped up, claiming they could handle it. But everyone's evil thought percentage soared above 80%. Mia groaned, thinking this was a complete waste of her time. Not a single person had a percentage below 80%. They were all morally compromised to the core. She was convinced no one would pass this test. Just then, Siri stepped forward, announcing it was his turn to face the challenge. Mia felt a wave of relief, knowing he was the very last person to take the test. As Siri entered, he looked confused to find a Catwoman inside. The Catwoman approached Siri closely and asked him what he wished to do. To her surprise, Sirius placed his hand on her face and pushed her back, stating he didn't appreciate another woman proactively approaching him. Actually, deep down, Cyrus was thinking he must be cautious, as there was a high chance it was Azathoth again. Even the Catwoman was stunned, remarking he was the first man to reject her. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Mia was stunned to see 0% on the gemstone, as it was the first time she'd seen someone achieve such purity. The person seemed as calm as water. Inside, Cyrus was cautious, still unsure of their identity. He asked the system to get started to confirm Sirius's. The system asked him if he wanted to lock onto the enemy and use Azathoth's Spear of Oblivion. Sirius felt tense because he knew he only had one chance. If he messed up and faced Azathoth again, he would be doomed. On the other hand, the Catwoman was puzzled. It was the first time she'd been rejected by a man, and he had even pushed her away. She also noticed he was staring at her intently, yet there was no trace of evil thoughts, and he seemed somewhat hostile towards her. The Catwoman started biting her finger, frustrated that Sirius's rejection was more annoying than those who just covered her body, seeing it as a rejection of her charm. Determined, she decided to find a way to make Sirius's heart race. On the other hand, Sirius was thinking that he needed to find an opportunity to check if she had any malicious traits. Suddenly, she jumped towards Sirius, shaking her chest in an attempt to seduce him. and said not to look at her with such hostility, suggesting that a warm, soft hug could help them connect. But when she moved close to hug him, Cyrus dodged her and stepped away. Seeing this, the Catwoman became frustrated, as she was rejected again. Undeterred, she ran towards him again to hug him, but this time, he sidestepped her as she jumped into the air, hoping Sirius would finally feel her soft touch. But he dodged her embrace once again. Sirius thought this angle was just right, to discreetly check under her clothes. He moved away from the Catwoman, getting a clearer view as he approached her. His eyes landed squarely on her magnificent chest, making him blush involuntarily. Yet, he remained determined to find any hidden traits. Meanwhile, the Catwoman also noticed that, so even as Sirius dodged her advances, he kept staring intently at her chest. After avoiding her, he completely stopped, and she, too, remained frozen in place, pondering why Sirius harbored no evil thoughts. Sirius, too, felt a surge of tension, because he simply couldn't tear his eyes away from the Catwoman's magnificent chest. She then asked why he was staring at her chest, just like everyone else, and why his body reacted, but without a single trace of evil in his heart. She shouted again, demanding to know why he was so calm. Sirius calmly replied that it was simply because he was an upright person. He held no lewd thoughts about her body whatsoever. He explained that in their world, breasts were natural, providing milk and nutrients for growth and survival. Sirius looked at her chest, with a heart overflowing with gratitude. Hearing his explanation, she grew happy and blushed. She felt a strong, dazzling light emanating from Sirius, and believed he was truly that kind of person all along. Finally, she imagined herself tiny before him, realizing the significant gap between them. The Catwoman told Sirius he had passed her test and could leave now. Upon hearing this, Sirius wondered if she was genuinely letting him go, and if she truly was an Azathoth after all. He happily bid her farewell and departed. As Sirius left, the Catwoman wondered if her training was simply not sufficient, which was why she couldn't seduce him. Meanwhile, back in the hall, everyone was discussing how Sirius could achieve 0% evil thoughts, as they believed there was no way a man could possibly lack interest in a Catwoman. Mia shared that it was her first time ever seeing someone with a completely pure heart. Hesitantly, Cyrus asked if he'd passed the test, and if she could use purification magic on him to remove the poison. Mia responded yes, then asked everyone else to leave. The scene then shifted to some time later, where Mia and Cyrus were finally alone in the hall. Mia told him she was going to detox him now, and asked him to lie down. After he lay down, Cyrus asked if he needed to do anything else. Mia replied, instructing him not to move a muscle. She then explained that their purification magic was bestowed upon them by the Holy Sea, and each person had a specific body part for performing magic. Mia took out her right foot and revealed that her purification magic was in her feet, using stepping motions to perform the magic. Mia then shared that, while she was using the purification magic, Cyrus must not harbor any evil thoughts, as it would gradually diminish the magic's effectiveness. Tensely, Cyrus asked if those evil thoughts referred only to him. Mia responded yes, explaining that, since she became a saintess of the Holy Sea, her desires were taken away. She asked Cyrus to relax completely, assuring him that she would proceed from top to bottom to assess his physical condition, as it was a necessary part of the process, so Mia could treat his body more accurately. Cyrus agreed. Mia began moving her feet around his hand, adjusting and performing her purification magic. Seeing this, Cyrus thought she might be trying to use her foot to reposition his hand, so he tried to help by moving it himself. In response, Mia shouted at him, "Don't move," and assured him she would handle it herself. Mia emphasized that any movement from Cyrus could affect her ability to cast the magic effectively. She then mentioned feeling cramped in the chair and requested to use his face for support. Placing her feet on his face, she carefully moved her left foot towards his hand. Mia then announced that she was beginning the magic. The moment she lifted her foot, Cyrus suddenly felt immense pressure on his face. To his shock, he found himself floating on water. He wondered where he was. Then, out of nowhere, a foot pressed down on him from above. Cyrus tensed, the weight pressing heavily on him. So he pushed the foot back with all his might. In reality, Mia's foot was actually pushed away. She told Cyrus to relax and stop resisting her foot. She explained it was all part of the healing process. Mia further explained that she was using her purification magic to project his consciousness into a specific part of his body. She then assured him that she would pull him out of the water and his fingers would be healed. Cyrus responded that he understood and was ready. When she placed her foot down again, Cyrus was prepared as the foot approached him. He jumped and grabbed onto her toes, dangling in the air. Mia explained she would pull him out in one swift motion. But Cyrus found himself snagged by something beneath the water. He told Mia something below was entangling him. Mia responded that those were the poisons in his body. She pulled him, urging him to grab onto her foot. He tried, but couldn't get a firm grip, so he considered tearing her dress for a better hold. Mia noticed. She remarked that Cyrus's action was quite rude. Despite this, Cyrus clung tightly to her foot as she pulled him away from the roots of poison. He realized that despite her firm grip, he felt no pain. Instead, he felt surprisingly comfortable. Suddenly, Cyrus felt his little finger growing intensely warm. As soon as he was pulled from the water, he saw his little finger had truly returned. Opening his eyes, he witnessed his finger regenerating, confirming that it was indeed working. Then, Mia mentioned she could sense another remnant and asked Cyrus to take off his shoes. Just like before, his foot's limb was also restored. Cyrus was absolutely amazed by the power of purification magic. Mia then explained that she needed to change direction now that she had located the poison in his body. She placed a chair between his legs and instructed him to lie perfectly still. She stressed they needed to cooperate to detoxify him. Then, she placed her foot directly on his ahem private part, because apparently it was the source of the poison. The moment her foot made contact, Cyrus was instantly stunned by a jolt of pain, wondering if the poison truly resided there. Meanwhile, in this imaginary world, she was pushing Cyrus deep into the water, declaring she'd send him plunging downwards, where he needed to pull the poison up. Then, it would simply disappear, and his body would finally be detoxified. Cyrus furiously shot back that he couldn't breathe underwater. Mia reassured him, telling him not to panic, then tightly wrapped both her legs around him, explaining that this would help him expel all the poison by continuously strengthening his power. Suddenly, Cyrus noticed he was growing larger. As he reached the depths of the sea, he spotted ominous red roots emerging from the bottom. He asked if these were the very roots of the poison in his body. With fierce determination, Cyrus surged towards the roots of the poison to rip them out. But back in the real world, Mia's body began to feel incredibly strange. On the other hand, the system's display shows a sudden 1% of locked favorability. This meant Cyrus had somehow locked Mia as his target, and now Mia was about to be seduced, just like all the others. So what do you guys think? Will she actually be able to detoxify him? Or will her evil thoughts and desires somehow surface? And lastly, Cyrus had to fight Azathoth completely against his will, all to cure his body's poison. We pick up the story right as the poison detoxification process is fully underway, and suddenly the system locks Mia in as the target, making her body feel pretty nutty. Right on cue, the poison surrounding our boy began to dissipate rapidly. After Mia successfully activated the protective shield, she then advises him that since the shield is now active, he should swim down and try to break down the poison festering in his body. Cyrus begins diving deeper into this spiritual world, heading straight for the core of the poison. Those tentacles are getting absolutely decimated the moment they even graze the shield. Looks like he's making excellent progress. He should be reaching the poison source any moment now. But hold on a second. Despite what feels like an eternity of swimming, Cyrus realizes he hasn't actually moved an inch closer, even though he's clearly covered a significant distance. The source still seems impossibly far off. That's when Mia chimes in to explain. You can't use real-world distance metrics to judge how far you've traveled in body consciousness. So, even if the source looks close, it's actually not at all. Meanwhile, Mia keeps rubbing her feet anxiously, desperate to keep the shield intact, but she's seriously worried about burning out at this pace. Not only that, she's feeling a strange surge of joy spreading from her feet. Well, we can totally see why she'd be feeling this way, because the system has been unlocked, and the favorability just shot up to 21%. However, it looks like things are already taking a turn for the worse. The shield has begun to crack open, and water from outside the barrier starts seeping into their protective bubble. Our boy starts shouting for the Saintess, who reveals her purification magic is inexplicably weakening. She has absolutely no idea why. The favorability then skyrockets to 47%, and she quickly discloses that evil thoughts, which, let's be real, are super lewd thoughts, are starting to emerge. She quickly advises him to stop thinking about clapping her cheeks, because his private part is getting hard, and her purification magic will totally fail. Looks like things have already spiraled completely out of control, and our boy is once again totally tangled up in the poison's deadly web. He can barely even breathe. Mia tries even harder to repair the shield, desperately attempting to maintain her purification magic, but her increasingly flushed face and the favorability soaring to 69% make it painfully clear she's not going to make it. As you can imagine, Cyrus begins to drown, and just before he can completely suffocate, he jolts awake back in reality. He's lying flat on the ground. The Saintess appears to be smiling oddly. The favorability has risen to 87%, and it's clear she's had an interesting time rubbing his rod with her feet, and she seems eager to continue rubbing it, to keep up the shield, just as she is thinking about all the naughty stuff. The favorability also rises to 91%, and our boy quickly snaps her out of her inappropriate behavior. By calling her out, the Saintess is startled to see that Cyrus has already returned to reality, which means her treatment has failed. She's completely confused about what's happening and can feel her heart racing, as if it's going to burst. She's starting to experience some unsettling thoughts and physical sensations, feeling wet and out of sorts. She's convinced that these evil thoughts are what caused the purification magic to fail, and she is feeling deeply ashamed for it. She resolves to keep this incident to herself, worried that it could tarnish the dignity of the holy the Saintess. Then drops the bombshell that the treatment is finished, leaving our boy to ask her if she can't remove the poison from his body. After all, she shakes her head, explaining that there is no poison the holy can't cure, but his condition will require long-term treatment. She tells him that once she finds a way to reach the source of the poison, she'll let him know in the meantime she can still heal the limbs of his body. She adds that he's welcome to visit the holy seat anytime to find her, and finally introduces herself as Lilia. With that, she begins to walk away. Cyrus is left thinking that Azathoth might be the only solution for his poison. After all, meanwhile, Lilia hides behind a pillar outside, and her hormones appear to be going absolutely wild. She's barely able to hold herself back, as her body is practically begging her to make some babies. In the following scene, we see Cyrus is getting brutally tossed and kicked around by his brother like he's yesterday's trash. His brother is absolutely fuming that his scrawny little brother couldn't even handle a single task. But the poor guy quickly explains that this time the president himself was involved. The brother snarls at him to shut up, saying he's not in the mood to hear any more of his lame excuses. He then throws an envelope down at Cyrus. The confused man asks, "What is it?" And his senior brother reveals that it's a map to the A-rank dungeon known as Shia. Cyrus immediately responds that Shia's boss is an S-rank monster, and he's not even A-rank himself. So how is he supposed to fight that? That's almost like volunteering to die. That's when the senior brother reveals that the Shia dungeon has already been nearly conquered by heroes from K. The returning heroes reported that boss Shia has been severely damaged, and even F-rank heroes could now defeat it. However, the senior explains that he intercepted this news and blocked it from spreading. So the monster is essentially a sitting duck. Now's his chance to capitalize on the situation and secure the captain's position. Hearing this, Cyrus's eyes light up with happiness. He reassures his brother that he'll definitely take care of it. However, it seems like he's celebrating his victory a bit too soon, because as we see, Shia, the monster, is getting patched up once again by Azathoth. and Azathoth is feeding some of his own blood into the monster's mouth, causing Shia to heal completely and rise from the rubble like a raging bull. The monster takes a deep sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death. He quickly reminds Azathoth that he's been saved once again and feels deeply indebted, vowing to do whatever it takes to repay the favor. As expected, Azathoth tells him to simply kill a human for him and nothing else. Naturally, that person is our boy, who is currently searching for this genderbender figure. Next, we see the very eager vice president, who's showering our hero with praise for his incredible work within the guild. He then explains that their Z area will now be cooperating with the Holy See, and with their combined strength has grown considerably. He tells our boy that if he has any requests at all, he should let them know. Our boy doesn't hesitate and immediately demands the captain's position. This way, he'll have the authority to choose which dungeon he wants to tackle. The vice president quickly agrees to grant his wish. Cyrus then states that he'll head home to prepare and plans to leave the city by noon. After all, with only 49 days left to live, he can't afford to waste any more time. The vice president asks why there's such urgency, pointing out that they're already short-staffed in the guild, and the process for promoting a new captain might not be completed by noon. That's when the secretary jumps in, offering to help. She's familiar with the procedure and should be able to complete it before noon. She says it's a thank you gift for our boy for giving a well-deserved smackdown to Cyrus. Later, our boy arrives back home. As soon as he opens the door, Yug greets him upon his arrival and tells him she's cleaned everything and even finished all the food. She starts rubbing against him, boasting that now that the home is spotless, she's the epitome of every human's dream come true and expects to be praised by her master. Reluctantly, the boy acknowledges that she's awesome, mainly because he doesn't want to suffocate against her massive chest. She then asks if she can stay here forever, since she's really useful. The boy asks the maid if she doesn't want to go back to her own home. The girl pretends not to understand what a home is and declares that for a monster, there's only a lair, not a home. She continues to squeeze his face, and eventually, our boy tells her she can stay, but he warns her that she must not let anyone find out she's a monster, considering they live in a city full of ordinary humans. Otherwise, they'll both be in big trouble. The maid's face lights up with pure joy, reassuring him she's an absolute pro at hiding. Just at that moment, the favorability level skyrockets to 100%. The system declares that getting close to her has doubled the increase in his stats. She then reminds our boy that since her part is done, it's time for him to play his role too. Our hero remains completely confused and asks what she's even talking about. She then reminds him that back in the dungeon, she took a ton of hammer blows for him, which drained a huge amount of her magic. Now she's expecting him to pay her back with double what she lost. Looks like our boy is totally on board with that, since intimacy with her will also double her strength, which will be super handy for their upcoming journey. Well, that sounds like a total win-win. The next scene opens with the secretary driving her car, eagerly looking forward to arriving at Cyrus's place to deliver him his promotion notice. Meanwhile, the man himself is getting his clothes ripped off by his muscular maid. As she rubs her hands against his naked body, she comments on how absolutely fantastic his physique is. She starts getting closer and closer, and as soon as she opens her mouth, she begins squeezing him intensely, leaving him groaning in what seems like pain, or maybe in pleasure. The system window goes absolutely wild with notifications, announcing all the sweet stat boosts he's getting. Meanwhile, the maid is feeling totally pumped up, with all the new power surging inside her. She doesn't let up and keeps on squeezing him, and just as he lets out a huge groan of pain, she quickly softens her grip and apologizes for getting a little too excited. Suddenly, the front doorbell rings, and our boy can tell that the visitor must be the secretary, here to deliver his promotion notice. He quickly tells the maid to hide for a bit. Once she's out of sight, he opens the door and finds the secretary standing right there. He tells her he was just in the shower, so don't mind his shirtless look. Just as expected, the secretary announces his promotion to captain, handing him his ID card and promotion notice. He gratefully accepts the documents, when the secretary also offers him some fruit she brought. He thanked her again for the thoughtful gesture, especially since he's completely run out of food. And we all know the reason why he's constantly running low on his supplies. Yug listens in closely while the secretary blushes, telling our boy he can call on her for help anytime. It's pretty clear Yug is not happy seeing her master getting so chummy with the secretary, so she pops out of hiding right then and there. The secretary's jaw drops, seeing a tall woman with a pair of assets that could give the entire adult industry a run for its money. Our guy is stunned to see her and wonders why Yug came out of hiding. To his surprise, she's taken on a human form and immediately starts hugging him again, introducing herself as his passionate sister. As Yug gets all lovey-dovey, kissing him everywhere, the secretary grows jealous. She snatches the fruits she brought, says an annoyed goodbye, and storms off in a huff. Yug keeps up her passionate rambling, which only annoys the secretary even more. In her frustration, she throws all the fruit into the dustbin. Later on, our guy suits up in his armor. As he stands at the door, he tells Yug he has an important task for her. She has to transform into a human, buy some food, and make sure not to get caught. With that, he's off, determined to find Azathoth, no matter what. As he opens the door to leave, he spots something on the floor. It turns out to be the fruit, with a note that says, "Sorry for getting mad earlier." It's pretty clear it's from his secretary. We then catch up with Cyrus and his goons, who are all fired up about hitting the jackpot after defeating the boss monster. Cyrus, in particular, is feeling pretty smug, armed with the map his brother gave him. This whole journey feels like a total breeze. His lackeys quickly point out that about 10 elite A-rank hero teams stormed Area K, but all failed to conquer it. However, they severely weakened Boss Shia, making their victory practically guaranteed. Cyrus then gets super cocky, making it crystal clear that, according to guild regulations, the team that defeats the boss first gets all the resources, so it's certainly not his fault if those previous heroes left the dungeon boss alive. Just then, a massive monster drops down, and guess who it is? It's our boy, fresh off taking down the A-rank monster, the rock giant, and snagging the area map. Looks like all that intense squeezing and getting a bit pervy with Yug totally paid off. After all, he then checks his system and notices that Azathoth has already made it deep into the dungeon, already reaching the boss's room. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party are startled by the sudden rustling noises and voices. He quickly grabs his sword and instructs his team to brace for any incoming threat. To their utter shock, our boy emerges from hiding. Cyrus literally has no idea what this guy is doing here, and immediately suspects he might be trying to snatch their victory. So he directly asks our boy what the heck he's doing here. Cyrus simply replies that he's just here to slay some monsters, just like everyone else, of course. Cyrus asks about the team he came with, but our boy states he's doing this completely solo and just casually walks away, clearly focused solely on his own mission. Cyrus begins to tremble just at the thought of Cyrus taking on an A-rank dungeon all by himself. The realization that Cyrus might already know that boss Shia is weakened only amplifies his anxiety. He quickly hypes up his party and tells them to move faster and follow him. He's determined not to let our boy find the weakened Shia first and steal the credit. Meanwhile, Cyrus opens his map via the system, which immediately announces that the map has been activated. A new notification pops up about this sword, known as the Bunker Spectre. It indicates that pulling out this sword will cause the paths ahead to swap left and right, and can also disable or enable traps. Meanwhile, Cyrus is feeling super confident with the secret info from his brother's map, thinking he's got the upper hand. According to the map, there's a fork ahead. The right path is a dead end, and the left path is the correct one. Cyrus believes he's way ahead of our boy, but he doesn't realize that our boy's system has already clued him in on everything he needs to know. Cyrus dashes toward the right path, feeling incredibly smug about his strategy. He believes that once he takes the left path, he'll seal off our boy behind him. It quickly becomes clear that Cyrus's information was totally off as he charges down the right path. He's met with a massive dragon, and there also appears to be someone else who is giving a thorough beating to this monster. This cocky guy has no clue what's happening because his brother's map and intel didn't mention anything about this monstrous foe. The dragon roars and thrashes its tail, smashing through the surroundings. It's a chaotic scene with debris flying everywhere, and the adventurers barely manage to avoid being squished. We then see that person from before fighting the monster. She balls up her fist and lands a devastating blow that sends a massive beast crashing down. The dragon finally crumples to the ground, lifeless, right before Cyrus's feet. He just stares in shock, totally lost on how this woman managed to take down a giant creature with her bare hands. After the monster's down, she zooms over to Cyrus and his team. Seems like she's an S-rank adventurer named Daphne from Area K. As she lands, she asks which area they're from. Cyrus looks pretty nervous in her presence and admits they're from Area Z. When Daphne asks if they're here to conquer Shay's dungeon too, the anxious guy nervously confirms. Daphne then points out that Area K didn't ask for help from Area Z, so she's wondering if he's trying to compete with her. She makes it crystal clear that fighting her wouldn't end well. Cyrus tries to play it cool, suggesting they could work together and that it'd be an honor to team up with her. But Daphne makes it clear she's not into teamwork because only the weak rely on others, and she's definitely not weak. Then she suddenly gets a transmission in her ear asking if there are any heroes around because dragons have shown up and they desperately need backup. She quickly squats down, and before launching herself into the air, she tells these morons to go back home. She saw them freaking out after seeing the monster, and she definitely doesn't want weaklings like them hanging around with her. She takes off with such incredible force that the ground shatters beneath her. She soars into the sky, her peachy but leaving quite an impression as she flies away. Meanwhile, our guy is still stunned that she can fly. On the other hand, a ridiculously stupid Cyrus is still fixated on taking down that boss monster before she returns, even though she clearly warned him to stay away. Even Ceres can't help but notice how incredibly thick-headed Cyrus is. Cyrus quickly activates the mechanism and drops the giant stone gates, feeling confident that he's sealed off the place. Now he thinks no one will bother them, and they'll finally get the credit for killing that monster. Meanwhile, outside, our guy grabs that sword, and his magic power starts depleting rapidly. With a mighty push, he finally pulls the sword out of its place, leaving him with just 35. Uptirti mana. The whole area starts to quake, leaving Cyrus and his lackeys bewildered. On the other hand, our guy, now holding this sword known as the Bunker Scepter, takes the right path. Cyrus is feeling pretty confident and figures they'll hit their destination in mere minutes now, since every monster in the vicinity has been utterly cleared out. But everyone's jaws absolutely hit the floor when they spot B-rank furious monsters, the notorious obsidian claws. It's instantly clear these creatures are not to be trifled with. They growl menacingly and swiftly charge at Cyrus and his party. Meanwhile, we're back inside Boss Shay's opulent room, where Azathoth and his devoted lackey are once again. Azathoth looks pretty bored, even a bit exhausted, especially because he had to drain a lot of his own blood for Shay. So he tells his monstrous pet not to let him down. The monster eagerly responds that he can feel power surging through him from all that blood, and he's utterly confident he'll deliver a serious smackdown to our hero. When he finally shows up, the purple-haired lackey then asks Azathoth if Shay can truly kill our boy, who can actually boost his strength mid-battle. Azathoth reassures her this time is completely different because all the monsters in this dungeon are male. So there's no female touch to aid our boy this time. Suddenly, a fierce pack of wolves lunges into view, and our guy is just itching to test the sharpness of his brand new sword, which he pulled out after expending quite a bit of energy. The system announces that using the sword to slash at specific points can trigger hidden traps. Our guy immediately spots all the dungeon's trigger points, noticing the first one directly in front of him, which promises to unleash a storm of arrows. Without wasting a single moment, he thrusts his sword directly into the trigger, and a barrage of arrows begins raining down, obliterating all the wild beasts, like they're nothing more than mere cucumbers. In a ninja fruit game, there's still one monster left standing, but Cyrus remains completely calm and composed. He takes his battle stance, and swings his sword with such incredible force that it cleanly slashes through the beast. Just as he finishes, another monster leaps at him. He tightens his grip on the sword and brings it crashing down, right onto the monster's head. Meanwhile, Cyrus's party is getting absolutely demolished. He quickly realizes these wolves aren't just any pack. They're undeniably stronger than B-rank monsters. Their only option now is to bolt and get out of there with their tails between their legs. But as they scramble back to the entrance, Cyrus discovers he's already sealed it shut. This means they are royally, absolutely screwed. With nowhere to run, the wolves are closing in fast, and it's only a matter of time before these fools get completely chomped down. Cyrus frantically tells his lackeys to hold off the wolves, while he frantically checks the map for a way to open the door. The poor guys scream for their captain to do something before they become a tasty dinner for these monstrous beasts. But their captain feels utterly, completely hopeless. He has no clue what to do except cry his eyes out, because the map only shows mechanisms for sealing the gate, with no mechanism to open it back up. Meanwhile, our protagonist is surrounded by these very same monsters. As the beasts charge at him, he simply leaps from his initial spot, landing gracefully on the other side. That's when he spots another trigger, just over his left shoulder. Just as the monsters rush toward him, he smashes that trigger down, and a massive slab of stone begins to descend from above, crushing the poor wolves like tomatoes under a speeding car. On the other hand, the gate for Cyrus magically opens up, and they immediately begin to make their escape. However, the monsters are still hot on their heels, and one of them even grabs our cocky guy, Cyrus, by the leg, leaving him pretty much totally screwed. But just then, our protagonist quickly pulls his sword back from the trigger point. The stone slab that just smashed the monsters begins to rise again, and at the very same time, the path that had opened for Cyrus closes once more. The descending slab crushes the monster that was biting Cyrus's leg, freeing him from its razor-sharp fangs. Once our guy finishes off the remaining monsters, he realizes this sword isn't bad at all. As he moves forward, the system guides him to turn right, and he continues on, leaving a trail of dead monsters in his wake. Meanwhile, Cyrus, despite everything, barely escaping with his life, he simply refuses to surrender. His biggest fear? Cyrus might reach Shay before him. If Cyrus gets there first, he knows he's utterly doomed. His brother had even given him this very map, and if he comes back without slaying that monster, his brother will make him regret it for the rest of his miserable life. He then notices all the monsters in this area are already slain, and the road's layout perfectly matches the map. It's clear as day that he's currently on the correct path, and he's absolutely livid at the thought that his brother gave him a backward, drawn map that nearly got him killed. Hold on. It seems ever since our boy pulled that sword, the very paths themselves have shifted. So, technically, it's not even the map's fault. After trekking a little further, he encounters yet another split in the road. He's completely unsure which way to proceed, and the map clearly indicates he should head right. This time around, Cyrus, trying to be clever, decides to take the left path instead. But it's painfully obvious he's making yet another blunder, because the map was, in fact, correct, and he's about to get completely blindsided again. Meanwhile, after countless twists and turns, the system finally announces that he's finally reached the boss room, and there, before him, stands a notorious monster, Shay, who's quite taken aback to see our hero, wielding the legendary bunker scepter sword, which only means he's got some serious moves after all. Cyrus, however, couldn't care less about this monster's senseless yammering. He quickly takes his battle stance, focused solely on getting through this very last room, because Azathoth simply has to be around here somewhere. That's when Shay decides to speak up, saying he's going to take our boy's head straight to his goddess. The moment our hero hears the word goddess, he immediately perks up and asks the beast if he truly believes Azathoth is female. The monster then rants about how goddess Azathoth, that has a chest that's absolutely mind-blowing, skin so flawless it's practically unreal, and a scent that simply screams pure femininity. Our boy then spots another trigger close by, and immediately slashes his sword right at it. Suddenly, a massive axe bursts from the ground, and hurtles straight for the monster. But Shay remains completely calm, cool, and collected. With a mere flick of his hand, he shatters the giant sword into a million pieces. Sirius is utterly dumbfounded to witness. This behemoth didn't even need his own weapon to obliterate that axe. Shay lets out a massive growl after annihilating the axe, then leaps at Sirius with full force. He's clearly enraged at our hero, demanding to know how he dares disrespect the goddess. By calling her a man, Sirius's sword shatters into 2 pieces, with just one swing from this mighty beast, which is a clear sign that this monster is absolutely no joke. But our boy doesn't even flinch. He makes it clear that it's finally his turn to strike back. He unleashes his swift body / technique, moving so fast that he vanishes from his spot, reappearing behind the behemoth to deliver a sneaky blow from behind. But guess what? This monster isn't a slouch either. He's so quick that, in the blink of an eye, he twirls around with godlike speed and blocks the surprise attack like it's nothing. Actually, the monster didn't turn around. A clone of him just popped up right in front of our guy, who blocked the sneaky attack with that giant blade of his. The clone then wastes no time and chucks that massive sword at him with so much force that the ground beneath Sirius's feet starts to crack. The monster cockily brags that goddess Azathoth has cranked up his power so much that taking out our boy is going to be as easy as squashing a bug. Well, it's true that our boy is struggling under the crushing weight of that blade, just as he's locked in a deadly deadlock with the monster. The other clone decides to take a swing at him before that sword can slice him in 2. He quickly pushes off the ground and breaks free from the deadlock, but the blade still clips his foot, sending him crashing into the wall behind him with such force that it shatters on impact. The 2 monsters just laugh, as if they've just heard the funniest mom joke ever. Luckily, our boy is still alive, thankfully, but he's seriously questioning if he can handle this monster, especially with that annoying clone still bugging him. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party are getting absolutely demolished by this giant stone knight, just as our resident winner, Cyrus, is about to be flattened under the monster's massive leg. Something absolutely slams the giant rock right on the head, shattering it into 1,000,000 pieces like it's nothing. And guess what? It's the same formidable lady from before. The woman asks our whiny guy if he was the one screaming for help. Cyrus still has no idea what's happening and stays completely silent. But then the lady asks him one last time if he's the one who was calling for help. The poor, terrified Cyrus quickly admits he was, in fact, calling for help because he was literally about to kick the bucket. Hearing this, Daphne doesn't hesitate and lands a solid kick right to his face. Honestly, even if you were the one getting kicked by someone as amazing as her, I'd say that's a kick worth taking anyway. That kick sends the poor guy flying like a rag doll, and the woman starts absolutely laying into everyone, calling them a bunch of worthless garbage. From Area Z, she claims they all fancy themselves brave heroes, but they're just trembling with fear in front of these terrifying monsters, which she deems ridiculously pathetic. As she continues her furious rant, it looks like Cyrus is finally down for the count. The lady then orders his lackeys to haul away their worthless leader and get the hell out of there. They quickly start dragging their unconscious captain away and flee the scene. Suddenly, her gaze snaps to something on the other side. She squats down, and before launching herself forward again, she recalls that, according to intel, room 3055 should be at the southernmost point, level 37. To get there faster, she leaps up and starts absolutely smashing through 10-foot thick walls, like they're nothing more than flimsy paper sheets. Meanwhile, our hero looks utterly exhausted, like he's on the brink of collapse. As exhausted as he might be, he has no choice but to fight these monsters, and nothing seems to be working against them. He's getting tossed around like a rag doll, and it's like he's barely making a dent. Our hero desperately needs a power boost, but the only way to get one is if there are women around. Luckily, he might not need to worry about that anymore, because look, Daphne has crashed right into the middle of the fight. Once she sees our boy standing there, she gets super curious about what someone from a Z area is doing here. Daphne tells him to just get out of there, since he's clearly no match for the boss. But our guy doesn't back down. He insists that this boss is tougher than he expected and asks her to help him out. Well, the woman gets absolutely annoyed to hear this because she's an arrogant type who doesn't like teaming up with weaklings. And it's clear she's not thrilled about being asked for help. But Cyrus just utters those magical words. Lock the target. Meanwhile, Daphne is still being her cocky self and trying to boss him around. But those words start messing with her mind. Even though she wants to tear him apart, she finds herself inching closer to him. Eventually, they end up in an intense lip lock, giving Cyrus a much-needed power boost and raising the favorability level to 77%. As soon as Daphne realizes what she's done, she pulls back her lips in shock, completely baffled by her own actions. She starts berating him again, accusing him of stealing her first kiss, and telling him she's not forgiving him for it. Meanwhile, the monster, annoyed at being ignored, swings its sword at Cyrus. But with his newfound power, Cyrus dodges the attacks. Like he's playing tag with a bunch of kids, he then leaps into the air and swings his sword at the monster, slicing it across the throat. The monster can clearly tell that Sirius has become stronger. Daphne, still trying to process what just happened and why she kissed him, is also feeling a bit conflicted. Despite her shock, she enjoyed the kiss and the warm, soft feeling lingers on her lips, bumping the favorability bar up to 85%. Suddenly, the monster tries to swing its sword at Daphne. Sirius quickly warns her to stop spacing out, and before the monster's swing can land, he pushes her out of the way. The swing shatters the wall above them, and Daphne's armor also takes the brunt of that swing. Her big hooters quickly begin to pop out of her broken armor, which leaves her totally embarrassed. Sirius reminds her that she almost got slashed, so she better stop slacking off. The monster, on the other hand, tries to strike again, but Cyrus blocks the attack with his broken sword. As Sirius keeps helping her out, the favorability level rises to 88%. Daphne's armor has been torn apart, leaving her slim body and thick thighs totally exposed. She experiences a jolt of electricity through her body, making her feel paralyzed. Just as the favorability further increases to 92%, our boy's power continues to rise, and even the monster can't ignore his increasing strength. Meanwhile, Daphne's body starts reacting intensely. She can feel a tingling sensation spreading through her lower body, making her legs lose strength. She's feeling something she's never experienced before, and if it continues, she fears her whole body might go limp. The favorability level hits a whopping 97%, which is further making Daphne to fight off her overwhelming urges. She does not want to be a burden, and can't let Cyrus help her any more than he already has, because her pride won't allow it. Cyrus is pushed back once again and asks her for help, admitting that he can't win this fight alone. Daphne, however, remains stubbornly arrogant, insisting that teaming up goes against her principles. She's always defeated monsters solo, she claims. But ultimately, she does suggest a compromise. Since there are two monsters, they can each handle one separately. This way, she can stick to her no cooperation rule, while still technically fighting alongside Ceres. With this newfound understanding, Ceres stands beside her and, in a weird display of sincerity, pulls her close. He reassures her that with her by his side, he's sure he can win against anyone. Daphne's breathing is heavy, and that tingling sensation from before is back. Her favorability level has shot up to 99%, and she's fighting hard to stay focused. She's got this strong urge to work with Ceres, which she's not used to feeling at all. Meanwhile, we catch Azathoth in a miserable state, puking his guts out and complaining about how his heartless body is running out of steam. His flunky freaks out to see him in such a condition and asks if Shay hasn't dealt with the human yet. Back with Daphne, she's having a hard time wrapping her head around why she's so eager to team up with Ceres. She used to be all about doing things solo, but now she feels this powerful pull to join forces with him and maybe even embrace him. Meanwhile, we see Azathoth handing Sadiel a red pill, and he explains to her that he doesn't have much time left to wait for Shay to take out Ceres. The pill is infused with his blood spirit, and he tells her to give it to Shay so he can consume it. This way, Azathoth plans to take on Shay's physical body and abilities. He further states that by using Shay's physical duplication ability, he can deceive the system's mark, but Shay's body will only be able to handle his power for a few seconds. During that brief window, he plans to forcibly reclaim his heart, even if it means taking a huge risk. Sadiel eyes the pill with a hint of sadness, wondering if Cyrus will die here. Azathoth gets clearly infuriated to hear this, and demands to know why she's so concerned about that. Human Sadiel quickly reassures him that she feels nothing but disgust for humans. Literally no concern, just revulsion. We're back with Cyrus, who's still battling the maniac of a monster. His sword is falling apart, and he's even got a few rib crack, just when things seem dire. Daphne swoops in at the last moment to save him from the monster's attack. She quickly deflects the monster's sword with her hand, but Cyrus, while grateful, can't help but notice the softness of her assets pressing against him. Before he can fully appreciate the moment, the monster flings them away, and Cyrus ends up getting pinned under the weight of Daphne's considerable assets, which might just be enough to shake up the entire dairy industry. If you ask me, Daphne begins to feel a rush of sensations once more. She moans and groans as her earlier feelings return. As her intensity builds, Cyrus's defenses start to rise as well, giving him a boost just when he needs it most. Meanwhile, the monsters, gearing up to unleash his biggest attack yet, aiming to crush both of them in one go. Back with our guy, he's got a nosebleed. After being overwhelmed by her softness, she's worried she might have caused it with her weight, so she quickly steps back and apologizes. The monster's ready to fire off his massive energy ball, and he quickly throws it right at the duo. The ball incinerates everything in its path, obliterating the walls and leaving a huge, gaping hole. The two clone monsters are grinning like Cheshire cats, and they are quite sure that they blasted our heroes to bits. But it turns out they underestimated the power of Absolute Booba. She appears to have blocked the gigantic energy ball single-handedly, though her armor shatters and falls off. After absorbing the impact, she turns to him asking if he's okay. He replies that he's fine, even with a few broken ribs. She reminds him he's absolutely no match for Shia. She warns him that if he keeps fighting, he's definitely going to die. She then stands tall and confident, making it crystal clear this battle is hers alone, is ready to drive the monster away this very instant. But despite her fierce determination, she can't shake this intense desire to touch him. She's overcome by an intense urge to grab him and pull him close, yearning to feel that sense of dominance. She then tells him that her blue armor is already compromised from the last attack, leaving her body entirely exposed, and she absolutely does not want this monster. Looking at her big boobs, she admits she can't cover herself while fighting, so she shyly invites him to hold her milky breasts for her. Even though she's saying this out loud, she's battling with her inner feelings, trying to keep her desire from taking over. She reminds herself she's an elite hero, trained to the highest level, but all her training seems to be slipping away as she struggles to control her own urges. Meanwhile, our guy is doing his best to stay on his feet, despite his injuries. That's when Daphne realizes why she's feeling so intensely about him. She convinces herself that what she's feeling isn't desire, but a duty to protect the weak. Since she's seeing an injured man, it's a convenient way to rationalize things. But deep down, we all know she's just fooling herself. Eventually, she extends her hands towards him, ready to pull him in closer, because it's her responsibility to protect him. Her favorability level has finally hit 100%, and the system reminds her that upon close contact, all of his stats will double, just as she's pulling him in for a close embrace. The monsters launch another attack, but by the time their strikes land, the stupid monsters are hitting nothing but empty ground because our guy has already leapt out of the way, with Daphne in his arms. Her body then suddenly flares up with an intense reaction, and she feels an intense, burning sensation deep inside, which has grown more powerful than anything she's felt before. As an overwhelming desire takes hold of her heart, she clutches onto him even tighter, and a nosebleed starts dripping from him, overwhelmed by her unexpected tenderness. But this passionate embrace infuses him with an incredible surge of power, and they finally land safely on the ground. She quickly tells him she's only holding him to protect him while he's injured, so he shouldn't get the wrong idea. He replies that they're both genuinely good people, and that every sacrifice they make is totally worth it to finally take down the monster. Meanwhile, the monster begins churning out even more terrifying clones, and now there are a staggering 4 of them. On the other hand, our hero is also doing his absolute best to stick close to Daphne because he wants to absorb every last bit of strength he can get from her. Embrace. The scene then shifts to Sadiel, who's still staring at that ominous red pill with worried eyes. Azathoth's chilling words keep echoing in her mind, reminding her that since she's drunk his blood and resonated with his very essence, if he dies, she won't survive either. Azathoth then tells Sadiel that once she gets her heart back, she'll gain some serious, incredible power, become one of her crew, and feel this ultimate joy. She then orders her to go track down Shay, and Sadiel responds that she's on it. Azathoth mentions that whenever she closes her eyes, she can see through the bloody spirit. Then she asks Sadiel if she's not into hugs. Sadiel replies that she's not really used to physical contact, so it's totally unnecessary. Azathoth laughs, saying she had no plans for that anyway. Only a truly worthy Demon King gets that privilege, and Sadiel is just far too annoying for that. She's just a good watchdog after all, so she should bounce. Sadiel lowers her head, wondering if this guy is even more utterly gross than that human. Meanwhile, Daphne is boldly standing up for our hero, telling him to hold her really, really tight. As Shay charges at them, she then turns and attacks its legs. But when she looks back, another monster charges directly at them. As Ceres holds her close, the system immediately reveals their defense has shot up, along with all their other stats. Shay roars, leaping up to slice and strike. Daphne's got a death grip on that massive sword, as Shay really piles on the pressure, and just laughs. Watching Daphne struggle to keep it under control, the system chimes in, letting everyone know she just leveled up and entered berserk mode. The ground shakes with all that raw energy, and our guy feels like he can't move a muscle, his stamina draining rapidly. Shay roars that they'll kill them all to earn Azathoth's love. Even if he loses a chunk of his power, he's fine with sacrificing a physical clone, as it's a small price to pay for him. His three monsters whip up a massive ball of mana that's charging the ground. Daphne realizes that without her armor, she's in serious trouble. Shay is totally hyped up and challenges them both to survive this attack. But what he doesn't realize is that our hero just hit level 25 with all his stats super buffed. Because of it, he breaks free from Shay's grip. Ceres hold back a punch, and in a flash, slams it right into Shay's gut, sending him crashing into the wall. Sadiel is completely taken aback as Shay goes flying like a rag doll. Meanwhile, Daphne's out of energy, sitting on the ground, but our guy stands tall, telling her not to worry because he's got her back. The trio of monsters fires up another giant mana ball and launches it at them, but our boy is ready. He slams his level 25 fist again, pops that ball away, and the monster gets knocked back as well. Watching this, Daphne can't believe how powerful Cyrus's fist has become, seeing the red glow in their eyes and fists. Sadiel is left completely speechless. Azathoth is telling Sadiel that she needs to feed the mushroom to Shay right away, but Sadiel is clearly over it and roars with fury that she never wanted any part of Azathoth's harem. She brandishes a blood spirit, preparing to strike, but in that crucial moment, a rock slams right into Azathoth's hand, and she realizes Sadiel has utterly betrayed her. But from out of nowhere, Sadiel's hand is severed, and the blood spirit slips from her grasp, from the depths of the red cloth. An Azathoth clone bursts forth and snatches the orb. Shay watches, mouth agape in shock, and in the very next moment, the clone swiftly shoves the blood magic into his mouth. As Shay involuntarily swallows it down, he lurches upward, his entire body tensing. Ceres is baffled. What's happening to this guy? Azathoth begins to majestically ascend, with raw mana swirling wildly all around her. In mere moments, her body duplicates itself, and in a flash, she's multiplied, completely surrounding them all. Ceres stares in utter disbelief, because the system is showing Azathoth's true form. But when he checks the map for her true location, all he sees is a literal army of them, each one registering a real, tangible presence. Meanwhile, Azathoth sarcastically taunts that she had to extract the heart from our hero's body. After hearing about those vile plans, Daphne, enraged, charges straight at Azathoth, but the clone just casually catches her punch and casually flicks her away like she's nothing. She slams into the stone wall, instantly knocked unconscious. Ceres discovers he has only one chance to activate Azathoth's Spear of Oblivion. She's clearly not thrilled about this, but Azathoth reveals to him that all those clones are truly extensions of her genuine self. The system's danger assessment is already weak, unless Cyrus can take down every single clone. To find the real one, our hero remains silent. But she, Azathoth, radiates with confidence and challenges him. Do you still want to take me on? The system then chimes in, stating Cyrus is now completely immune to all her attacks, since her clones already have him firmly in their grasp. Because she never meant to truly hurt him anyway. Then she slams him against her body to let our boy experience some unexpected pleasure. She had our hero completely in her control, leaving him no escape route. Then another clone sauntered over, proclaiming his system was utterly useless right now. She then lays her hands on the protective vest of our hero to extract his heart, granting him a peaceful death. Our hero shouts that he's not interested in a witch like her, but she merely laughs, declaring his body will spill his secrets anyway. As she's about to test his true interest, she opens her mouth wide as if to bite, and he cries out in desperation. Then, completely out of nowhere, Sadiel leaps in, slamming the Azathoth clone away. As the fight begins, Sadiel mentions that Azathoth can only keep her clones for a limited time, so Sirius needs to avoid getting caught. Our hero just slips out of their grasp, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, Azathoth asks Sadiel why she helps Sirius instead of her, since they both will die if they don't extract Sirius's heart. Sadiel says she has to return a favor to the Mushroom King, which Azathoth finds utterly perplexing. Then, she confidently declares that she just wants Sirius to live. But the truth is that Sirius is using his full favorability to control her. Azathoth prepares to take her out, but Sirius activates his system, and suddenly, she teleports right in front of Yug. She's utterly shocked to see Sadiel pop up in her room, while Sadiel can't believe she's still alive. Azathoth doesn't even notice her presence. Around him, he sees Sirius struggling to hold the Shea sword. Azathoth just laughs at him, declaring no weapon stands a chance against him, and that she's simply going to crush him with pure strength. But our hero executes a quick slash, taking out one of the clones, and vanishes before they can even react. Azathoth just keeps boasting that our hero's moves are utterly futile, and since he possesses that system, her attacks won't be able to harm him either. The truth is, our hero wasn't trying to fight her at all. He just wanted to dodge her attack. He snaps that she's sorely mistaken if she thinks she can pull off that stun again. That system skill, Swift Body Slash, comes with a 10-second cooldown, and she totally whiffed it. She pounces with a sly grin, proclaiming he has nowhere left to run. She demands Cyrus return to her embrace, and promises him a death filled with unmatched, sinister pleasure. Cyrus, however, zeroes in on a new target, and skillfully dodges her grasp again. She's completely taken aback. It's only been a few seconds. She simply can't wrap her head around how he's still able to use the system. Our hero then explains that the system perceives every clone she creates as merely another version of her. That's how she managed to outsmart the very guy who originally created the system. Each clone is treated like a totally separate entity, allowing him to keep locking them down and spam Swift Body Slash over and over to perfectly dodge her attacks. If she wants to catch him, she's got to take down all her clones or keep playing this endless, infuriating game. But for her, time is rapidly running out. While Cyrus has all the time in the world, she pauses as the harsh reality hits her. The thought of simply running away and finding a new body quickly crosses her mind. She doesn't want to be hounded by some weak human, but calling herself the god of monsters, she can't possibly accept that kind of embarrassment. Still, she knows the odds are heavily leaning in Cyrus's favor now, and if things continue this way, he'll inevitably take her down sooner or later. She decides to unleash her true, full power. A blinding beam of light shoots up to the ceiling. Cyrus watches her carefully and wonders if she's making a desperate escape. Her clones suddenly shift to a vibrant pink. She then begins using Sia's cloning power to shatter her body into countless tiny fragments. Then, all the fragments violently come together and explode into the air. Cyrus watches with wide eyes. She has completely destroyed herself before vanishing. She awakens powerful new waifu spirits and imbues them with potent blood spirit powers. She commands them to eliminate any human who dares seek out her fragments, and ultimately to restore her fully. With that thought gone, the system assigns Sirius a new quest. He must gather her fragments to slow the encroaching poison. The host now has only 48 days left to live. Sirius watches as a sheep's head suddenly drops out of nowhere, landing with a thud right in front of him. He wonders if the rest of the body was obliterated too. The system chimes in, declaring the head utterly worthless, and asks if he wishes to store it. Sirius gives a quick thumbs up. Then he hears Daphne coughing and quickly helps her up. She realizes she was knocked out by merely a simple move from Azathoth himself, feeling utterly shaken by her own perceived weakness. As they head out, some of the guild members, including the captain, are seriously worried about what they'll have to report back. When the captain spots Sirius walking next to Daphne, he simply cannot believe Sirius is still alive. He starts formulating a plan to beg Daphne to share some of the glory so he can keep his precious title. He approaches her, claiming she must have single-handedly taken down the monster, and shamelessly asks if she can help him out. Daphne, in a chilly tone, asks exactly what went down inside, and insists that absolutely nobody should know. Earlier, Tiffany had sternly warned Sirius not to spill any details, threatening to beat him up if he did. As she left, Sirius reflected on her notoriously sharp tongue. Walking away, Tiffany felt utterly overwhelmed. She couldn't shake off her intense thoughts about Sirius, and kept questioning everything she had done. Meanwhile, Daphne informed the captain that she had indeed messed up the mission. He immediately started sweating, clearly shocked that even an S rank could suffer a loss. Realizing Daphne was far stronger than he had ever imagined, he instantly decided to pass the blame. Sirius could immediately sense trouble brewing. The captain then accused him of holding Daphne back and instantly causing the mission's failure. Daphne furiously slapped the captain down to the ground. Now back in control, she assured Sirius she was perfectly fine and didn't need any help getting back. The scene then abruptly shifted to the conference hall. As they discussed the mission's failure, the panel then questioned the captain, asking if he grasped the immense stakes. He tried blaming Cyrus yet again, but Judge Blaze sharply cut him off, ordering silence, reminding him it wasn't his turn to speak. He warned the captain that another interruption would land him in prison. Lying, however, would make things incredibly dire. He then fiercely demanded the precise reason for the mission's failure. The captain claimed they failed because they couldn't eliminate Shay, shifting all the blame onto Cyrus. Back at the guild hall, Cyrus opened the storage, revealing Shay's severed head. Everyone watching was utterly stunned into silence. The captain continued his relentless accusations against Cyrus. He claimed Cyrus sought all the credit, led the team astray, and caused numerous deaths. He even asserted he lost his leg saving others. He added that Cyrus always freezes when facing monsters, lacking any courage whatsoever. But the truth was far different. It was actually the people around Cyrus who were shaking. The captain branded Cyrus as disobedient and weak, and thus his true weaknesses are plain to see, utterly unworthy of being called a hero. Judge Blaze then stripped Cyrus of his rank and ordered him to be immediately detained. He announced Shay could still attack the city, so they must raise a level 2 alert to protect the populace. The captain arrogantly claimed he could have defeated Shay if Cyrus hadn't interfered. Just then, Cyrus burst through the meeting room door and hurled Shay's severed head. It smashed right into the captain's face, leaving him bruised and utterly swollen. The head then landed before the panel, leaving everyone utterly aghast. They started asking who dared throw it, and spotted Cyrus quietly walking away. Judge Blaze coolly told the captain to repeat what he'd just said. A minute ago, the captain, shaken and deeply embarrassed, pleaded for a chance to explain. Later, as Cyrus headed down the stairs, Lilia approached him. She told him the high priest wished to see him. She revealed they'd found a way to cure his poison, urging him to meet her immediately. Meanwhile, at Bertrand's manor, Daphne was training intensely, but her mind kept drifting back to Cyrus. She slammed the punching bag, splitting it wide open. Yet, even that couldn't silence her churning mind. Just then, Daily burst in, trailed by her quiet buddy, Rakuro. Dai just couldn't resist teasing Daphne about needing help from an F-rank hero. After her dungeon return, She then reminded her. Daphne always prided herself on going solo and never relying on anyone. Daphne snapped back, demanding to know who let them in and ordering Dai to leave. Dai called her mean big sister, jokingly warning that her anger would ruin her beautiful skin. Then she pressed further, asking how Cyrus somehow managed to break through Daphne's impenetrable walls. Daphne snapped at her to stop meddling. Dai said she rushed right over after hearing about Daphne's failed mission, and added that while most people grow and develop their minds, all Daphne seemed to develop were her muscles. Daphne shot back, saying she wasn't so sure about Dai's smarts, but it was clear her body wasn't developed either. Dai was momentarily stunned into silence before she yelled at Rakuro to handle her. Rakuro politely declined, saying he couldn't possibly hurt the older sister. Daphne challenged them to fight her directly and grabbed a heavy iron bar. Dai just turned away, calling it a stupid idea. Rakuro followed, but as they walked, Daphne suddenly struck first. Rakuro's arm became huge and monstrous, and he easily stopped the rod, crushing it like it was nothing. Dai sensed the sudden shift in the atmosphere and asked what was going on. Rakuro merely pressed the rod into a tiny ball and brushed it off as a minor nuisance. Dai just shrugged and kept moving. Daphne stood there, utterly stunned. She had never seen what Rakuro could do before. For the very first time, she wondered if Dai really could take Cyrus away from her at the gates of the Holy See. Lilia told Cyrus he was the only one allowed inside. Just as he was about to walk in, she called out, urging him to wait. As he turned, she quietly confessed that maybe, just maybe, that she simply wanted to spend a little more time with him. Inside, Cyrus found 2 chairs set up perfectly, and waiting for him was none other than Seraphine, the revered top priestess of the Holy See. With a confident flick, she threw her leg over the next chair and ordered Cyrus to sit down. She wanted to speak with him face to face. He hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. She calmly revealed she already knew. The poison in his body was from Azathoth's blood, leaving him utterly stunned. She explained that Azathoth's blood powerfully enhances monsters, but instantly melts human flesh. Somehow his body had fused with it, though it was slowly killing him. Cyrus acknowledged her deep understanding of the poison, but before he could even respond, she sharply placed her foot on his mouth and sternly warned him not to interrupt. He was shocked once again. She stated that if monsters were to consume his blood, it could unleash an absolute catastrophe. To prevent that, she had decided to consume him herself. Cyrus leaped back in utter disbelief, thinking she actually wanted to eat him, despite them both being human. Then his eyes widened as he saw her rise off the ground, monstrous tentacles unfurling from her very body. She declared that though she might be a monster, she still stood with humanity and for its future. She must consume him, determined to survive. Cyrus locked onto her as his target. The system flashed multiple cards before him. He selected one, the Angel of Bliss gloves. He put them on, and a shockwave pulsed out. He knew that striking just the right point would unleash his ultimate move. Cyrus stood there, looking totally confused. A little question mark floated above his head as he stared at Seraphine. She held a glowing pink piece of Azathoth and told him this power was the only thing that could keep someone alive. In this world, without hesitating, she started to absorb the pink fragment, and energy began to surge through her. As the power built inside her, her veins stretch and twist until strange mouths begin to form at their tips. Cyrus watches in shock as even the very tips of her veins transform into hungry mouths. Inside her mind, Seraphina revels in this terrifying new power. She envisions a future where she devours Cyrus entirely and uses his energy to seize control of every human city. In her twisted vision, people are mere cattle, trapped and helpless. Everyone strictly follows her rules, which she ominously calls holeasy. Anyone with bad thoughts or who dares to disobey will be eaten and purified. She aims to create a world free of evil and corruption. Cyrus starts to fume. This doesn't feel like protecting people. It feels more like outright control. He absolutely refuses to be her next next meal. He dramatically raises his golden glove, and its light begins to shine even brighter. As his determination burns fiercely, Serafina offers him a mocking, condescending smile. It's as if she finds it utterly hilarious that he believes he can escape, while standing right before her very eyes. Before he can even move, her veins lash out at him like cruel whips, and the fight begins. Ceres dodges quickly, trusting his instincts as their powers clash. He suddenly realizes these vein-like attacks are actually a part of her. He brushes one lightly, testing their sensitivity, but the result is utterly disappointing. Only 1%, barely anything. He tightens his grip on the golden glove, determined to test its true power. More aggressive vein attacks surge toward him, but he uses the glove's abilities to nimbly dodge them. Even then, he only manages to leave a small, insignificant scratch. A 1% charge isn't nearly enough. He needs to find a much more sensitive spot. At the same time, Serafina's anti-veins curl inward, forcefully pulling his body toward her and lifting him until they are terrifyingly face to face. She stares at him with a chilling, predatory gaze, contemplating where to begin devouring him. She notices the blood trickling from his shoulder, and a flicker of dark interest sparks in her eyes. She leans in and horrifyingly begins to drink it. Ceres feels a wave of nausea from the repulsive sensation, his face contorted in sheer disgust. A wicked smile plays on her lips. She muses to herself, his blood tastes so potent, antitoxic, almost like Azathoth's own. No monster in existence could resist its allure. The sheer energy in his blood makes her veins swell even further. Sirius is absolutely furious she's taken his blood, and with her growing stronger, he needs to escape fast. While she's focused on her ravenous feast, he cautiously extends a hand forward. He lightly brushes against her chest and notices the sensitivity is at 15%. It's better, but still far from enough. Serafina glances down, her eyes narrowed to slits, and asks, "What exactly do you think you're doing?" She warns him, "I might just eat you." And still, he's thinking about touching her. Pure disgust drips from her voice. But Sirius has already made his calculated move. He's figured it out. If she has a weak spot, it's got to be her most sensitive place. One she can't protect. There's truly no other option. With a serious look, he lifts his hand high, powered up by the Angel of Bliss gloves. This is his last shot. If he can hit that spot, he will unleash everything he's got. Sirius touches her private area and finds a weak point. She threatens to break his hand off, but he doesn't back off. He checks the sensitivity, which is 11%, then tries again, which then jumps to 14%. Serafina, absolutely enraged, kicks him hard and sends him soaring. She lets out a sharp, frustrated breath. Sirius is thoroughly shaken, because every charge hit sends out a powerful shockwave and drains him. If he wants to do real damage, he has to stay close and keep making contact. She growls. He is seriously annoying. Serafina shakes off the pain in her legs, still buzzing from that last strike. She demands respect on her own turf and thinks his actions are utterly beyond forgiveness. Her raw energy lashes out at him, but Sirius sees that 14% isn't enough. To break through, he decides to move in closer and stop avoiding the fight. Serafina attacks with a vine that shoots out blinding yellow energy, slamming into him hard. Sirius knows he must press forward and maintain contact for humanity's sake, but caught off guard and in pain, he stumbles backward. Serafina watches in disbelief as he goes flying, taken aback by his own counterattack's power. He lands awkwardly. He quickly activates his Angel of Bliss glove to touch her again. Her skin feels off. It's all stiff, and he can tell. Her sensitivity is only at 6%. Furious, Serafina yells at him to let go, calling him a complete idiot, before kicking him so hard he sent even further back. Sirius knows he has to escape fast, or she's going to swallow him whole. He figures that 6% charge is just enough to push himself away. Wide-eyed, he spots a mouth on one of her vines. And yep, they really do have mouths. Just then, Serafina's vines wrap all the way around him. She mocks him for not going after her vines anymore. asking if he's already giving up. She tells him that no matter what he tries, she's going to consume him in the end. She grins wickedly, enjoying every second, and says it's been a long time since she's tasted anything quite like this. Trapped in her living vines, Sirius feels the slimy mucus all over them. Serafina winces in pain, clearly surprised, and asks out loud what he's doing. Inside her vines, the sensitivity level hits 25%. Serafina quickly tosses Sirius out of her vines, and he lands hard on the ground. He feels utterly grossed out as the slimy insides spill everywhere. The smell is really strong and nasty. He checks and sees that his sensitivity level is at 25%, which is just a quarter of 100%. She has exactly 4 vines, and he starts to wonder if touching each vine would bump that up to 100%. If that's the case, touching another vine should get him to 50%. Serafina, feeling the effects, thinks the daisy she pushed away is starting to return. If things keep going this way, she won't be able to use her purification magic anymore. She knows she cannot let Cyrus reach that special spot inside her. Furiously, she decides he must be eliminated, and she'll consume him again. Her vines snap open like monstrous jaws, transforming into ravenous plants eager to devour him. They charge at Cyrus, all worked up and furious. Clenching his teeth, Cyrus realizes one of the vines is the very same one that just spat him out. He also sees that it's way faster now. 2 vines suddenly lunge at him from both sides, catching him off guard. Still fuming, he decides it's a good time to check the sensitivity. Again, he shoves his hand into one of the vine's mouths, causing Serafina some serious pain. When he checks, it's still at 25% sensitivity. Serafina screams in pure anger and tells him to stop messing with her insides and back off. She calls him disgusting and strikes him with her huge purple tongue, making him bleed. After that hard hit, Cyrus grabs the tongue and dodges, but the sensitivity level doesn't budge. It stays at 25%. He figures the really sensitive spot must be somewhere else. On her body, out of nowhere, all 4 of her vines whip toward him. He yells that he'll crush them all. Cyrus gets ready with his bliss gloves and tries to dodge when he touches a locked target. The gloves charge up and release a shockwave, which creates a blast. This hits Serafina hard, and she figures out that it's his right hand that triggers the powerful wave attack, and it gets stronger with every hit. Cyrus starts to think that maybe the weak spot isn't in the vine's mouth, but somewhere else on her body. He knows he needs to get closer to find out, and he charges straight at her, ready to risk it all for humanity's freedom. He's willing to explore every inch of her, if it means winning. Serafina is fuming, trying to comprehend how he can act so heroically while spouting such outrageous claims. Cyrus lunges at her, his eyes blazing red. This totally catches her off guard. He brazenly announces he'll begin with her chest and reaches right for it. But then Serafina unleashes a dense cloud of purple smoke that reeks with an incredibly potent foul stench. Cyrus recoils, gagging from the awful stench, wondering if she's using the smoke as a cover for something. He's totally freaking out because his Angel of Bliss glove isn't charged yet. Now he'll have to rely on his raw strength. But something feels off, and he's starting to feel incredibly dizzy. Is this smoke messing with him? From within the smoke, her vine tongue suddenly strikes his heart. He tries to grab it, but swiftly yanks away. She pulls back into the smoke, avoiding his reach from the shadows. Serafina chuckles mockingly, telling him that soon he'll be paralyzed and knocked out cold. Then she'll have complete control over him. Inside the smoke, Cyrus feels his head spin and his body growing heavier. Then it hits him when he touches her with his right hand. He can unleash a light wave attack. He realizes she's trying to keep his right hand away from her. That's when he suspects there might still be a vine wrapped around his hand. Suddenly, one of her vines lashes out at him again. He thinks this is just a distraction, and the real threat is coming from the left. Is she aiming for his left hand? But her attack actually gives him the perfect opportunity to reach out and touch her. After it hits his left arm, her vines slam him to the ground. Serafina remarks his body is surprisingly tough. She'd thought that bite would be enough to take out his left arm. After breathing in so much of her poisonous gas, he should be close to collapsing by now. Within the strong-smelling purple smoke, Cyrus starts coughing. Her vines continue their relentless assault, biting and striking him. A wicked smile spreads across her face. Seraphina cackles, vowing to tear off his left arm. She'll slowly devour it whole, then lick his blood and savor every single drop. Her vines relentlessly chew at his left arm, drawing forth a torrent of blood. Sirius retorts, revealing his shockwave power. Stems from his gloves, not his right hand, so he quickly strategizes internally. He then shoves his hand directly into Seraphina's vine, causing her excruciating pain. She's feeling around 25% of the agony. A moment later, he yanks his hand free, unleashing a potent blast of yellow energy. With his bliss gloves fully charged, he dashes straight towards Seraphina, poised for another powerful hit. He can't help but marvel at how bizarre her monster body truly is. Despite her mostly human exterior, her interior is completely alien. He extends his hand towards her chest, seeking out those elusive, sensitive weak spots he's heard about. Based on his intel, beings like her often possess nerve-rich zones in the most unexpected places. As he makes contact with her chest, he's shocked to find it registers 38% sensitivity. Seraphina swiftly raises her hand to block him, as she notices his hand getting a bit too close, putting her neck in genuine peril. Enraged, she unleashes a powerful kick, screaming at him to back off. The kick sends Sirius crashing violently to the ground. He's surprised that the chest only registered 36% sensitivity. In immediate retaliation, his body unleashes a burst of brilliant light energy. A massive yellow blast erupts from his form. Seraphina spots the imminent danger just in time, braces herself, and expertly dodges the incoming attack. The ensuing explosion rocks the very ground, sending debris flying wildly in every direction, showcasing the sheer power of his strike. Elsewhere, someone in California picks up on the commotion, wondering if a major fight is breaking out inside. Sirius simply sits there. He rests his head in his hand, feeling utterly exhausted. The pink smoke has finally cleared, and his mind is finally starting to clear up too. Seraphina just laughs at him, claiming his attack didn't do a single thing to her. She goes on to explain that his blood has actually made her defenses even stronger. With a sharp focus, Cyrus figures out that, even at just 36% sensitivity, he still hasn't been able to hit her core body. He's got to find her weak spot, and fast. If she drains any more of his blood, he'll be completely powerless. He thinks about all the places he hasn't explored yet. Studying her closely, he wonders where her most sensitive spot might be. Then it hits him. During her last attack, she went for his foot, which was kind of a weird choice. Hitting his neck would have made so much more sense. He remembers her screaming as a flashback hits him, and her hand running through his hair. He recalls their first meeting, and instead of covering his mouth with her hand, she went for his foot. That makes him think that maybe her hand is actually her most sensitive spot. As if reading his mind, Seraphina wraps her vines tightly around herself. She declares she will no longer let him get close. She urges him to stay still and just let her drink his blood, clearly growing frustrated. At that moment, another mysterious figure appears. A girl questions whether Seraphina truly intends to drain Cyrus's blood. Addressing her as High Priestess Seraphina, she challenges her on her intentions. Seraphina is visibly surprised by the newcomer. It's Lilia. Seraphina demands to know why she's still there, and tells her to back off. Lilia reminds her of the promise they made. Seraphina had agreed only to seal Sirius within the Holy Seal. If detoxification failed, letting him die is not an option. Under the Holy Seal's doctrine, a Sanctus is forbidden from harming any living being. Even if sealed, Sirius might break free someday. Seraphina argues that consuming him is the safest solution. Seraphina tells Lilia to chill with the rules. She insists that if Lilia eats Cyrus, she'll only complicate things further. She'll seize the power to control everyone. Under the Holy Seal, Seraphina points at Cyrus, claiming she could absolutely rise to power, and then Lilia could step up as the new High Priestess. All Lilia has to do is keep her mouth shut. But Lilia won't budge, declaring she's reporting everything to the Holy Seal. She even tries to get Cyrus to come with her. This infuriates Seraphina. She accuses Lilia of being utterly too stubborn. Then she decides to take them both out. Vines shoot out, aiming straight for Lilia, but Cyrus leaps in front, shielding her and pushing her aside. The vines, originally meant for Lilia, ended up striking Cyrus instead. He feels a sharp sensitivity, 32, when he touches them. He quickly unleashes a light wave blast, but Seraphina notices he's moving slower, and his body is reaching its limit. A hard blow to his stomach sends Cyrus crashing to the ground. He manages to prop himself up on one arm, groaning in agony. It hits him that the strike damaged his insides. The pain is excruciating, and it feels like his body is about to give out. Lilia kneels next to him and places her foot on the injured area. She uses her purification magic, explaining, "It'll help stop the bleeding and wake up his nerves, to keep him conscious and lessen the pain." Cyrus is feeling the effects and keeps asking for more, but Lilia won't give in. She tells him it's just an emergency spell that acts like a caffeine boost. If he takes too much, he'll feel totally numb, like he's under anesthesia, and then he won't be able to do anything. Then Seraphina goes for another attack with her vines. They snatch Lilia up, and Seraphina warns her that she doesn't actually want to kill her. She gives Lilia one last chance to bail out in peace. "If you just keep quiet," she tells her, "it's not worth risking your neck for a guy who doesn't really matter." But Lilia doesn't think twice, because Cyrus isn't just some guy. He's her patient. By the sacred rules of the Holy Seal, once you begin to aid someone, you're bound to stand by them. You must do everything in your power to protect them, until the very end. Seraphina glances at Lilia, still ensnared in her vines, and vows to make sure Sirius falls, right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Sirius twists and turns, dodging Seraphina's blows, suddenly realizing the sensitivity level is only at 2%. Out of nowhere, Seraphina begins to feel woozy, and the vines attacking Sirius recoil. Seeing Seraphina's sudden vulnerability, Sirius seizes his chance. He fires off a massive light wave attack, then grips both her hands tightly. Suddenly, the sensitivity hits its max, and a screen reveals her weak spot, unlocking her ultimate move. As Sirius grabs Seraphina's hands, she resists, yelling they belong to Lord Azithar. She struggles, thinking his grip is too strong, feeling excruciating pain as her hands swell, with vines bulging under her skin. Cyrus watches them begin to transform. Seraphina realizes that, as a Gaillardia carnivorous plant, all her sensitive nerves are in her hands. Pain hits like an electric shock, and she collapses, pleading for Cyrus to let go. But Cyrus holds on tight, and the vines, wrapped around them, begin releasing impurities. Watching closely, Lillian notices the High Priestess's body is full of toxins. She realizes Cyrus is purifying Seraphina. From the inside out, Seraphina mutates into a monster, vowing to tear out Cyrus's heart. Shaking with fear, Cyrus tries to move, but his hands are paralyzed. Suspecting Lilia's magic is to blame, Seraphina, absolutely enraged, declares that eating Sirius is the only way to save humanity. Sirius isn't having any of it and blasts out a huge shockwave. The energy from his bliss gloves is so intense, it blows up the entire building and even hits Lilia, who stares in awe, wondering what kind of magic he just pulled off. Sirius clutches his face in pain. He mutters that the recoil was so strong, it shattered his teeth. The scene continues with Sirius and Lilia. Watching on, Seraphina reverts to her original form, a massive, carnivorous plant. Sirius staggers, breathing heavily. He murmurs that something's wrong with him, then collapses into Lilia's lap. Lilia reacts with alarm, calling out his name and checking his forehead. She notes his temperature has dropped, dangerously low. He used too much energy during the battle, and if she doesn't act quickly, his life will be in danger. She gently lowers him to the ground and places her glowing foot over the injured area of his body. She focuses, stating that she'll begin by healing his internal organs. Suddenly, Cyrus stirs in confusion as he notices the surrounding water has turned into sludge. He asks what's happening. Lilia explains calmly that the sludge is a physical manifestation of his injuries. It means his body is critically fragile. Sirius tries to move, but feels totally weighed down by this thick, heavy stuff. He complains that it's way too cold, even colder than before, as he can't seem to budge at all. Lilia keeps using her purification magic through her foot, keeping an eye on the sludge as it shifts and darkens. She can tell it's risky because if it's not dealt with, it could freeze him from the inside out, so she starts rubbing it off with her foot before it has a chance to harden. Sirius breathes out slowly and looks more at ease. Then, a glowing message pops up on the screen, letting them know that the target has been logged. Lilia stays focused and tells him to breathe and chill out. Her magic, which comes from purification, needs her mind to be clear. If she starts to think negatively, her healing gets weaker and could totally fail. She has to wrap things up before that happens. Sirius mentions he's feeling warm again and tries to sit up. Lilia steps back a bit, letting him know his internal injuries are completely healed. Now, she just has to help him regain his strength. She lifts her foot and gently places it on his lips, signaling they're in the final phase of healing. With half his mind still foggy, Sirius pictures a chocolate cake and begins to eat. As if it's instinct, Lilia is super determined. She tells him to devour every last bite because she refuses to let this magic fail. This is more than just a spell for her. It's a true test of her belief. She's confident she'll heal him completely. Suddenly, a new message pops up on the screen, showing the favorability is at 51%. Sirius kept licking her feet, going on about how tasty the cake was. Lilia winced, clearly uncomfortable, and told him straight up to cut it out with the tongue action. Then, a message popped up on the screen, showing the lust index at 60%. She was worried about how fast his muscles were soaking up energy. He was already starting to cramp, and if that kept up, he'd wake up feeling sore and super tired. She realized she needed to do something fast to lower his temperature before it got any worse. When the lust index increases, she senses that this is the most effective moment to assist him, as his body is highly receptive, and the surge of sensation can reach him completely. As she steps forward, Cyrus flinches and says no. Lilia repeatedly urges him not to resist, explaining that it's a crucial part of the treatment process, and uses her other foot. The lust index keeps building up, and she begins to feel intimidated. Realizing her purification magic is faltering, she reminds herself to stay calm and resist the dark thoughts. Sirius suddenly tells Lilia that he's feeling a bit of pain and asks her to grab him. Lilia, blushing, urges him to hurry up and eat it, as she can't hold on any longer, causing the lust index to rise even higher. Sirius keeps licking her foot, and Lilia can't help but giggle. She comments on how he's actually using his tongue, which totally tickles her. Quickly, she realizes she can't focus on what he's doing. So to distract herself, she thinks about the Holy Church's teachings. Cleanse desires, avoid lust, and keep things balanced. By sticking to these guidelines, she manages to push away any unwanted feelings and stay pure. Because of this, the lust index can decrease. When Sirius is done, Lilia pulls her feet away, letting him know the treatment is over and the magic is still working, bringing the lust index down to 67%. Sirius gets up and asks if it's all finished, and Lilia confirms it is. She feels a rush of energy and realizes her purification magic has really improved, maybe even doubled what it used to be. It hits her that healing his injuries has boosted her magic even more. As Sirius stretches, he comments how all his injuries have healed, and he feels totally refreshed, giving a shout-out to Lilia's magic. Lilia starts thinking about how this boost could help her become the new archbishop. Sooner than expected, she tells Sirius that in the future, he should definitely come to her for treatment, even if it's just a minor injury. Sirius agrees, saying he will. The scene then shifts to the Holy Church, where a huge hole blemishes the building. Mr. Charlton shows up with a green-haired girl named Daisy, who gasps in shock. Charlton wonders if it was a demonic beast attack. That did it. Mr. Charlton walks over to Sirius and Lilia, who are already there, and starts asking them what happened, and if it was some kind of attack. Sirius seems a bit unsure, and mentions that they don't have all the info yet, but they're sure the Archbishop is gone. Jesse points out the carnivorous plants that Sirius has on display. Lilia tells Mr. Charlton they need to wait for the new Archbishop before they can move forward, but suggests they chat about the collaboration. In the meantime, Mr. Charlton is caught off guard by this. Lilia explains that a lot of steps can be skipped once the Archbishop is on board. He sighs and agrees it's the only way to go. Cyrus steps back, saying he'll let them handle things, giving a quick goodbye to Mr. Charlton. As Cyrus is about to leave, Mr. Charlton calls him back and asks Daisy to give Cyrus a ride home. He also tells her to fill him in on what's been happening. At the Warrior Guild, Cyrus raises an eyebrow. He's curious about what's been going on, Later, while driving, Daisy sneaks a glance at Cyrus, but keeps her focus on the road. She mentions that a weird, demonic beast has invaded the city and is only after warriors. Cyrus looks puzzled, trying to wrap his head around it, and asks her to explain what she means. Daisy explains that several A-rank warriors have already been killed. Their bodies are found drained of blood, and in each case, their genitals are mutilated. The revelation shocks Cyrus, and he repeats the part about blood draining, trying to connect the pieces. Daisy nods seriously and mentions that the victims have weird markings carved into their skin that look like some sort of beast language. The markings send a creepy message, not you. It seems like the creature is looking for someone specific. A dark thought hits Cyrus as he starts to wonder if the blood-sucking beast is actually after him. Daisy goes on, explaining that to keep everyone calm, Daphne from Zone D is heading up the investigation. She's already started tracking down the demonic creature. Just then, a girl named Sathal shows up at the window, muttering curses inside. The white-haired Yogo glances up in surprise and asks why she's back, pointing out that the place is packed with vendors and soldiers. Then, she wants to know if Sathiel plans to stick around. Sathiel shakes her head, giving a firm no way. She explains to Yogo this is the enemy's base, and if they get caught, it'll be a massive mess for the human. She absolutely wants to avoid that. Yogo just laughs, then teases Sathiel about her transformation magic, claiming she won't share it. Sathiel looks confused and points out she can only alter others' appearances. Plus, she desperately needs a safe spot to hide, because going outside is far too risky. Yogo watches her, a puzzled look on her face. Then, completely out of nowhere, blood starts dripping from her mouth. She just drops to the ground. Yogo looks up, curious, and calls out to Cecile, accusing her of faking sickness for attention, claiming she won't share her master. As she talks, her mind drifts back to when Cyrus saved her. Just then, Cyrus and Daisy emerge through the door. Cyrus asks Daisy to fill him in on the whole vampire beast situation. Daisy agrees, and Cyrus turns to Yogo, saying he's back. Noticing Yogo, Daisy remarks on how cool her name is. Yogo mutters something about someone else showing up with a master, then quickly lifts Sathiel to hide her. Cyrus opens the door, and Yogo greets them, saying it's good to have them back. Cyrus nods and motions for Daisy to come inside. As they walk in, Yogo watches them. A bit confused, Daisy gives Yogo an apologetic smile, hoping she's not interrupting anything. Yogo's red eyes flicker as she realizes what's going on, because for her, another woman means another headache. She lets out a sigh and, still unsure how to handle this situation, hands a carnivorous plant to Yogo. Meanwhile, Daisy, sitting there without her shoes, thinks about her next move. She really doesn't want to repeat the mistake from last time when her emotions got the best of her. Meanwhile, Yogo is mumbling to herself about how she needs to get rid of Daisy because this woman is messing with her master. As she serves food to Cyrus and Daisy, Cyrus then asks how that vampire beast snuck into the city. Daisy quickly explains, telling him that the giant dragon, Beagle, down south, is about to awaken and unleash havoc. With fewer warriors available, the vampire beast easily slipped through. Daisy then clarifies that the last time she gave Cyrus his captain's badge, she was rushing and completely forgot something important. Curious, Cyrus asks what it is, and Daisy shares that. As the secretary to the vice president of Zone Z, she needs to keep track of all the warriors, all preferences, and living situations. She hands him a form for a personal promotion survey. Cyrus glances at the form and wonders why there are questions about a spouse, asking if he really has to fill out every part. Daisy confirms that all new captains have to fill it out and submit it to the guild, stressing that being detailed is key, since it could impact the team's evaluation. Cyrus sighs, but agrees to fill it out, while Daisy secretly hopes this will help her get closer to him. Just then, they hear a noise from the other room, and Cyrus wonders how another person got into Yog's space. He gets up to check it out, trailed by Sathal, who looks like she's not doing well. He asks if she's hurt, and she panics, worrying whether the woman saw her. If she did, the warriors would come looking, and she'd have to fight to keep herself safe. Cyrus shakes his head, insisting that Sathal can't kill her, and that they'll find another way. Sappho glares, asking why not, and if the woman is important to him. Cyrus hesitates, then promises to make her leave. After finishing the form, Daisy asks Yag who's in Cyrus's room, and Yag answers that it's his older sister. Daisy's eyes go wide, as she wonders if she's now the third wheel in Cyrus's heart. Inside, Sappho is warning that they need to get rid of this woman, or else she'll have to be taken out herself. Sirius calms her, assuring her he'll handle it. Then Daisy hears a scream from inside and glances at Yag, asking if they should go help her. Yag shakes her head, stating Sirius can handle it, and warns that another girl might just bite her if she goes in. Suddenly, Sethiel bursts out, accidentally bumping into Sirius as he walks in. He questions how she can hit so hard, even with all her injuries. He hands Daisy the completed form, asking her to drop it off at the guild for him. She nods shyly. She then suggests grabbing a bite at a great restaurant. Outside, both Sirius and Yag are surprised by the idea, and Yag gives Daisy a sharp look. Sirius looks confused and asks if that's all right. Yag then grabs some food from the plate, reminding him it's time to eat. Sirius, puzzled, wonders when he planned that. Yag flushes gently, placing the food on her chest and pulling Sirius closer, softly, insisting he eat it and stick around until he's done. Daisy's eyes go wide as Sirius just stands there, stunned. Sirius takes a bite of one of the cookies and wonders what it's made of. She casually says it's snake liver mixed with bat wings, but insists it actually tastes good. Yag pulls Sirius in, closer, and encourages him to have another piece, telling him he needs to finish everything on his plate. Sirius, however, just shakes his head and says no thanks. Daisy, watching all of this, asks if this is how Sirius usually eats. He sighs and admits it's not really his thing. Yag, still trying to feed him, just grins and explains they do this every day because her master likes it. She tells Daisy to just leave if she doesn't want to see it. Daisy gets up, says sorry for interrupting, and heads out, thinking maybe Sirius and Yag really are this close now. Then there's a loud knock at the door outside. A girl with bright pink hair asks politely for someone to open up. Inside, another girl hears her and frowns. Her actions clearly got under the boy's skin. Roy, looking utterly puzzled, asks why no one's answering. He instantly deploys his magic, and suddenly the door explodes open with a mighty crack. Inside, Cyrus leaps to his feet, his expression a mix of shock and pure rage. He furiously yells at them for breaking his door. Cursing a blue streak, he declares it cost him 100 silver coins. He lunges at Roy, fists clenched, eyes blazing with fury. But Diana casually steps in, a relaxed smile playing on her lips, and calmly holds out a check, announcing it's for a hefty 100 gold coins, more than enough to cover the damage, and valid anywhere. Cyrus freezes mid-stride, then hesitantly takes the check, and warily asks what they want from him. Diana raises a graceful hand, ready to make her pitch. Her goal, she wants him to work for her, and she's prepared to offer him a whopping 500,000 gold coins. Cyrus, still processing everything, stands off to the side, can barely believe his own ears, because that's an utterly bonkers offer. Yag, on the other hand, is becoming progressively more irritated. She's absolutely fed up with all these women, constantly trying to steal her master away. Before Cyrus can even process it, Daisy suddenly interjects, telling him not to take the deal. Cyrus stares at her, completely bewildered. Daisy then pivots to face Diana and Roy, and dramatically reveals they're from Zone D. Diana smirks, firing back with a jab about Daisy being an old lady, coyly asking if it even truly matters. That snarky comment instantly sends Daisy into a raging fury. She vehemently insists Cyrus is crucial to Zone Z, and they won't allow him to defect to Zone D. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to outside the building, where Daphne is observing with her team. One of her men kneels beside a lifeless body, intently examining the scene. He reports that the blood hasn't fully clotted, indicating the person probably passed away a mere 4 to 5 hours ago. Another team member approaches and reports that Diana went to visit Cyrus. At the news, Daphne's expression instantly hardens. She rolls her eyes, scoffing, "That little snake. Really want to meet Cyrus." But she quickly regains her composure, her voice strict and pointed. She asserts to her team that they have bigger fish to fry right now. She then orders a thorough search of the area. Should they spot the vampire beast, they are to report back and wait for her. No crazy heroics. They all respond at once, loudly affirming without another word. Daphne activates her power, soaring into the air, The wind rushes past her as she coldly thinks, Diana won't pull that on me again. This series is meant to be in Zone Z. The scene then switches to a massive dragon, tearing through buildings, sending debris flying in every direction. It's the Dragoon Beagle, a truly gigantic beast, furious and roaring loud enough to shake the very sky. His stomach growls louder than his voice, and his rampage seems fueled by nothing more than monstrous hunger. He smashes rooftops aside like paper, snapping tree-sized pillars in half like mere twigs. Guild members scramble to maintain control of the situation. One of them mentions that everyone has already been evacuated from the area, so there are no civilian casualties. Still, the tension remains high. No one has retrieved the Slay Dragonblade, the only weapon rumored to harm Beagle. That leaves them utterly helpless. A young scout suggests the best option is to stay away and observe from a distance. The risk of engaging the beast directly is simply too great. But the guildmaster has a different perspective. He points out that Beagle isn't truly attacking the city, not even out of malice, at least according to him. The dragon has chosen the ruins near the outskirts because there's a fortune in gold hidden underneath. Beagle just happens to like gold, and the spot makes for a cozy place to nap. That hunger? Probably just a bad case of waking up grumpy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Daisy leans over and asks Lady Diana if they can snag the elusive captain from Zone Z. Diana wants to know if they have enough funds to make the offer worthwhile. She turns to Cyrus, curious about his opinion, but he just blinks and says he doesn't even know the person. But that doesn't seem to matter to Diana. She quickly explains Cyrus's real job is to spill the tea, which means he'll expose how he broke Daphne's no-cooperation policy and everything he knows about the Shade Dungeon incident. But there's a huge twist. He'd have to do it live on a popular TV show, solely to make her sister, Daphne, super awkward. Once Cyrus understands her angle, he declines, seeing right through her scheme. Diana raises her voice, clearly frustrated, insisting it's his chance to earn a ton of money. Cyrus responds calmly, saying it's not worth making Daphne sad. He made a promise, and he intends to keep it. Diana seems to take that as a negotiation tactic. She wonders aloud if he's just angling for more cash, and offers to make a better deal. That's when Daphne's voice rings out from behind her, sharp and commanding. Diana turns quickly, caught off guard. Daphne storms into the room, demanding they leave Cyrus alone. She looks like she's ready to throw a punch, but Roy steps in just in time and reminds her she can't hit her sister that hard. Daphne backs off slightly and tells Roy to stay out of it. Daisy, now watching quietly from the corner, whispers, does Daphne from Zone D have a thing for Cyrus? Diana smirks and accuses Daphne of being insecure or not trusting Cyrus anymore, especially since she's quit all her jobs. Daphne scowls and claims she's just a natural-born troublemaker. Cyrus interjects, saying he hasn't even said anything yet, but Daphne's mind wanders to how he helped her before and how he never let the lure of gold pull him away from his promises. Her gaze then drops to Diana, and she can't help but smirk. She notes that Diana has obviously gotten breast implants, probably trying to fix something money can't. She jokes that Diana's breasts aren't naturally big, but Diana snaps back angrily, denying it. Diana barks at Roy to leave with her, calling everyone in the room gross. As they walk out, Diana quietly fumes, thinking about how Cyrus must have more secrets, the very one she intends to uncover and use to get her revenge on Daphne. Once they're gone, Daphne mutters, next time, Cyrus should just kick her sister out himself. Cyrus, now alone with her, can't help but ponder the tense relationship between the two sisters. He also briefly wonders if Daphne was right about those implants. Just then a report comes in. A white-haired, demonic beast has been discovered in Zone Y. Daphne doesn't hesitate. She dashes out immediately to investigate. Daisy says her goodbyes and leaves soon after. That's when Yag steps forward with worrying news. She tells Cyrus that Satho is seriously ill. Her body temperature has dropped dangerously low, and only an advanced recovery herb can save her. But they don't have enough time. Cyrus, growing desperate, has a sudden thought. Maybe his blood, infused with the energy of Satho's lord, can help. Without thinking, he cuts his palm and lets the blood flow into Satho's mouth. Yag gasps, but it's working. A vibrant green mana starts to wrap around Satho's body. Cyrus watches closely. Soon, Satho stirs. Her eyes flutter open, and she grips her head groggily. Cyrus asks gently if she's okay. The scene cuts back to Beagle, who is now lazily gnawing on giant boulders. Suddenly, he pauses. His nostrils flare. He catches the scent of something. He turns, growling low and deep. His massive form begins to move. Panic spreads fast. This has never happened before. Beagle is heading towards Salem. The guild master yells to get everyone on alert. Reports start coming in. Beagle is stomping directly toward the city. The reason? He can smell the blood of Satho's lord, now flowing inside Cyrus, and he wants it. Yag stares at the blood, totally amazed by how good it smells. Satho holds Cyrus's hand and says she isn't going to waste a single drop. Cyrus is blushing and tells her she's sucking his hand way too hard, and now it's starting to tickle him. Then Yag calls out to him, exclaiming that she can't hold back any longer either, because she desperately needs a taste herself. She grabs his head and lunges for his hand, eager to get some of his blood. Now both of them are going at it and eagerly drawing his blood. Meanwhile, Sirius shouts at them to stop because he can't even feel his hands anymore. The demon girls start wondering if their bodies feel so good and energized because the purification is working from the inside out. Yag realizes it must be healing Sathiel too, since she literally can't stop sucking, constantly wanting more. Suddenly, a loud emergency alert blares, announcing the activation of a high-level magic barrier which snaps them out of their daze. They both stop what they're doing, shocked by the sudden news. Sathiel realizes she has completely lost control of herself, while Yag is shocked to find her clothes have magically returned, though her magic reserves are now pretty low. The announcement continues. A giant dragon named Beagle is heading straight for Salem City. With an ETA of 10 days, all citizens must evacuate to underground shelters, and all warriors are ordered to draw their dragon, slaying blades to defend themselves. Every warrior must report to HQ within 3 hours, or be demoted from the guild. Jeeps are already rushing toward HQ. Meanwhile, a secretary tells Sirius he's on his own, since there are no recruits with him, and Zone Z is out of vehicles. Sirius groans, asking if that means he has to run 100 miles. He shouts at her to recruit someone already, but she just shrugs, saying she has paperwork to finish. If he wants a ride, he'll have to team up with another guild. That's when Irene, from Squad 14, offers to let him tag along. Sirius asks if her captain would be okay with that, and Irene says he'd probably be happy to team up with someone strong. But Sirius, however, the moment he introduces himself as an F-rank captain, she freezes, recoiling instantly, because, let's be real, no F-ranker even has a captain. So, she swiftly shuts down the conversation, declaring it never happened, leaving Sirius absolutely fuming. Then, out of nowhere, Bella pops up, asking to join Squad 15. Sirius is completely taken aback to see her. She greets him with a warm smile, then scolds him for not visiting her, especially after he got out of the hospital. She asks if he's forgotten all about her, adding that she's heard quite a bit about him. Sirius explains he's just been incredibly busy, dealing with a ton of absolutely wild stuff. Bella beams, thrilled to hear he's a captain now, and suggests they catch up once the mission's over. The secretary then reminds him he still needs to complete all his paperwork. Irene butts in, telling Bella not to waste her time chasing after some F-rank loser, bragging that her captain is a proud A-ranker. Just then, Tyler appears, and snidely claims Sirius only became a captain thanks to his connections, not skill. Bella's eyes widen in recognition. Tyler attempts to recruit her to Kalen's society, boasting loudly that his armor makes him far stronger than Cyrus. He offers her yet another chance, even promising her an A-rank sword. But Bella flat out rejects him, declaring she's sticking with Cyrus. Sirius tells her to come sign the forms, and she walks right over without a moment's hesitation. Tyler clenches his fists, absolutely seething with fury, wondering why Bella always chooses Sirius over him. Irene curses Bella for having such terrible taste and tells Tyler to just forget about her and move on. But Tyler, absolutely steaming, declares that eventually they'll all be begging for his help. Back at the front desk, Sirius is yelling again about not getting a vehicle. The secretary informs him Squad 14 has already snatched up the last two. Even though there are only 5 people, she suggests he go ask Captain Tyler for a favor. Tyler just laughs right in his face, calling Sirius a complete joke. someone who can't even afford a full set of armor. He declares he'd rather host a public roast than ever grant him a seat, just to humiliate him right in front of Bella. But Cyrus just quietly looks down at a paper given to him by Lady Diana, which shows an offer of help if he ever needs it. Tyler's wondering why they haven't come out yet. One of the crew tells him they've arrived, and Tyler asks if he can't just grab a car, which Cyrus agrees with. Tyler steps up, deliberately dropping his sword, then jokingly says sorry and asks someone to pick it up, since he's still figuring out how to handle his thunder rage weapon. Taylor jumps in, saying they must earn everything like true warriors if they want anything done. Bella shouts that he's going too far and doing it on purpose at the same time. Irene can't help but comment on how terrible her taste. In guises, the driver suggests they might want to beg for a favor, hinting that Taylor could forgive their rudeness. Taylor states that every warrior must reach headquarters in 3 hours or they lose their spot. If they can't hack it, they're back to being just F rank. Bella narrows her eyes, realizing Taylor's calling the shots over Cyrus. Because of her, Cyrus tells them the helicopter is here, and Taylor is surprised. Everyone's stunned when they see the helicopter with the guild logo pull up, knowing it's a private ride for VIPs. Others start asking, what kind of mission would get such fancy treatment? Still, Taylor brushes off their questions and insists that it's probably for something big. He tells them to stop speculating. A young lady exits the helicopter, asking Cyrus if it's go time. Taylor's crew is shocked, since Cyrus is just an F-rank warrior, and they think it's a bad idea. Cyrus picks up his sword and tells Bella to hop on. Taylor can't believe an F-rank loser is acting up like that, but then he realizes Cyrus has his weapon. He demands Cyrus give it back, but Cyrus just says he forgot to return it. He unleashes his power, slamming the sword into the ground, igniting a massive blast as it strikes the gas tank. Chaos erupts as their vehicle bursts into flames. Taylor barks at them to find another ride. Pronto! The team members cry out that the demonic beast is relentlessly slaughtering their comrades as it ravenously gorges on human blood, draining them of their very life, just like monstrous trolls. The beast samples the blood and declares it's not the one she's truly after. She wonders which man will possess the blood she desperately needs. The beast then stalks closer to the group, threatening to drain every man in the entire city. To find the chosen one, they immediately start freaking out, shouting that if Daphne is here, then everything will undoubtedly be fine. One guy yells that they absolutely need to protect the city and can't simply go out, constantly searching for warriors all the time. The beast then savagely charges at them, and the commander frantically warns about the impending attack, but she snatches him. He's staring directly into her gaping maw. Terrified, he's about to die. Just then, someone dramatically swoops in, saving him at the last second. A collective shout of Daphne rings out, and she chastises them for not waiting. They urge her to head straight to the headquarters, but she's absolutely determined to take down the beast first. Suddenly, she recognizes the demon, demanding to know why it's still alive. The beast, surprised, wonders if Daphne actually knows her. Daphne realizes she holds the clear upper hand this time. She tells the beast that last time she was truly trapped, but now she's willing to offer a piece of herself. Since the beast is considerably weaker now, the beast is surprisingly amenable to that, and reveals she's merely a collection of fragments, following a guy who possesses powerful demonic blood. Convinced she's fought him in the past, Daphne instantly realizes the beast is targeting Ciri, so she fiercely declares she won't let her get anywhere near him. Ciri questions if the sealed area beneath the headquarters is truly real, and Diana confirms that only a select few of her closest friends are aware of its existence. She mentions that the legendary blades for slaying dragons are kept securely locked away there. Bella asks if any beasts could possibly appear in that area, but Diana reassures her it's impossible, as the room is completely safe. However, as they cautiously move forward, they're utterly shocked to discover the guard's deceased. Ciri asks Diana if the demonic beast is lurking nearby, immediately sensing the grave danger here. Diana freezes, utterly stunned by a statue she spots, one that definitely wasn't there before. It's the eerie sleeping maid statue. She immediately questions their intel's accuracy. Bella then notices an injured man, miraculously still breathing amid the carnage. She quickly rushes to his side, helping him prop himself against the wall. Meanwhile, The rest of the team spreads out to check. On the basement lady, Diana takes a slow step forward, staring at the horrific destruction in disbelief. She can't fathom how this very basement, of all places, became such a brutal massacre. The injured man quietly mutters that the maid had gone downstairs, right before everything went horribly wrong. That chilling piece of information instantly puts Lady Diana on high alert. She raises her voice, demanding to know what's happening below them. But the man quickly motions for silence, his eyes wide with fear, warning her to stay quiet, saying the statue might wake up again. It's already too late. The maid, or what remains of her tortured spirit, hears the noise. Her stone-carved eyes snap open, glowing bright without a moment's warning. A blinding laser beam shoots from her gaze, striking Siri and his team with shocking force. Roy yells out Lady Diana's name and lunges toward her, throwing himself over her, just in time to shield her from the blast. Siri reacts instantly, pulling Diana back with him and covering her body with his own to absorb the brunt of the second wave. Just as suddenly as it begins, the beam stops. The statue's eyes close again, and her head lowers, returning to its lifeless position. As the dust settles, Lady Diana glances at Roy, panicked, asking if he's all right. Roy gives her a lopsided grin and tells her it's just his hand that needs a rest, as there's nothing too serious. Bella, still kneeling beside the injured man, tries to help patch him up, but he insists there's no time. According to him, they need to split up and run while they still can. Ceres asks if the statue only fires the laser when it hears sound. The guy nods quickly and warns them about the steps leading into what he calls the danger zone. Near the statue, any movement or noise from there triggers the deadly attack. Ceres tightens his grip on his sword. He instructs Bella to stay with the injured man and tend to his wounds, while also keeping an eye on Lady Diana. Diana, now clearly upset, tells Roy to destroy the statue completely. Ceres counters her with a more strategic idea, as he says they'll go after one eye at a time. That way, someone else can jump in if anyone gets injured. Roy doesn't seem convinced. He questions whether Ceres has the confidence to face this threat, especially since he's only an E-rank player. Ceres doesn't answer instead. He shouts that he needs to test his strength and charges forward with his sword raised high. The statue maid hears his approach. Her head jerks up, eyes opening once again. Another laser beam fires at Ceres. He tries to dodge and wonders if he can avoid taking a hit completely, but he knows even near misses would wear him down fast. He listens for footsteps, calculating her reaction time, and begins darting back and forth to confuse her. The statue keeps firing its beam, slicing through stone and air with no mercy. The others try to move in as well, but the blasts start catching them too. Bella watches in horror and realizes this entity is far more powerful than any of them expected. Ceres pays attention to the statue's pattern. It always targets the loudest source. Testing his theory, he throws his sword behind it. The statue immediately turns and blasts the weapon into dust, telling them to stay quiet with a mechanical whisper. Ceres confirms the target sound. Grabbing another weapon, he prepares to strike again. This time he rushes in and lands a direct hit, but his sword shatters the instant it makes contact. Before he can even react, Roy springs into action. His fist hardens, transforming into solid stone, and with unwavering confidence, he declares, "This should be a simple challenge for me." He slams his stone fist right into the statue's chest, but to his absolute shock, it leaves barely any damage. He barely has time to register what's even happening before the colossal statue snatches him up. Roy screams in agony as its grip tightens mercilessly. Ceres leaps into action, grabbing a nearby hammer and slamming it against the statue's back. As he strikes, something glints brightly in the dust. He looks closer and absolutely freezes. There's another eye, cunningly embedded on the statue's back. Before he can shout a warning, the hidden eye snaps open and fires another devastating beam. Ceres barely rolls away, just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Roy desperately struggles to protect himself. He forms a large stone cross between himself and the statue's grasping hands, attempting to buy them precious time. Lady Diana sees that Roy is in serious trouble. Their voices, though low, stir something primal within the colossal statue. The statue turns its head sharply, its stone-carved eyes swiveling directly toward Lady Diana. Locking in on the sound, a sharp glow ignites in them, and a deadly laser beam fires off. In an instant, Roy, still struggling in the statue's iron grip, sees exactly what's about to happen. He yells for Diana to get back. Bella doesn't hesitate. She yanks Lady Diana to the side and pulls her into cover just in the nick of time. Roy grits his teeth, trying something desperate. He lifts both his arms, attempting to cover the statue's eyes with his hands, hoping to block the beam and buy them more time. But the effort burns him. The laser doesn't stop. It keeps firing relentlessly, and the intense heat forces him to scream out in pain. His voice echoes hauntingly off the basement walls. Through the searing pain, he manages to shout at Cirrus, urging him to destroy the statue now, before she targets Diana again. In the middle of the chaos, Roy grabs at the statue's head, desperately trying to twist it or pull it away from the others. But then, out of nowhere, Cyrus senses something strange. As he gets closer, his hand brushes the statue's chest, and he senses warmth. It completely catches him off guard. To everyone's utter shock, the statue reacts. A faint pink blush paints her stony cheeks. Without warning, she flings both Roy and Cyrus away from her. With surprising strength, Cyrus crashes back, stumbling back to his feet as he watches her movements closely. The statue curls up slightly, almost as if embarrassed, closing her eyes again and shielding her chest with both arms. Cyrus is utterly bewildered. He can't fathom why she's reacting this way. Roy, meanwhile, growls in frustration. He admits he's been hitting the statue with everything. He has, but it barely shows a crack. He glances at his hand. It's trembling, discolored, and clearly broken. A searing pain shoots up his arm, and he knows he won't be able to land another punch like that. His pained cry is loud enough to rattle the entire chamber. The statue's eyes flash open once more. Roy realizes he's drawn her attention again and braces himself, though he knows he won't be able to dodge in time. Cyrus sees what's happening. He doesn't hesitate. He moves forward and plants himself in front of Roy, holding out his arms to shield him from the incoming blast. Roy stares in disbelief. He shouts at Cyrus, questioning how he thinks he can block a laser with his bare hands, but the statue pauses. She blinks, surprised, as Cyrus touches her chest again, and then pinches it softly. That single gesture completely throws her off. Her laser fires, but this time it hits the walls behind them instead. Cyrus notices the shift in her body. He starts wondering if she can actually feel anything, if she's reacting emotionally to the contact. Bella and Lady Diana are utterly speechless. Neither of them can believe what they're watching. Somehow, Sirius is redirecting the statue's deadly aim, using the strangest method imaginable. Roy, still stunned and writhing in pain, asks Sirius what in the world is going on. Sirius offers no explanation. He just tells Roy to move aside since he's hurt, declaring he'll take it from here. Roy starts to step back, but the statue senses his movement. She shifts her focus, preparing another brutal attack. Sirius immediately reacts, using a reversal move to completely throw off her concentration. It works. Her blast misses Roy and slams into another section of the wall. Lady Diana, still desperately ducking behind cover, asks Bella if Sirius always fights like this. Bella shakes her head and says that it's definitely not his usual style, but somehow it's working. Diana checks on Roy again. He insists he's okay, but admits they didn't expect the statue to be this tough. He warns Sirius that she's still dangerous. The statue now keeps her gaze fixed solely on Sirius. He dodges her attacks swiftly, and the movement causes her chest area to shift again. She seems completely thrown off and takes a moment to collect herself. But after a short pause, she lunges again, clearly flustered but utterly relentless. Sirius watches her more carefully this time. Her strikes are becoming less focused. He starts to think that her combat pattern is breaking down. She's losing precision, Roy comments from the side, noting how chaotic her attacks have become. Then, completely unexpectedly, Sirius slaps the statue lightly on the backside and shouts for her to focus. If she's going to fight seriously, the statue falters mid-attack. Roy watches it all wide-eyed. Despite the absurdity of the approach, he has to admit, Sirius is handling the situation in his own strange but effective way. Roy's on the ground, clutching his chest and clearly in agony. Lady Diana checks in, asking if he's okay. He tells her he has chest pain and thinks his ribs might be cracked from all the hits he took from the statue. Bella jumps in. He warns that a chest fracture could be very serious, since it could critically damage his heart and lungs. close. As he struggles to breathe, she offers to help him. She asks him to show her his chest, but warns him it'll only provide some temporary relief. As Roy lifts his shirt, Bella is momentarily caught off guard, but quickly snaps back to reality. She begins to examine him. When Roy asks if she sees anything wrong, she assures him it's just his injuries. Then she shifts the conversation to the ongoing fight, asking if any player, even Siri herself, could actually take down the statue. Bella insists Roy desperately needs treatment right now. He thinks about the intense battle, realizing that even his strongest moves barely scratched the formidable statue. Meanwhile, Siri seems to have slowed down the statue's attacks, making it look like she's controlling it. Bella realizes Siri's skills are beyond those of an S-tier player. Siri notices the statue's gaze is slipping, and jokes that maybe it's because her own eyes are almost closed, and she can't control herself. The statue stays quiet, seemingly trying to cover up. Cyrus is surprised and wonders if she's actually avoiding his gaze. He points out that she has feelings too and calls her cute. Noticing she shuts her eyes when she's shy, he decides to fly close and touch her, since she's just shown him a weakness. As he lifts his hand, he teasingly asks if anyone's touched her belly button before. Out of nowhere, she lifts her foot and kicks Cyrus hard to fend off his touch. Bella yells that she has to jump in and help Cyrus, since it's up to her now with their captain hurting. But Siri grabs her foot, making the statue squirm in shyness. Roy grabs Bella and warns her not to mess things up for Siri. She's surprised and asks what he's talking about. Roy tells her to keep her head in the game and points out that it's Siri holding her foot, not the statue attacking him. He urges her to feel his heartbeat right through her foot. He then gives her leg another playful rustle. This only makes things even more awkward for our stoic statue, who then opens her eyes and unleashes a volley of laser beams. Everyone is utterly shocked as they notice the lasers seem much weaker than before. Siri confidently tells the statue her attacks are visibly weakening, even if they won't be enough to finish him off. Suddenly, in a swift move, she grabs Siri by the neck and yanks him in close. Roy screams that she's clearly winding up for a massive attack and urgently tells Cyrus to break away from her grasp. Cyrus, instead, raises a hand and points right at her chin, while Roy frantically warns him to dodge her incoming attack. Rather than moving in, as it could be deadly, the system locks on, and Cyrus, surprisingly, just kisses her. She's totally caught off guard by this unexpected move, and Roy hilariously remarks that the statue is clearly still stunned speechless by that kiss. They manage to exchange some water, while Cyrus catches his breath after pulling away from her. The statue quickly pushes him back, and Sirius then playfully asks if she stuck her tongue out on purpose. The statue, blushing furiously, covers her face in embarrassment and hides her head away with her arms. Lady Diana loudly shouts that she's literally hiding her head. Cyrus cautiously takes a step closer, while Roy shrewdly notes that she hasn't even reacted to Cyrus moving in, clearly curious. He then pokes her and boldly declares she has a stiff tongue. Cyrus wants to ensure she'll actually look his way again, but the statue frustratingly remains silent. So he calls over his friend, because the shy girl is still not lifting her head up. Soon after, Taylor and his crew find themselves standing at another confusing fork in the road, looking around, all bewildered. One perplexed team member asks if there's only supposed to be one clear way to go, based on the intel they receive. Taylor openly wonders why it feels so much like a maze in here. Irene chimes in, stating that the intel from HQ is usually pretty accurate after all, and that there's probably a good reason for this tricky layout. Another skeptical member questions if the information about a single path is even correct. Taylor is still utterly baffled by the strong maze vibe. Irene then mentions that it's highly likely the previous team might have triggered something unexpected that warped the very terrain itself. Suddenly, another team screams, "A monster has appeared," warning everyone to watch out. A player is slammed to the ground, screaming in pain. A red-haired teammate asks if everyone has drawn their slay dragon blades yet. They reply that many players are already lost, and whispers are going around that most haven't even found the entrance yet. The team lead shouts that they must rely on their own strength and skills to hold back the giant dragon bearing down on them. One player declares he's ensnared the dragon's feet with his magic, manifesting a powerful green mana, and informs everyone, including the captain, that they've got its feet locked down. But then he realizes the chains are slipping, and he can't hold on much longer. So he urges everyone to attack the dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon breaks free with a devastating strike, knocking players down and injuring them severely. Then, an S-rank iron-armed giant named Cassius shouts that he'll protect them and orders everyone to keep attacking the beast. He channels an immense amount of mana and transforms into a colossal monster, charging directly at the dragon and warning it not to come any closer. He smashes into the dragon with all his might, claiming he'll cut it in half. The attack actually halts the dragon, and Cassius wonders if this plan will actually work. Against it, everyone is awestruck by Cassius's epic moves, and they're cheering him on to keep attacking. Without holding back, the dragon catches sight of his assault and gives him this annoyed look. She thinks for a moment, and then sees Cassius flexing his powers and stripes, muttering that every time she tries to eat, someone's always trying to cause trouble. She raises her hand and declares Cassius truly annoying. With a swift motion, she swats him away like he's nothing. One hit from the dragon shatters Cassius's armor, and his mana doesn't even faze her. He's down on the ground in an instant. He hits his head, leaving everyone utterly stunned. They can't believe a titan like Cassius that just got utterly smacked down by a dragon. Even in that moment, Cassius tells his friends that Salem City has their backs, and they have to stop this dragon, no matter what. He's completely fired up, and he insists they've got to take down the dragon. That while it slowly creeps closer and closer. Taylor's team is outside a door, and he's moving in closer. Hand on the handle, he warns his teammates to be cautious. But since they have no idea what's on the other side, as Sirius pushes the door open, that it creaks loudly, starting to shake the entire basement. The entire team is taken aback. One member asks if an earthquake just hit the maze, while Taylor tells them to brace for anything. Another player chimes in, saying that it doesn't feel like an earthquake to her, that because the air is absolutely buzzing with magic. It feels like someone triggered a special mechanism. As Sirius forces the basement door open, that everyone realizes the ground is shifting again. This leads to a massive explosion in the city, leaving everyone absolutely wide-eyed in shock. One player points out the blast, realizing that it's a huge surge of pure magical energy. Another wonders what could have caused such a massive explosion. From their headquarters, utterly shocked, everyone starts realizing that the headquarters that has completely vanished from a city. Roy figures things have drastically changed, that because of the door that Sirius opened. Lady Diana, looking utterly dizzy, that almost collapses, landing on Roy's lap. One member notices Carrot has fainted, and another says Hank has gone down too. Tiger Banlier, an S-rank player, worries about the C-rank players. He says they simply can't handle the magical backlash from the building's collapse. He thinks it's dumb to even pull out a sword, but since the whole landscape has utterly transformed, he feels the heavy magic lingering in the air, and he finds it seriously terrifying. Over with Sirius's team, players that are chatting about how only a dungeon, that with such immense magical power, that is truly worthy of a legendary weapon. Sirius's gaze locks onto the sword lying on the ground. Irene quickly points it out to Taylor. Taylor's eyes widen, and he lets out a shout. He instantly recognizes it, the legendary Slay Dragon Blade. Cyrus, I can't help but fantasize about how amazing it would be, to draw that very sword himself. Irene casually mentions that Cyrus is only an F-rank player. A comment that instantly ticks Taylor off, causing him to frown. He's seething with jealousy over Cyrus's sheer luck. Taylor can't fathom how the maze just vanished, leaving Cyrus suddenly right by the sword. He believes the first one to try drawing it, that has the best shot at success. Taylor knows he absolutely cannot let Cyrus get ahead. He barks at his team to follow him. That's so he can snatch the sword, and they all jump to obey. The sword itself starts whispering, noting it feels awkward. That with so many people crowding around it. Sirius stands stunned, his eyes fixed on the sword. It snaps that he has no right to stare at it like that. Feeling utterly uncomfortable. Since it's currently without a scabbard. The sword orders Sirius to stop staring, threatening to unleash a wave of pressure on him. If he doesn't close his eyes, as it despises being watched. Sirius feels that crushing pressure, and marvels at how a sword can even talk. He's astonished to find it possesses a personality. A massive, overwhelming wave of pressure blasts out from the sword, causing even the toughest armor to crack and crumble. And players to drop like flies. Taylor's teammate, give him a quick rundown of the situation. No one can believe the sheer, overwhelming power of the mana. The air around Taylor feels dense, like molten lead, making it impossible to breathe. He looks around, and realizes just how terrible it is for everyone. Even Cyrus is reeling from the effects of the mana pressure. The sword's spirit observes how remarkably tough Cyrus is to hold his ground against it. Banlier whispers that anyone capable of handling this immense pressure and still move has a chance at drawing the sword. His teammate asks if he can even get close to the Slay Dragon Blade and wonders what the risks might be. Banlier reassures him. He mentions the sword has been dormant for ages, so there shouldn't be any danger, right? But then the sword itself dramatically chimes in, warning that anyone who dares to get too close is entering a serious danger zone. Cyrus is completely taken aback by the sword's words and quickly turns to Bella, asking if she's sensing anything unusual. Bella suggests Cyrus might just be hearing things, thanks to the intense mana swirling around them. Taylor suddenly leaps over to Cyrus, claiming the pressure must have totally messed with his head. He boasts his stamina is way superior to Cyrus's. Roy tells Cyrus that whoever draws the sword first has the best shot at success. He warns he won't let Cyrus get ahead. Taylor scoffs and laughs at Cyrus, saying, an F-rank player like him has absolutely no business trying to wield the Slay Dragon Blade. Bella rushes towards Taylor, yelling that he's totally jumping the gun, but Cyrus stops her, telling her to steer clear of him. The moment Taylor steps over the line and inches closer to the sword, it senses him and loudly shouts for him to back off. But Taylor arrogantly ignores the warning, thinking that by grabbing the sword right in front of Bella and Cyrus, he'll look like a true hero while putting Cyrus firmly in his place. The sword spirit rolls her eyes at Taylor in utter annoyance, warning him explicitly not to touch her hilt. Just as Taylor reaches out and looks down on Cyrus, the sword shouts that he's giving off some seriously creepy vibes. She raises her leg, ready to kick him away, not wanting anyone to get close to her. Taylor gets slammed back and sent flying, screaming in agony from the sword's powerful mana. His teammates are absolutely aghast, and one of them calls out to Taylor, their captain. He jokes that it's just unbelievable. Their mighty captain got owned by the sword. Cyrus cautiously checks out the sword, while the sword spirit rolls her eyes at these pesky humans, saying they don't need to treat her so roughly. She adds that humans are all the same, even after all these years. She even admits she truly can't stand their existence. And Taylor notices his armor is completely shattered, pointing out it's made from tough, deep-sea materials, but it ripped apart far too easily. Cyrus then realizes his S-rank scale armor underneath has been protecting him the entire time. Without it, things could have gone horribly wrong. The other players are buzzing with surprise about the sword. One of them asks how they even figured out how to safely draw it, while others see it as a failure for Taylor, since the Slay Dragon Blade clearly rejected him. They're also chatting about how the blade has come to life. Taylor's teammates are saying they just don't have tough enough armor to handle the Slay Dragon Blade's attack, and are wondering who's going to step up and try to pull the sword. Out of nowhere, Taylor starts laughing, and his teammates wonder what's up with him. Taylor just chuckles and declares he's no failure. He explains that legendary weapons are only meant for those who can pass the trial of the Slay Dragon Blade. He takes a stance in front of the sword, saying as an A-rank warrior, he's made it through the trial. He yells that the Slay Dragon Blade should be excited, but the sword spirit isn't having any of it. She shouts back at Taylor, saying it's absolutely not the same deal, because she can't stand rude guys like him. She even hints that taking Taylor down herself would feel pretty good, clearly thinking he's not worthy of wielding the sword. Taylor suddenly turns to Cyrus and yells that he's jealous of him because the Slay Dragon Blade seems to have picked him out. Cyrus quietly suggests that maybe the blade just wants to take him out personally. The sword spirit glances at Cyrus and agrees with a whisper he's totally right. Out of nowhere, Taylor lunges to grab the sword super quick. The sword spirit notices that Taylor has snuck up on her because she wasn't really paying attention. Taylor grabs the sword, but the spirit quickly points out that he's actually got her neck. A wave of powerful mana pressure bursts from sword. Taylor's armor begins to crack and crumble. Everyone is stunned. Taylor can even grip the hilt. He might just conquer the Slay Dragon Blade. As he clutches the sword, Taylor yells that the pressure and power are overwhelming, feeling like his entire body is under attack. He wonders if this is the ultimate test from the Slay Dragon Blade itself. The sword spirit screams that Taylor is hurting her and demands to break free. Taylor grips the sword tighter with both hands, determined to seize control. The other players are shouting that Taylor is about to be the very first to successfully pull the sword and become the hero who saves their city. The sword spirit completely loses it, raging and shouting that everyone is disgusting because of how they've treated her. In an instant, Taylor notices the entire atmosphere feels different. The other players are buzzing with excitement, claiming the sword has ceased its attack. This gives them hope they can still win, without risking themselves to pull it out. They're urgently calling for Captain Taylor to seize the Slay Dragon Blade. Banlier is visibly dejected and begins to wonder if Taylor truly made it. He whispers there's no reason for someone like him, an S-rank player, to interfere now. Meanwhile, Taylor is getting pumped up and gripping his sword tightly as he thinks about Bella. He knows he's the one who's truly been recognized by the Slay Dragon Blade, not Sirius. Everyone is cheering for him, calling him a hero. Bella is frowning, clearly annoyed, because Cyrus was supposed to be the first to draw the sword, but Taylor beat him to it. The spirit of the sword is now fully awake and utterly confused why everyone is cheering for Taylor. She screams she'll tear them all to shreds. Sirius sees what's happening and quickly pulls his teammates back. Bella asks if something is wrong, and Cyrus warns them that the Slay Dragon Blade is absolutely furious. They all sense it, too. Then, the Slay Dragon Blade lunges, unleashing pure chaos and destruction. With its overwhelming mana pressure, the sword spirit zeroes in on Taylor, and the crown inflicts agonizing pain on him. Everyone nearby feels the insane pressure coming off the sword. Taylor screams in agony, and Iron, noticing his dire state, is left utterly shocked. The sword spirit, used to dealing with humans, yet looking shy, delivers a brutal kick. Iron catches the intense mana and pressure from the sword and yells that it's heading straight for Taylor. With a terrified voice, he ducks behind Taylor, begging for help. Then, Banlier jumps in to shield them, using his skills to control the attack. With just one hand, he goes all out, while Irene stands there completely shocked. Since Taylor is still so cool-headed, he manages to dodge the attack, making the very earth shake. The sword keeps cranking up its magical pressure, hitting everyone around it. The sword spirit notices Banlier and thinks he has an impressively tough body. She sees that his armor has already healed, acting as a shield for humans, and showing off his strength as an A-rank warrior. The players all notice how tough Banlier is, with his armor still untouched. One of them points out he's an A-rank warrior. That's seriously impressive. He tells everyone to take the injured players to the underground sanctuary, putting the lower-ranking members in charge, while the higher-ups stick with him. Everyone jumps right into action. Taylor's team picks him up, insisting they leave, because it's getting too dangerous to stick around. Banlier taps into his powers and transforms, claiming he's humanity's strongest guardian. He strides toward the sword, which he believes is the strongest in the world. Just then, the sword spirit lifts her leg and is ready to strike Banlier. He braces himself for the hit. Shouting, they declare it's a perfect match. Banlier charges headfirst toward the sword, determined to seize it while skillfully dodging its magical attacks. The sword spirit observes just how incredibly fast he moves, Meanwhile, the guild members from Salem City are cheering him on, shouting he's their very last hope, and he must prove to the Slay Dragonblade that humans are undeniably stronger. The sword spirit raises both her legs, building immense pressure with her formidable magic. But Banlier skillfully evades all her powerful attacks, while relentlessly closing in on the sword. All her formidable powers prove utterly useless against Banlier. He grabs the sword and fiercely insists that he alone deserves to be its rightful wielder. The sword spirit refuses to be owned by him, so she unleashes another devastating attack that strikes Banlier squarely head-on, smashing his formidable armor to literal bits. The brutal attack hits Banlier incredibly hard, leaving a gruesome mark on his face and drawing blood. Everyone is taken aback. Banlier thinks he's gravely hurt, even though the sword spirit technically hasn't touched him. He pins himself down as his teammates frantically shout his name, filled with worry for his well-being. Banlier snaps at them to back off, forcefully pushing them away. Banlier declares they must defeat the sword, but the players are utterly stunned, since even S-rank armor can't withstand its magical might. One laments the Slay Dragonblade has fully awakened, leaving them absolutely no chance to win. Banlier vehemently insists they must defeat it, as it's their only chance to truly become powerful and bring unparalleled honor to the Slay Dragonblade. The members whisper amongst themselves that they'll have to fight until their very last breath. Banlier reminds them they are warriors and must face these daunting challenges for Salem City's sake. He furiously questions their hesitation. He becomes increasingly aggressive, stating that any player who dares to refuse this fight will instantly be considered a despicable deserter and immediately killed. Banlier then yells at the players for their utterly pointless chatter. The sword spirit catches wind of this commotion and whispers that the humans are indeed aware of her true powers and are completely terrified. She then picks out a blonde guy, pointing directly at him, and declares she'll start with him if nobody moves, forcefully shoving him into the immediate danger zone. The blonde dude is absolutely freaking out. Suddenly, he spots someone already standing on the battlefield. He shouts at Banlu to take a look. Cyrus stares intently at the formidable sword. He remembers what the Slay Dragon spirit had told him. Back when Taylor had tried to grab it, Cyrus realizes the sword can sense and even communicate. It's just like a person, since the sword possesses its own life force. He wonders if he can truly connect with, or perhaps bind the sword spirit using his system. Cyrus tells his system to lock onto the target. It responds, and the sword spirit wraps tightly around the blade. The spirit is confused why Cyrus stares at her so intently. The other players immediately start gossiping about him, questioning how the captain of Squad 14, a total F-ranker, plans to draw the sword. They shout that Cyrus must be absolutely nuts. With his pathetic skills and paltry powers, the sword will simply slice him to pieces. Cyrus declares passionately that he is a warrior, and he must protect Salem City from all threats. He's determined to draw the legendary Slay Dragonblade, even if it costs him his very life. He's absolutely not backing down. Banlu comments that even the weakest players show more guts than the A-rank and B-rank ones. He says Cyrus possesses a truly noble soul. The Slay Dragonblades spirit feels something profoundly different about him, whispering that he makes her feel an odd, peculiar itch. Noticing Cyrus's unwavering stare, she comments that he's unlike any other human. She simply can't help herself anymore. Feeling an unusual connection as Cyrus moves closer, she tries to cover herself, deciding to use a slash attack to keep him at bay. The sword spirit is trying to figure out why she feels so incredibly weak, especially in her legs, which she can barely even lift. This weird tingling and numbness is overwhelmingly taking over. Meanwhile, the players are blown away that Cyrus seems totally fine, despite the sword's immense magical vibe. They're curious why the sword isn't reacting to him, like it normally would with anyone else. It's absolutely wild how close Cyrus is getting to the sword, and they're all completely stunned. They remember the sword usually slices anything, living that dares to get too close. So that's why no one can ever pull out. But with Sirius, it's like the sword is just chilling out. They're starting to suspect it might be dormant. The sword spirit feels a strange sensation coursing through her head, realizing she's losing her power and her urge to attack. When she looks at Cyrus, she can sense something. Something about him is truly unusual, is causing her all these strange feelings. As he steps even closer, she notices their connection growing even stronger. The players can't believe the sword spirit isn't attacking. They keep exclaiming it's impossible and frantically debate whether the sword of judgment has truly gone dormant. One player remarks that if it truly is, Sirius must possess incredible luck. The sword spirit feels her hand growing heavy, struggling to keep her surging emotions in check, but failing completely. Sirius is looking right at her, even with blood still dripping from his nose. One player spots the blood and gasps, and comments that it's definitely not from the sword's attack. Banlier points out that Sirius is just an F-rank hero, so it's absolutely crazy that he isn't overwhelmed by the sword's immense pressure. They can't fathom how he's still standing, considering his low rank and the sword's sheer, destructive power, and they grimly note he's barely managing to complete his hero mission. Sirius is holding his nose, and mentions it's the first time he's bled this much. From it like this, he can feel the sword of judgment's immense power. Bella is worried sick about Sirius, and suggests he could step back if things start getting too dicey, but he stops her with a firm hand gesture. Sirius declares that his crucial mission is to protect Salem City, and he'll see it through no matter what. On the flip side, however, the sword spirit feels so strange looking at Sirius. She mentions feeling warm and incredibly shaky, even a bit ticklish, and hold her chest because her heart is absolutely racing. She's finding it incredibly odd, and even wants to subtly tear her clothes a little, feeling like she wants to show more of herself to Cyrus. While wrestling with all these confusing thoughts, she suddenly realizes she can't let her embarrassment get the better of her. She tells Cyrus to stop staring, because if he doesn't, she'll be exposed. To protect herself, she confronts him directly. The players notice the rising tension and shout that the Slay Dragon Blade has awakened. Banlier is stunned by the sheer power of the attack, comparing it to the day his armor shattered. The players yell that Sirius is vulnerable, since he's so close to the fearsome blade. Sirius wonders if the sword spirit still has the power to strike him down. He playfully touches the sword, thinking he needs a counterattack to survive. Immediately, the sword spirit feels something unusual and questions what's happening to her. As Sirius connects with the sword, she senses a tingle running through her entire body, causing her to lose all focus and misfire her attack into the ground. Then, everyone gasps as they realize the Slay Dragon Blade's attack is suddenly halted. Banlier is shocked, wondering how Cyrus, an F-rank player, can withstand the sword assault without even a scratch on his armor. He's utterly amazed by Cyrus's incredible strength and durability. Meanwhile, the sword spirit lifts herself amid the chaos, reflecting on all the sensations she's ever experienced, from piercing armor to burning flames. But this sensation is utterly unlike anything she's ever felt. She feels a new electric charge surging through her, but can't shake off the light. Tickling feeling taking over her entire body. Overwhelmed, she kneels and admits she can't attack him anymore due to this strange sensation. Understanding the moment, Sirius declares it's the perfect time for him to become the sword's true owner. The sword spirit acknowledges his touch, makes her feel ticklish, and flushes even more. Sirius focuses intently on pulling out the sword, channeling all his energy into the task. The sword spirit can't hold back anymore and loses her strength in a shocking turn of events. Cyrus pulls out the sword, leaving everyone absolutely amazed. The players erupt in utter disbelief. They're wondering how a weak player could ever draw the Slay Dragon sword and truly claim it as his own. The sword spirit muses that at this rate, Cyrus might actually become her master. He's determined to draw the sword, all to protect his beloved Salem City. But then he notices another hand reaching for the sword. Other sword spirits suddenly appear before him, kneeling and declaring this cannot be. One of them even approaches Cyrus, explaining that, listen up, drawing the Slay Dragon's sword isn't easy. A player chimes in, saying the Sword of Judgment has finally gotten its power back. It seems like merely being strong isn't enough to pull this sword out. The sword spirit struggles to keep it together, but feeling all sorts of chaotic emotions swirling in her head. She then realizes that any attempt to attack her would be utterly useless. She's absolutely fuming about this whole situation after waiting so long to be held by a true master. It's mortifying to be affected by someone like Cyrus. They both end up holding the sword simultaneously, and the sword spirit is not thrilled about it. She grumbles that this whole situation is a total disgrace for her, but even while saying that, she's still actively resisting him pulling the sword. She yells that if she were unleashing her full power on him, he'd be bleeding way more, like from both his nose and mouth. In her mind, the sheer pressure of her spirit should be enough to make it hard for him, even to breathe. Still, she insists she's a pure, flawless weapon, and won't let her emotions cloud her judgment. Even though everything's chaotic, she tries to protect the sword, while Cyrus gives it everything he's got and tries to pull it free. The sword spirit points out that she's just a spirit, while Cyrus is a real person, and if he keeps pushing, it could lead to his downfall. She tells him to give a rest, but Cyrus is stubborn, fueled by his courage and desire to protect his city. He's not backing down. One player comments, Cyrus definitely isn't throwing in the towel. The crowd roars, cheering him on. They shout that he's fighting hard to save their city. Everyone thinks Cyrus is incredibly brave, destined to become a great warrior someday. The entire crowd is rooting for him. Meanwhile, the sword spirit is completely baffled, wondering how anyone can be so committed, especially in such a tough spot. She finally realizes that he holds true justice in his heart. Then she asks for a moment to compose herself, but when he rubs the sword, she completely loses her grip. She complains he's tickling her armpits. He's incredibly annoying to her. Even though she's clearly uncomfortable, she's determined not to let him win, deciding to tough it out to keep him from gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, the sword spirit feels something off and digs deep into her memories. She remembers all the times she's been burned, beaten, polished, and even broken. But this time, it's different. She can barely handle it. Cyrus messes with the sword even more, making the spirit feel a strange, peculiar tickle. She thinks it's her backside, and he's going so deep. The spirit's once powerful energy is now gone, giving Cyrus a massive opportunity. He strains with all his might to pull out the sword. Everyone's eyes are glued to him, and one of the onlookers yells that he's getting the Sword of Judgment out. Just a bit more. The sword spirit releases a powerful surge of mana, her eyes glowing blue as she boldly claims she can handle any sensation thrown her way. But right after making that declaration, she cranks things up and blasts Cyrus with a wave of overwhelming magical pressure. She is going all out, unleashing her full power as Cyrus desperately clings to the sword. A surge of raw mana erupts violently around him. The ground cracks, rocks shatter, and debris begins floating in the air. Even amidst all that chaos, Cyrus keeps straining to pull the sword, while deftly dodging the spirit's relentless attacks. He's struggling, barely holding on, feeling the crushing force of her power. He grits his teeth, muttering he can barely take it. His bones feel like they're about to snap. Under all this pressure, Sirius starts to wonder if the sword spirit is trying to crush him just to prevent him from drawing the sword. More rocks rise into the air, and Bella panics, seeing what's happening. She rushes in, sword swinging, to block the magical blast aimed at Cyrus. But the moment her blade connects, it shatters to pieces. The other players notice and shout that something just got vaporized. They warn everyone to stay back because the gravity magic is totally maxed out. It's so intense you can see it swirling in the air. The players murmur that Cyrus can't possibly handle this pressure. He must have already been crushed. They're convinced no one can pull the sword out now. Meanwhile, the system notifies Sirius that his body is starting to break down from all the strain. The sword spirit taunts him, questioning his strength. She reminds him that his body is on the verge of collapsing and insists the gap between their powers is huge. She claims his body and hand will never lift the sword, not even by an inch. She warns him to give up, or she'll crush him into nothing, since he clearly can't draw the sword. But Sirius refuses to back down. He tells her she's underestimated his willpower. With a grin, he lightly brushes his fingers against the sword, making the sword spirit lose all control and scream in frustration. Sirius, still determined, thinks he still has a shot at winning. As long as he hasn't given up, he runs his finger over the sword, challenging the sword spirit to hold on. The sword spirit tightens her fist, feeling this wild sensation coursing through her. And then she digs her nails into the ground. Sirius watches her every move. This time, the sword spirit feels the sensations completely differently, and her focus starts to fade. She's determined to stop him cold. The sword's intense power surges back, and the other players urge them to keep their distance and quickly back away. Bella can't withstand the immense pressure and collapses. Sirius notices his fingers begin to ache, but he continues to gently stroke the sword. The sword spirit is bewildered by how Sirius can withstand such a crushing force and risks being completely squashed, yet still has the energy to tickle her. She wonders if Sirius holds justice and responsibility deep within his heart and yells at him to stop as she's truly losing control. Sirius, unfazed, gives her another tickle and asks if she can really feel it now. The spirit experiences those sensations once more and suddenly realizes the sword itself is changing. Meanwhile, the players notice something strange unfolding around the sword, and one of them shouts out, asking what's rising up from the ground. The mighty sword rises, and everyone sees it, the slave dragon's sword. Sirius then grabs the sword and sets it down, completely shocking all the players. They realize that an F-rank player like Sirius has actually pulled the legendary slave dragon sword. The sword spirit feels utterly embarrassed, since she just tried to stop him from drawing it. Unfortunately, that's where this chapter of the story ends for now. If you enjoyed this video, feel free to support me on Patreon. Link in the description below.